Boom, 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 man. We live. Y'all know what it is, man. Y'all know what I do. I don't waste no time. We up and right into it. Right into it.
Yo, Nick, can you tell them about the bell curve? Can you tell them what you said to me? That was the first time I ever heard a white dude say that. What do you think about the IQ thing? This is going to fucking shake it up.
Yeah, you guys aren't going to like this. But look, I just want to preface this by saying this, okay? I love all people, okay? I'm a friend to all people.
You know some crazy shit.
I love black people. Okay, I love Hispanics. I love Asians. But
you already know when the boy make the disclaimer like this, he about to say some off the wall ass stuff, man. Let's get it.
You know where this is going. Whenever this starts off like that, you know where it's going.
You know where it's going, okay? And I told Sneako this. We call this race realism, okay, which is to say that race is real. Like it's not fake. It's not skin deep. Race is real. There are different races and there's meaningful differences. And one of the things is that on average, the races have different IQs. And so on average, Asians have the highest IQ, and on average, blacks have the lowest IQ. And that's why I told Sneako. And no, that's average. Okay, I'm not saying black people are dumb. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that when you average it out.
You're kind of saying that.
I'm not. I'm saying on
kind of.
Average. Well, I'm saying on average. On average,
I don't know. I'm not aware of the stats, so he might be right. I don't know.
There's differences between the IQs. So I believe there are black geniuses like Kanye West. I think he's a black genius, but
he says black geniuses and uses Kanye as to represent black intellect. Like, come on, man. Not Kanye. There's so many names you could have picked, but Kanye. That makes me question his statistics at this point, because Kanye's the black genius you pulled out your ass. Out of all of the black people that are intellectual in the community, you pulled out Kanye. And that's no knock against Kanye. Kanye is Hemi Jr., but goddamn, he doesn't let us carry on.
There's fewer black geniuses than there are Asian geniuses, as an example.
Okay.
That's I don't think that's too
So I would just ask, why do you think that information is important?
Well, here's why. That's actually a really good question. Because I don't say that like proudly, because I think that actually it's a fact of nature, which is kind of sad in a way. I think human inequality is sort of tragic in some sense. Like you look on TikTok in this example, and TikTok is like the worst. It's like the worst window to human inequality there is, because you could scroll through TikTok and see the most beautiful person ever, rich and objectively beautiful, and they're getting all this fame and all these likes. And then you scroll up and then you see like a deformed person who's like, they have roaches on their wall and they're like, you know, and it's like, that's actually kind of a tragic and sad thing. And anyway, so I think human inequality as a whole is unfortunate, but here's why it matters. When you look at all of the disparities in the United States, as an example, you look at income inequality between the races, wealth inequality between the races, and all these other inequalities, people will say, well, if we're all starting from the same place but ending up in a different place, what happened in the middle? Racism, probably, or something. If whites and blacks and Asians and Hispanics are all the same and they all start out from the same, starting point, but they all end up wildly unequal, well, something must happen along the way. Discrimination, racist policies, etc. Well, if people are not starting from the same place, then that would explain how a system which may even have affirmative action or maybe, the opposite of racist would still be producing unequal results. We have to understand this if we want to create policies where the country can be coherent and harmonious and where everybody is treated fairly. So that's my belief. If we want to understand the world, we can't understand without understanding the reality of race and what that means.
Got it.
Do you think there's a superior race?
No, I don't. I don't think there's superior people. I think that people are unequal.
Well, hold on. But he thinks some people intrinsically have higher IQ than other people, to be honest. So he would say that on average, all else equal, a white person will be smarter than a black person.
Yes.
Destiny, this is I need to hear Nick say it because he believes that.
Destiny,
so
have you mentioned Jidion before? Jidion, Destiny?
What's up, Destiny?
Okay.
Yeah.
I love stealing your content on stream.
We're just letting you know, on behalf of the black delegation, we've elected Destiny to speak on this matter.
Yeah, thanks, Okay, before
don't do any liberal racism, though. You got
before.
this.
I'm a huge liberal racist, okay? But I'm racist towards all people, so we're good. Okay, just before we jump into this, okay? I just be clear about who you're talking to, what the goal of the conversation is, okay? Nick has a political movement, a political ideology. His goal is not to sell you truth or to sell you a critical thought process. His goal is to sell you his political ideology. So if he comes across some idea that's contrary to what he believes, or some thought or fact that is contrary to his beliefs, he's not going to tell you that, and he's not going to incorporate it into his world. He's only...
See, I don't oftentimes agree with Destiny. I really don't oftentimes agree with Destiny because, yeah, we just not, you feel me? We're on two different sides of the line, you know what I'm saying? But he has a valid point here. Nick never brings up any facts that contradict what he wants you to believe.
Going to give you the pieces of information that he uses to sell his ideology. I think sometimes we're so hungry to talk to people that disagree with us. We think that everybody has valid things to say. Everybody's got valid points to consider, but you have to keep in mind what they're selling you at the end of the day. If I was to have a conversation with Nick about the value of, like, what do you think about like the soft sciences? What do you think about like psychologists and political scientists, Nick, in general?
Me?
Yeah.
I think there's some validity to that, but I don't put a lot of stock in empiricism.
Sure. So he doesn't put a lot of stock in those things. Okay. The bell curve was written by a psychologist and a political scientist. These aren't genetics researchers. These aren't intelligence researchers. These aren't people that did huge dives into meta. It absolutely is true. Charles Murray is a political scientist, and Richard Bernstein is a psychologist. That's fine. We're not talking about, but I'm just saying that the book, The Bell Curve, if that book was about any other topic, you would dismiss it so quickly because of the scientific disciplines that those authors come from. You wouldn't even consider it for a second.
That's not true.
It absolutely is true, and you know it. But because you just told me that you didn't put much stock in those disciplines.
I said I didn't put stock in empiricism.
He is kind of contradicting himself here. Destiny just set him up for the woo, because if you don't put that much stock into those into those areas, then why do you believe so much of what those people say? That doesn't make sense.
I said I don't put as much stock in empiricism as you do, because you believe that everything is attributable to empirical knowledge, that everything should be derived from studies. I don't believe that all truth is derived from studies. I think we could derive truth from experience, and I think we could derive truth from logic, and we could recognize patterns. I don't think that we necessarily need to go and this is what you and Vosh and Hunter Avalon do, is study, show me a source, show me a study. And I think that studies can aid understanding, but I don't think that's the end all be all of knowledge. That's what I'm saying. And you're wrong about, if I thought that race and IQ was a wrong argument, I wouldn't push it. I wish it was wrong. I've had my entire life destroyed because I say these things. You think I'm saying these things because it's like doing me a big favor? I'm banned from airlines and banks. I'm under investigation by the FBI, subpoenaed by Congress, in part because I say these kinds of things. So
look, on Nick's behalf, I don't think he should be banned from airlines. He's not a terrorist. Like, why is he banned from airlines and banks? That doesn't make sense. But I also understand, as a business, you might want to deassociate yourself from some anti-Semitic views. But at the same time, like, come on, man, he's not a terrorist. You can't put the man on the fly list for just because he says some shit.
So no, I go where the truth.
Not saying that like I agree with the man. I don't, but I'm just saying.
Leads me. I'm a critical person. If you were to present to me an answer for why, when the Europeans colonized Africa in the late 19th century, they didn't have written language and they didn't have the wheel, and like why that is consistent with everybody evolving exactly the same way and everyone being exactly the same, I would probably be.
Africa didn't have language written language in the 1960s. I don't know if that's a fact. Because a lot of the scripture goes back a long time. So I don't know. I'm gonna have to do my fact check on that.
Egalitarian like you, but
it's just the idea is that, like, if there's differences between large groups of people throughout all of human history, the default position is to not know. You're the one that's asserting the positive claim of, oh, well, it must be because of biology. But we don't know that. Nobody knows that. There are different indicators that, maybe it's this, maybe it's that. But to pretend that we have one grand narrative that can explain the differences between all the groups in all of human history, you're not going to find any academic discipline that's going to come together and agree on that. These are all hotly contested topics. That's all I'm saying.
Nick,
and also, when you say, I notice that people like you, sorry, and I'll shut the fuck up. People like you will always say things like, oh, you just want to see study. But I'm a man of truth and experience and logic, and I recognize patterns. Bro, a pattern for a human is you have two bad experiences with somebody, you write them off completely. That's not going to get you towards truth with a capital T. That's just going to tell us your subjective frame of reference, right? You might eat two rotten pieces of fish and tell everybody that fish is the worst food in the world. That's no more truthful than viewing a study on something, or it's even less truthful, right? I don't like this. I don't like this hand waving of all of the empirical data or all of the studies we can do to just say oh, well, I have my own experience, because you can go down somebody.
Right. Destiny has another valid point. I don't like agreeing with Destiny, but I have to agree with Destiny. You can't just throw out the stats and say, let's go based off my own personal experience. That's not how the world works. If everybody did that, we wouldn't have a universal truth. Like that's what stats are for. That's the closest thing we can get to the truth. Of course, stats aren't 100%. Of course, stats aren't all the way inclusive, but it's the closest thing we have to that. Like, come on now.
Stupid roads with that. Like, obviously, everybody's seen somebody do it.
Nick, who do you think is going to win the race war? Blacks or whites?
Well, unfortunately for
Depends on
us,
who the Jews side with.
well, there's some truth in that. But unfortunately for us, by 2100, the world is going to be full of Africans. I mean, by 2100, it's going to be 10 billion people, and 5 billion of them are going to be Black Africans. So I don't think, and frankly, I don't think any of us are going to win in that scenario, because the biggest content is going to be sub-Saharan Africa. And it's going to be like World War Z. They're just going to, that scene in World War Z when the zombies are climbing on top of each other to get into Jerusalem? That's what it's going to be like in America and Europe with.
What? He basically just said that it's going to be a whole bunch of Africans climbing on each other like zombies. What does that even mean, Nick? Like, what does that even mean, Nick? Damn, I was trying to defend you in the last video. Like, goddamn, what does that even mean, Nick? Sounding a little borderline racist right now. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Population explosion happening there.
So there's gonna be a bunch of African people acting like ants climbing up over each other.
Yeah, trying to get into Western countries.
Yo, Destiny, who are you fighting for, blacks or whites?
I'm not gonna fight for a fucking race, dog.
He's gonna be off to the side streaming it in the corner while there's a war going
Bro,
on.
Destiny, we're gonna draft you in to the black side, bro. You can be with us.
As long as I get an N-word pass, we're good. Okay, I'll fight for that. No, there's not even the
Did he say an N-word pass?
idea even of race wars falling on those exact lines. I thought there was a really funny question earlier. I don't know if Jidion or Sneako asked it. When you asked Nick, what kind of a woman are you looking for? Are you looking for like a 50% Italian, 25%?
That was Abba.
That was me, bro. You can't recognize who it is.
Let me give my credit. I had a 2 out of 3 chance. Okay, you did it. Okay, yeah. Abba asked a question. Yeah, like what do you even look for? What does it even mean to be black in the United States, right? You've got like African Americans, people that immigrate from fucking Kenya or Nigeria. They don't consider themselves black in the same way that like descendants of slaves are black. Nick doesn't consider himself white the same way that like somebody that's ethnically fucking Russian or German or Scandinavian considers themselves white. Like these are like super subjective concepts.
You just obfuscate. All you do is obfuscate. We know what black people are, bro. We know we can look at people and say
that's not true, bro. Look at a picture of Obama when he visits Africa.
It's black, Barack Obama.
Dude, you can clearly
there's
see
different white people.
Yeah.
I mean, I ain't gonna lie. I think there's a universal rule with all you need is one drop of black and you black. I ain't gonna lie to you. Black is black. We don't really, you feel me? It's a brother, it's a brother. We don't really discriminate through one another now. We might discriminate in little other areas, but not with one another.
There's different Asian people.
You can
there's different
clearly
Mexican
see a
people.
difference. There are clear differences in this. It's not, you say that I'm obfuscating, but the reality is that it's complicated. And even you acknowledge that when you're like, well, I'm 50% Irish and I'm 25% Italian and I'm 25% Hispanic, but it's the mestizo Hispanic, so it's more white than wait. Like, of course it's complicated.
Do you think that me, okay, I have white skin, I have green eyes, I have curly brown hair. Do you think that if I walked into Little Village in Chicago where they're all 5'5" and brown skin and black hair and said, hola, amigo.
He said they all 5'5". This man a little racist.
Can I have some tacos? Do you think they would recognize me as one of their own and say, yes, a Mexican. Welcome to the neighborhood. No, they'd be like, what's this gringo doing here?
I mean,
it's
it depends. To quote the great philosopher Sneako, what on that fucking intro video in your channel, I think you mentioned that like people when you were you in Peru? I don't remember where you were, but people would walk up to you and speak English because they'd instantly assume you were American because they could tell by looking at you, right?
Yeah. I know what you're talking about. Even in Brazil.
Yeah,
even in Brazil.
Or when you go to fucking the UK, like you can tell like who's American or who's British. I'm not saying that you're gonna walk into a fucking project in Chicago.
Yeah, that's weird. For some reason, no matter the person's ethnicity, you can't tell if like they're American or they're from the UK.
Going to be welcomed with open arms. Obviously, you're hitting at like extremes there, but like I mean, different people look different ways. It's not just like you can't fit everybody into black, brown, white, Asian. Like it's not that clean. It's never going to be that clean. I don't think anybody's
saying that you could say absolutely, because there are people that are mixed race, but the existence of mixed race people who are racially ambiguous does not negate the existence of the races. In fact, it almost confirms that because they're two races together. That's what makes them ambiguous.
You don't even like what race
people.
Like you couldn't point out like accurately like races or percentages even in this room. Like it's obviously more complicated.
You're telling me that I couldn't look at I could say Sneako is mixed race. I could say
what does that mean? You're mixed race.
Are black.
You're mixed race.
I could say that
he's right. He said point out the races. He said Sneako's mixed race. Like, okay, what races is he mixed with? Like, come on.
You're white and I'm white, and that's
you're
not
mixed
difficult.
race.
Destiny,
You got curly brown hair. Like, your last name is
every
Fuentes.
person-
Like, come on.
Every person in this
Yeah, he's the biggest white supremacist, but his last name is Fuentes.
call right now is easily recognizable by their race. We don't need to pull up their 23andMe to say that there are two black people.
Hey,
a
I'm
mixed race person.
actually, I'm not gonna lie, man. If you would have told me you were mixed with like a bit of black or a bit of Asian, I would have believed you, Nick.
That was a lie. Maybe if he said, come on, like, what are you talking about, Abba? Maybe if he said a bit of Asian, but a bit of black, like, Nick doesn't look anywhere near black. Don't go too far trying to prove your point, Abba.
Maybe,
bro,
if I was,
Nick, you
like you could definitely have a 25-50%. I could see it.
Nick, but it's like so like surface level. Just like what does being black mean? What does being white mean?
Oh, we
You
go
know?
deeper.
Like you're looking at it so surface level.
Well, here's the thing about race.
That's your favorite thing to say,
Yes.
man.
What is
Yeah, he says
surface
surface
level?
level. That's his best way to big bro somebody. Just it's surface level.
Is it not? Like,
It's
I'm
what?
black. What does that mean? I'm black. That's a fucking color. Black is a color. I'm not black. Like, black is this is black.
Yo,
I'm not
Brayden.
fucking black. Like,
Okay,
but we just say black.
Point being is that you're descended from people that come from Africa. And you could say, well, what does white mean? Well, white means descended
I mean, if you want to get technical, I think all of life came from Africa, so
from people that come from Europe. And you're right.
Where do the Europeans come from? I mean, technically, aren't we all descended from Africans? If you want to get technical.
It's weird today. Why am I agreeing with Destiny so much today? He's giving some valid points. I don't usually agree with Destiny, but we just agreeing up to par. Like, I just said that.
About it.
Hey, Destiny, you can say the N-word. Think about it. Destiny, say the N-word. Destiny, say the N-word right now.
What?
Why? What the fuck? Chill.
What? Sneako bugging.
Whoa.
Sneako barely black his damn self.
Whoa. Let's bring it
Like, now, we got the one drop rule.
back. Let's bring it back.
What does that mean?
No, I said Destiny,
What?
say the N-word. He wants to so bad. Just
No,
one
I
time.
don't.
One
Chill,
time. One time.
Oh, I thought you.
One time
I only
for
do that
the
when I have my
stream.
cozy stream.
Destiny doing to say the N-word so bad.
Come on, okay, chill. Holy
Wait, okay, so this is what I'm trying to figure out. Like, I'm not gonna lie, Nick is saying some crazy stuff, but he's not saying anything to the fact that he's gonna be banned
Why am I saying the N-word? I can say nigga. I can say it. What the fuck?
from banks or airlines. So I want to know, what are you really saying? Because you have to be saying something crazy. There's no way that the stuff you're saying is
Nick,
what
where's your
got you banned
book?
from banks.
Nick, where's your
and stuff.
book?
I don't have a book. Oh,
No,
wait,
the
the
book.
book I
The-
showed.
Yes, where's that book?
Which one? The one I showed the other day?
You know the book.
There has to be more to the
Which
story.
one? I don't have it on me. My books are over there.
The
bud.
book that got you banned from the banks and the airlines. The book is the reason you're on Cozy TV. The end of every conspiracy theory. That book, like,
I don't have that book. I was telling you about it, but
okay.
no. Well, the thing
Jidion,
is,
the reason is because if you really go into every conspiracy theory, and I'm not saying I believe in it in Minecraft, but the end of every conspiracy theory is that Jews control everything in Minecraft.
well, that's a big part of it. But here's the thing.
We can just call them the villagers, okay?
Yeah, the villagers. When you say certain things, there's an activist class that exists in America. It's comprised of the ADL, the SPLC, groups like that, and they happen to form they're called the trusted flaggers on YouTube. They're designated the specialists in hatred and political narratives, and they are able to flag, like a user on YouTube can flag a video and say, oh, this is hate speech, this violates the TOS. The ADL is a group founded in defense of a Jewish guy 100 years ago who raped some girl. The ADL can
To
go
be
in.
clear, he didn't. That's not true. That's fake news.
Oh, okay, sure. The ADL can go in and they can flag a video, and as a trusted flagger, the video automatically gets taken down. That's one example of their power. There's a group of activist special interest groups. They're designated experts in hate. They're designated experts in political narrative. And if you say these kinds of things, if you say things that go against the consensus, which is promoted by the government and the media and education and university, they will flag you as a white supremacist, a hater, a Nazi, et cetera, et cetera. And they have the power to go in and they get you banned from social media and they flag your stuff to the government. And there are people that are paid to watch my show every night. People pay to watch my show every night, transcribe it, find all the nasty things I've said, write articles about it, and then whenever something good happens to me, if I
See, pause though. He just admitted to that. He says a whole bunch of nasty stuff. Like, what the fuck? Like, he just admitted to it. Like, at any other time though, he doesn't want to admit that.
if I go to an employer, they will send that dossier to the employer and say, this is someone who is saying the wrong things, has the wrong opinions, he can't have a job. And if I were to get hired by that organization, they would rally protests against that organization until I got fired. And this is something that's very real. And this is what's shaping corporate America's wokeness. This is what shapes the government's wokeness. When the Christchurch shooting happened, they formed an international consortium of telecom companies, social media companies, etc., to censor so-called white identitarian, nativist, white separatist, all kinds of ideas. And who did they bring in the congressional hearings? Who did they bring in at this consortium to inform them and give them the specialized knowledge of who to censor and who to ban? They brought in the activist class. They brought in these activist organizations. That's why you have that, that's the basis of political censorship. So that's a big part of it.
I have a question. I have a question that me and Jidion want to know. So we understand that there's all this kind of censorship going on. Our question to you is, what did you say specifically around that time that you got banned? Do you know or you not know? Or are you just saying this is all like a hit job?
You had to say something crazy.
That's what we want.
It's all kind. Well, I mean, the thing is, it's not about necessarily a specific thing. It's broadly that I am a race realist. It's because I criticize Jewish power. It's because I criticize certain things.
He's lying. Like, you did something that just set it off. Like, what was it? Just say it.
Okay.
In my conspiracies. And so I've been banned from many things over the past 5 years. It's never one specific thing. I got banned from PayPal 4 years ago. I got banned from YouTube in 2020. I got put on the federal no-fly list last year. It's things that my first hit piece was written about me in 2017 because I said we shouldn't import ISIS to the United States. So it's many things over the course of 5 years.
I think people should wake up.
Was that really all you said?
Well, I didn't say
you're bullshitting. I can tell you're
really
bullshitting.
the only thing you said?
Well, how am I bullshitting?
Bro, you're bullshitting, bro. Just tell us, what did you say?
Destiny to rat on him.
Yeah, right.
I feel like I remember there being a leaked phone call and some other stuff that came out too that got you kicked out of school too. No, was that?
Yeah, that is something.
Something
happened.
about if a white girl dates a black person, it's the same as fucking a dog, something like that. Maybe.
There we go.
I remember.
What? This man compared interracial intercourse to bestiality? That's a whole different level of degeneracy. What?
Of course.
No, you're not.
Oh, there it is. Thank you, Destiny. I appreciate that.
I might be mixing it out. I'll let him defend himself.
I know that confirms everybody's
Jidion naturally funny.
biases, but that's not what I said. And I'll tell you.
Wait, tell us what you said. Yeah.
I will. That's a very funny story because here I was at this job training for the Leadership Institute, which is this conservative thing. And I'm hanging out with a bunch of people late into the night. And at this point, I'm like a target, okay? Because I was supposed to be working at Daily Wire, which is Ben Shapiro's company. And they didn't want me working there because I kept saying, hey, why do we send all this foreign aid to Israel? Why did Israel blow up the USS Liberty? Why have the Jews been expelled from 109 countries? Jokingly, what's going on with that? And they told me,
but okay.
Well, jokingly, but also an inquiry. And they said, well, you can't
he was dead ass.
Work for us because those are hateful questions. Those are hateful questions. You can't talk about that. We're never going to hire you. So there was this girl, Cassie Dillon, who had it out for me because I went against the Jews. Okay. So then I go to this job training.
When he says that, what he means is because he was anti-Semitic. There's a lot of coded language in here, but okay.
Villagers in Minecraft. God damn it, bro. Don't get.
Yeah. Right.
So that Minecraft bullshit's not going to work. It's
going to work. Yeah.
It's not going to work.
It's going to work.
This is real life.
So now months later, I go to this job training and I'm friends with all these people. I'm there for a couple weeks and we're just shooting the shit. It's like 3 a.m. We're all hanging out and it's like we stayed overnight. It's our last night there. Long story. And so anyway, to make the long story short, we're all just talking and I'm playing devil's advocate. We're talking about things. And I said, you could laugh, but this is bullshit that this happens.
Uh-oh.
I think that we're all friends. And so I said, yeah, I'm against race mixing. Like I said to you guys right now, I said, yeah, I don't approve of that. That's against my values. I value my identity, blah, blah, blah. And there's this girl in there who's a total whore, by the way. And she's friends
totally
with...
unnecessary, but okay.
Well, she was. She had the name of a
back, Destiny. I know you love...
See, whatever he... what? What did that have to do with anything? He only said that to discredit whatever the fuck he's about to say that she said about him right after that.
Women, but I
mean,
it's
she gave it up to you, but I highly doubt she gave it up to you.
Hold on.
You can't call her a hoe unless you smash that. Nick ain't hit that.
she gave it up to you.
Hold on. When I say calling her whores unnecessary, I'm not trying to respect women. Fuck women. I'm just saying you're adding extraneous details to try to damage her credibility.
Only some white liberal guy can say that and not get canceled. What did he say? I'm not trying to respect women, F women. What? Even as a joke, like what?
Didn't make your side of the story.
Let somebody else say that shit. They gonna get canceled so fast. But when it's Destiny, he can say whatever the fuck he want.
He's
That's
just
what
mad
I
she didn't give it up. You're mad
Sure,
she didn't give it
She's
up.
not a credible person.
But-
But she fucked 3 of the guys at the
Well,
top.
that's a
But
good
not
thing.
you,
She had an audio recording, so we don't have to worry about her credibility. But
Well,
go ahead.
here's why I'm giving the
Valid
backstory.
point.
Here's why I'm giving the backstory. So she was a friend of Cassie Dillon's, and Cassie Dillon is up with Daily Wire working for Ben Shapiro. And so we're talking. I said, yeah, I'm against race mixing. And these people are shocked, and they're saying, oh my gosh, don't you know that's not politically correct? Don't you know that's not the liberal consensus? And this girl starts recording me and says, so Nick, do you think that having sex with a black guy is the same as having sex with a dog? And I said, no. I said, no, it's not the same. I said, but both to me are wrong. I said, I wouldn't do that with a dog.
Wait, hold on. And I'm trying to remember because I legit don't remember. We can bring up the recording. Did you say no? It's not the same. It's worse.
No, I did not say that. That's
Somebody
a
link me
completely-
that. Hold on, let me link the
Hold
call.
on,
I want to hear it.
hold
I
on.
need to hear it. In
Oh
chat.
yeah,
I'm not trying to find the recording.
yeah. I gotta hear it.
You're completely misrepresenting it. I said no, but they both be degenerate. That was what I said.
Oh, he said, but both would be degenerate. That's what I
Yeah.
remember. Okay.
And here's the thing. But here's why that matters. Here's why I'm making a big deal, because people could roll
You can think race mixing is degenerate to an extent. You could say that maybe, but you can't say it's the same level of degeneracy as bestiality. Like that's a whole different level. Like, come on now, man.
their eyes and say, oh, it's the same thing. Here's why that matters. It's fucking bullshit that in America, we have like this Stasi political correctness where what I'm saying is I don't like race mixing. And I think I'm among friends. But then I get a little girl filming me covertly saying, so what you're saying is this? No. Boom. Sent to Cassie Dillon, sent to Media Matters, published. Nick says this. Nick said this
That's
thing.
fucked up. That's
Fire
fucked
him,
up.
ban him. That's fucked up. That is. We
About it.
can't
There's
have
nothing-
free speech if we have that going on.
If you're calling it free speech, that's how you think. So you should say it out in the open. Why are you mad that she recorded it and put it out in the open?
Because they
I
take
mean,
it into
hold
context.
up. In his defense, if I'm having a private conversation with you
Should
three
not be
on a
recorded.
Discord and you record it, even if I'm fine with what you said, I still feel very offended by the fact that you put it out.
I can understand that, but
I mean, I get it, but it's like if you're gonna say what you say, stand on that. Like if you're gonna say what you say, you should be able to say it in private and in public. Like it's just your beliefs. You should be able to speak on your beliefs. Stand on what you said, Nick.
if you're like at a political leadership conference, like, bro, there are certain people who, like, if you're in the political world, if I'm talking to you, I'm assuming every DM is getting leaked. That's pretty wild. Like, if I was hanging out with fucking Ben Shapiro and Elijah Schaefer and other Daily Wire people, I was like, man,
But it
black
wasn't
people, they
that.
fucking
It was-
stink,
but
don't
it
they?
wasn't
I would
that.
imagine I'm going to get fucking fried or
Well,
something.
Destiny,
What
you
the
never
fuck
have
are
to
you
worry
asking?
about that, Destiny, because you're a liberal and you always say the right.
That is a good point, though. If you're in that type of situation where you're about to work with Ben Shapiro and other controversial political commentators, you should probably watch what the fuck you say. I mean, around people. I mean, I'm just saying.
Right things. You know that you're on the side of the
No, that's nothing.
uncancelable.
Hold on,
You're
stop.
gonna be
Grow
okay.
up. No,
Hold
grow
on,
up.
hold
Hold
on,
on.
hold on.
Grow up. Wait.
Let him finish. Let him finish. Sneako, go ahead. Say what you want to say.
They're saying in the donos too that Destiny knows full well Nick did not say that. He always jumps on these as a white savior to derail the conversations. Did you really think that that's what the phone call is about? Or are you just trying to paint him as a white supremacist even more?
Okay, first of all, I don't have to print him as a white supremacist. He already
I'm about to find the phone call. I gotta hear it.
says he's a white supremacist. Number one.
I don't
Okay.
say
Number
that.
two,
He
the
never
phone
said
call
that.
did
He
happen
never
that he
said
didn't
that.
admit until I brought up, which was true. And number three, I wasn't 100% sure what he said, which is why I keep asking, what did you say? Did you say that? Did you say that? Did you say that? And he did mention that they were both degenerate. So I was correct on
That's
every
different.
point.
No.
Okay?
No. Goalpost shifted. You said that I said that having sex with blacks is the same as having sex with a dog.
No,
Then
I asked
said,
you. I
did
asked
you say
you.
it was worse?
I
No, that's
asked
how
you, and then you
okay,
clarified, and then
roll
we
the
there.
tape,
So that's
roll
it.
the tape. Roll
No,
the tape.
you can roll the tape.
said-
You can roll the
you
tape. I
said that
said,
it
didn't
was
you
the
say?
same.
Did you say this? And then you said no, and then you correct. I was like, okay,
And
you corrected.
listen.
He said they're both degenerate.
Yeah, well, you misrepresented it to begin with. Chat.
I
you
asked you a
backed me up
question.
because that's
The
true.
only reason we're even talking about the phone call right now is because I brought it up because you tried to obfuscate by not bringing up that phone call, which was, I think, a big part of why people got really mad at you in 2017.
Listen, you could play everything back, but this is what they do. I am a political activist, which if people want to know my views, I could tell them very precisely and in a very straight way, these are my political views. But this is what happens. I will say a joke, and people that are paid to watch my show will clip a 5-second joke, post it on the internet and say, oh, Nick said this. So that means
But it wasn't a joke that we're talking about. He's trying to use that to save him. Like you weren't saying a joke this time. You just admitted that you believe that. What are you talking about? Now it's a joke?
he's X, Y, and Z. I'll be in a private conversation, not with Elijah and Ben Shapiro. I'll be in a private conversation as an 18-year-old kid at a job training at 3 a.m. and be secretly, and you know how it goes. Everybody, I don't drink, but everybody there's drunk. You know that kind of environment. You know that environment when, you know, people are drinking, you're hanging out, it's late at night. I'm not going to say things in a private setting like that the same way that I'd say them in front of an official audience publicly.
No, hold on. You don't get to hang your head.
But this is what happens. Hang on.
No.
But this is the problem. And so things like that are going to be selected, taken, blown up, misconstrued. Like you just said, didn't you say it's this?
No.
You mischaracterized the meaning of it.
No, you don't get to hang your hat. No, hold on. You're trying.
You're a free society.
No. You're trying to throw your lot in with people that are unfairly canceled. For people that have something taken out of context or misconstrued or something that misrepresents what a person actually believes. So say like I'm hanging out with ABBA and we're making racist jokes at each other and whatever, and that gets leaked and the people are like, oh, they're both racist. That would be wrong because neither of us.
6 million cookie joke. What does that even mean? Did I miss something? What does that even mean?
Are racist. However, nothing that got leaked from that call misrepresents your point of view. All of that is true. You do think black and white people being together is degenerate. You do think that Jews secretly run the world. You do think that they're like race realism is like a foundational belief of your structure. None of the things that got put out there are misrepresenting your points of view. They're all true. People that are getting scared of being canceled and stuff are being scared of being misrepresented, not of having their accurate viewpoints shown to the public.
But that's the thing. I'm not talking about cancellation. I'm not talking about necessarily misrepresenting. What I said was there's an activist class of people that it is their job to say, if you have, because you're right, I am a race realist and I do believe these kinds of things, but it is their job to hunt down anybody with those viewpoints, even people like me that don't say these things in a way that is as abrasive or say these things in a way that's as provocative. There is an activist class that it's their job. Again, I'm not talking about cancel culture. I'm talking about an activist class that it's their job to misrepresent, misconstrue, and bury anybody with a different opinion.
You're not being misrepresented or misconstrued.
Why do you got to keep interrupting me?
Because you keep obfuscating. You're talking. You're lying so much.
You did misrepresent the phone call as soon as you brought it up, Destiny.
I was the only one that brought up the phone call. He denied the phone call even existed. I was just asking what he said on it.
Okay.
On Destiny's behalf, he was denying the phone call even existed. So Destiny was the one that brought it to the attention. But he was asking questions. It's not like he was saying this, that, and the third. And he believed him when he said, "Oh, it was the degeneracy thing instead of it was the worst." So come on now, man. He was trying to avoid the whole issue, anyways. He wasn't going to bring up the phone call in the first place.
Just to bridge the gap, Destiny may have misconstrued at the beginning, but he did afterwards ask the question to clarify. Okay, so. He did off the top, but he didn't ask the question, what did you actually say? So I think we can all move past this fucking point because there's no sense going back and forth about it.
Yo, Nick, how old are you?
He's 23.
Nick, how old are you?
Yo,
23.
That's crazy. Jidion, some white dude in his boxers just came out right behind
That's
you.
crazy,
like he came
bro.
out the bedroom.
Yo,
Yo, bro. Jidion.
That's my editor.
Listen, I don't know who it is. I'm just saying this, Jidion. I got a lot of love for you. You got your shit together. YouTube's popping. But your place looks like it's a crack house half the time I see it. It looks like a hot mess.
Yeah.
Yeah. You got dudes walking around in underwear. I see pipes in the corner. Like, what's popping?
I'm living up to the stereotypes of Nick, man. You know, we're all degenerates in his eyes.
Well, Jidion, you're on Nick's ass right now, but did you know that Destiny doesn't believe in God?
Shorts. These are shorts.
Yeah. Listen, bro, I can see above your knees, bro. Get this man off the street. Get in some pants, bro.
Nick, talking about above your knees. It's not 2001. Like, come on, man. I mean, ain't nobody wearing big ass basketball shorts no more.
Hey, this is what I'm trying to figure out. So I feel like I guess your viewpoint is we need to rise against the system, right?
Yes. Yeah. Absolutely.
Okay. So if your viewpoint is we need to rise against the system,
Destiny trusts it.
Why are you alienating all these other races and just keeping it? How is he not alienating other races?
He's not saying other races. He's not saying other races are degenerate. He's saying that race mixing is degenerate.
Okay. What I'm saying is he's making it like white people need to fix this problem. Why can't all other races, like, why are you so no mixed breeding, no none of this, none of that, but you're so let's go against the system? Isn't it impossible to go against the system?
See, to be fair, I don't have a problem with the interracial breeding, but I only like black girls and shit. I think black people should have more kids with black people. So I don't knock Nick too much for that statement. I mean, shit, Malcolm X said the same thing. Rizza Islam says the same thing. Any black leader that you know is gonna tell you to reproduce your own kind. Because what we doing if we ain't helping our own community? But I don't have no problem with people that do the interracial thing. You know what I'm saying? Holocaust joke. I follow Nick. Okay, you gotta give me hip to the joke.
Unless we all
I was saying I ain't got no problem with people that do interracial mixing, but I also understand where Nick is coming from. I also understand where Nick is coming from.
unite.
Yeah, I believe we should all unite. I'm for the other races. And the thing is, when I do a conference every year called AFPAC, and when I do my conference, there's lots of black people that go to my conference. There's a lot of Hispanic people that go to my conference. There's a lot of Asian people that go to my conference.
You know, put me on
I
to
have
Nick.
Jewish friends.
You know, put me on to Nick. When I got banned, 2 kids came up to me in the street and said, "Go on Cozy TV." It was a black dude and a Spanish dude. I had no idea who Nick Fuentes was, and then started hearing about it. I'm like, what? How are a black and a Spanish dude putting me on to this guy? And supposedly guys like Destiny are calling him a racist every day.
Keep in mind that
Keep
in mind that when he says he's for the other races, he means he's for them going.
Sneako, I've never seen Sneako ever disagree with Nick. I'm not saying that he needs to or anything. I've just never seen him ever like rebuttal anything Nick says, which makes me question what's going on in Sneako's head, because he can't isn't Sneako interracial? Like, isn't Sneako mixed race? Isn't he the product of interracial intercourse? So how can he be so sided with Nick when he wouldn't even exist if Nick's ideal world existed, right? That doesn't make sense to me, but okay, let us carry on.
Going back to their countries and living there in harmony. Okay, that's what he means when he says that.
You've been writing for him, Sneako. I want to hear what your opinion on Nick. What's your opinion on Nick? I'm not gonna interrupt or nothing. What is your opinion?
Nick and I have a very similar worldview. Nick believes a lot of what's going on behind the scenes. Nick,
how do y'all have a similar worldview? If the world was the way that Nick viewed it, I'm not saying that it's super bad or anything, but just on the interracial part, Sneako wouldn't even exist in that world. So how could y'all have the same worldview? That doesn't make sense.
Also believes in God. We have but I'm not a white dude, so I can't agree with him on most of the stuff. But I'm
not a white dude. You can't agree because he's white. Like, is it because of the ideologies and his thought processes, or just because he's white? That doesn't make sense.
He thinks about the system. I also think. But Destiny, on the other hand, I think that the system provides this moral high ground for people like Destiny to be to not believe in God, to be LGBT plus Q, to say the right opinions, to be cancel culture. And that's the shit that kind of annoys me, because you get to feel right all the time and you get to feel smarter because they give you these ideas to push. And it pisses me off that people like Nick get silenced when ultimately he has the same objective. He knows.
Okay, I got to agree with Sneako on that one. Destiny gets to get off whatever the fuck that he says because he's a white LGBTQ atheist.
That people are on islands touching kids and the Federal Reserve is all fucked up, and that's who's really pulling the strings behind the scenes.
So you don't care about the other evils that Nick does, but since he has somewhat of the same view as you're gonna go with him to the promised land, basically.
What evil? That's what I'm getting at. Is I don't know what's evil necessarily. That's the thing. And here's why I say that. Destiny is platformed on YouTube. Destiny is platformed by Visa and MasterCard. He's platformed by the banks. I'm not.
Yeah, that's W Sneako. He had a good point. Right there. What's up, chat? Where y'all at, man? What's up, chat? What y'all thinking?
Do you think that I'm deplatformed from everything because all of the fucking corporations and Visa and MasterCard and the federal government and Congress decided he's a really rude guy, he's a really mean guy that hurts the feelings of minorities? Or do you think that they get together against people like me or Jared Taylor or Alex Jones or Sam Francis or whoever because we're saying something that goes against their consensus ideology about the world and going against their power? Because that's fundamentally the left-wing conceit, is that all these activist organizations really just care about meanness and it's about hate. That's the most asinine thing that
that's a good point. I don't think Nick can't be getting canceled because he's just rude or he's just mean or there's no way that's the only reason he's getting canceled. It has to be more to it. So that somewhat does substantiate some validity to some of his statements. Yeah, he must know a little more than he's leading on or that I'm aware of, because he can't just be getting canceled just for being mean. Come on now. It has to be a bigger agenda to that.
Reaction.
He's a white guy. They canceling a white guy. He has to know some real shit. Not saying I agree with everything he says. I'm just saying he got to know something.
Dissident politics is about primitive hate. I think that hating people on the basis of their skin color is primitive. I think that prejudice is primitive and sad. Now, that's a far cry from saying that human beings are unequal. Individuals are unequal and groups of people are unequal. Now, do you think the government says, that's such a mean thing to say, you can't use a bank account? Or do you think I can't use a bank account because I'm saying that Israel blew up the USS Liberty deliberately because Israel did 9/11 and brought us into the Iraq war and Afghanistan war in Minecraft and Grand Theft Auto? That's why, and Destiny agrees
And
with
Destiny
all
trusts
of
the
the
government.
Fortune
Hold on.
500 companies in the world.
Yes.
All right, just before, Jidion, can you add Don to the call if you have him on Discord? And the second thing, I want to ask you.
I don't think I can add him because this is Sneako's Discord.
Okay, I'm adding it right now.
All right, cool. All right, Nick, I gotta ask, are you down with multicultural countries, people that import folks from all over?
Well, as far as hang on, is someone talking?
Yo, Don, mute yourself.
Okay, so yes, I asked you, are you fine with multicultural countries?
I think that I think that ideally countries would not be multicultural.
Okay,
Or multi-ethnic, really. Who doesn't want a multi-ethnic country, right?
Well, it depends on what you mean by that, because
Well, if
really,
you think that a person's biology is going to determine their culture, then you think that any multi-ethnic country necessarily is going to be multicultural. So you want like singularly ethnic countries with however you arbitrarily define ethnicity.
Here's the thing: you're talking about two different things. We could say that people are different. We could also say that we live in the world, and the world is a complex place. And so, really, all countries are, in some sense, they have different ethnicities or different cultures within them. You could say that France, prior to mass immigration, was a multicultural country. They had all kinds of regional dialects. That's why I said, what do you mean by that?
Okay. Just to simplify my question, do you think that countries that work with like having black folks, Arabs, Muslims, Christians, do you think those countries are good, or would you rather those countries stay monocultural, like one religion, one race?
I think that a country should have an ethnic and cultural core. You know, like America always had blacks and Hispanics and Asians in it. But what's happening right now is it's becoming a majority minority country where there's no clear majority. You're going to have whites in the minority. Everybody's going to be a minority. I think that's a recipe for conflict.
See, everybody's already been a minority but white. So the only thing he's saying he essentially has a problem with is the whites becoming a minority, which is inevitable because the reproduction rate is incomparable to the African American reproduction rate, and we're going to overtake them. And by 2030, I think. So I don't know. It just seems like he's upset that whites won't be the dominant race in America eventually, and that's how we got all this pro AB stuff. All right, let us carry on.
I think that's a recipe.
Why is it a recipe for conflict if there's more minorities than like white people? Do you want? Does it mean like white people need to be in power for there to be like structure? Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, I'm saying that there has to be.
That's damn near what he's trying to say.
Some kind of agreement.
To be honest, I don't even think he cares about like the structure. It's just the power.
On what constitutes national identity for there to be any kind of cohesion. I think that if you have all these different groups,
I don't know. I don't really think Nick is a racist. I don't think he's a racist, but I mean, I don't really know too much about Nick. I'm learning with y'all.
What you really wind up with is like a jurisdiction with many different nations within it. Like, and I'll give you an example. You look at like the city of Chicago. It's one of the most violent cities in the country, and it's one of the most multicultural, multiracial cities in the country. And you have gang wars, and you have racial conflict. You have blacks agitating against whites. You've got Hispanics and blacks fighting. You've got blacks fighting each other. And the thing is that, whatever you think about this, when different groups of people get together, like they tend to fight. People form a collective consciousness.
Okay, this is good. So this is between Black Americans and white Americans, according to you in Chicago, right? You're saying they're fighting each other, yada yada.
And Hispanics too. And I think everybody's in conflict.
Yeah, that kind of doesn't make sense. Some of the highest crime rated areas are the same race. Like he's saying that it gets hectic when the race is mixed, but a lot of isn't media constantly preaching black on black crime? Aren't the most black people killed by black people? Aren't the most white people killed by white people? So how is it a problem with the mixing? Because white people kill white people, black people kill black people. It seems like it had. Come on, I don't know. I mean, I do know, but y'all get what I'm saying.
Okay, that's good. That's good. So I want to ask you, considering you are acknowledging that this is a conflict between people who've always been in America, right? Black Americans for the most part, and white Americans. Do you feel like these people should separate countries to some degree?
I think that people should be free to associate. I think that because the way it was for a long time, and is a product of the law, you had sort of like people being segregated by law, by government. I think that people should be able to choose who they want to get along with. The problem is we've got this society where everybody's being smashed into each other. People are being forced together. And if people want to live in a multicultural city, then they can. And if people don't, then they shouldn't be forced to. But when people tend to mix and live together, it tends to create conflict. And then this is true. This is backed up by the data, by the way. The more diverse countries are, the more the more violent they are,
That's
the more
true.
conflict that they have within them.
That's true.
So
Okay, so wait, Sneako, you feel the same way? Do you feel like we should be separating the communities?
No, it's too late. I think we're all too integrated of a country to go back, and there's no point in putting a stop to immigration. But what he's saying, like
Nick just wants everyone to separate. I don't think that's even possible at this point. Is it? Like, it can't be, can it?
Japan and Sweden, the countries with the least amount of immigration, have the most amount of harmony. That's true.
in America,
Let me go
Immigration
back.
putting a stop to immigration. But what he's saying, like Japan and Sweden, the countries with the least amount of immigration, have the most amount of harmony. That's true.
What are the statistics behind this?
in America, and I agree with Sneako. I agree that
And I mean, that's because 9 times out of 10 in those areas, it's not about their race; it's about their religious beliefs. If they can identify one another under God, then of course the crime rate's going to be very low. They're culturally, they have the same culture, share the same beliefs. They're not going to have too much conflict. Like, that's like having a white Christian and a black Christian. I think they're going to get along better than a black Christian and a black atheist. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on now. I don't think it really has too much to do with race, but more with like ideologies and beliefs.
America is the way it is, and we've got to figure out a way to make it work. I believe that.
So Sneako, if you had a magic wand, you'd want to separate the races and the cultures in America?
I think that's an arbitrary question because, like, look at me. Like, I'm the result of America. Like, saying that would just evaporate me. I'm the result of how diverse America is.
Well,
I find it funny that that Sneako says that when Abba presents that to him, but when Nick was speaking on that and how he was against the interracial intercourse, Sneako had nothing but praise for him. So that's kind of contradictory, but let us carry on.
let's say we took all the mixed people and we put them with the black folks. Would you be down if I gave you a wand tomorrow? Would you want to separate all the ethnicities?
No, because then I wouldn't be able to exist.
Okay.
Where was that energy when Nick said it? Like, that's my only thing about Sneako. Like, just because y'all tight doesn't mean you have to ride everything that he says, even though if you don't believe it. Like, you just basically said that you don't believe what Nick just said.
Hey, take yourself out of it. Let's say you didn't exist and you had to make a good world. Okay. I gave you a wand. Would you want to separate the ethnicities because you say it creates more harmonies?
And does slavery still exist?
Well, in your ideal world, there's more harmony. So no,
What the fuck does slavery have to do with the question he just asked him? Like, is Sneako listening?
there wouldn't be slavery, right?
Yeah, there's no slavery.
So slavery never happened.
Okay, I don't even know what the fuck that means, but let's move past that. Slavery didn't happen. No, okay? If you had the choice today, would you take a wand and separate all the ethnicities?
Yeah, I think the world would have been better if white people didn't colonize the whole world. If they just stayed in their own countries and they let the natives do their thing and they let Africans do their thing and the Indians do their thing, the world would be a better place. Yeah.
Okay, Sneako, you could definitely argue that.
I think the Crusades and everything started a lot of violence and war that was unnecessary, and things are going
Well, that's
on.
the same mindset as like neo-Nazis. That's the exact same thing that they
Yep.
think. They think everybody
true.
needs to be separate and to themselves.
Well, yeah, I guess so. But that's not a realistic thing to say now. So I don't think that that's possible to advocate for. But
But that's your ideal world, though.
No,
like
that's not my
obviously, there's a lot of
ideal-
things
that's
that
not
aren't
my ideal
realistic.
world. I can't-
But that's
I would
you
not
and Nick's
exist.
ideal world.
I would not exist. You're asking me to speak from like a white perspective, and I can't do that.
But it's not a white and black thing, you know. It's just not white people, and there's not just black people. There's
Destiny, you
black people, there's
disagree?
white
You
people,
don't
there's
think that there would've
Asians,
been-
there's Mexican people.
Destiny, you don't think colonialism and the Crusades and that's what's ruined a lot of. That's what started.
I think
a lot
that there
of violence in the
are
world?
problems, but I think we can aspire to a more than like a mono-ethnic fucking world where we have to say that like there's no possibility for all of us to be able to get along with each other. Like when we look at the divides in the United States right now, we look at our huge divides. They're not even really racial. They might seem like it, but that's not true. Like the biggest divide in the United States is between city people and country people. Yeah, we hear you now. Or you might find like huge divides between like classes sometimes. You might find huge divides between like different geographic areas, but it's not just like all black people versus all white people, right? Like a white person and a black person living in some deep south fucking Louisiana, Alabama or someplace is going to have more in common than a white person living in Louisiana and a white person in New York or San Francisco. That's just true.
Yeah, that's true.
So I mean, like the idea that like we can divide so cleanly ideologically along racial lines in any country is almost never going to be true.
No,
I mean, look at like Ireland and Northern Ireland. How long were these people fighting and bombing each other? And these
I
are like
mean,
the whitest fucking people in the world.
if you guys
Yeah,
just
but
look,
that's
Hold on. Go ahead, Don. Go ahead, Don.
I was just trying to point out though, like I just pulled up a list of the most violent countries. It's not like these are all cultural mixing pots. It's not like, you know, we have Afghanistan, Syria, South Sudan, Yemen, Iraq. If you look at the ethnic background of these countries, you'll find that they're all pretty much the same. There's a great degree of homogeny in these nations. So what do you say to that? America is ranked all the way at number 36, while possibly being the most racially diverse country in the world. So the idea that racial diversity is what is yielding this violence in society is just completely unsupported by the information.
And
That's facts.
on to what Don just said, a lot of those countries, when you really look into it, is more religious based than it is racial based.
Right. I think religion and ideologies, culture, I think that'll hold a community together more than race would. Just because we're all black doesn't mean we're all going to get along. But if we're all Christians, then we have a more likely chance of getting along. Like if you take a Christian and an atheist and they're both black, they're not going to get along for the most part because they don't have the same beliefs. But if you take a white guy that's a Christian and then you take a black guy that's a Christian and a Muslim guy not a Muslim, but an Arab guy that's a Christian, even though they're very rare, but you guys get what I'm saying, they all get along better because they share the same ideologies and beliefs than, just from being black. Like black people barely get along in America today. Look at Chicago.
Well, here's what I would have to say about that. I would say, number one, if you look at the most violent countries, it is a lot of ethnic diversity. America is actually not one of the most diverse countries.
Afghanistan, Sudan, all of them are very diverse, actually. But in comparison to the United States, they're not. It's nowhere near. Like they're not diverse compared to the places, the first world countries that people migrate to. They're, for the most part, they still have the same majorities.
Countries in the world. If you look at African countries and Asian countries, you might look at an African country and say, oh, it's all African people. But there is a lot of ethnic diversity in Africa. There's more ethnic diversity in Africa, arguably, than in any other continent. So I would say the looks can be deceiving if you look at it. And if you plotted all the countries in the world on a map.
See, he was just saying there was no difference between black Africans and black Americans and this, that, and the third. But now when we talk about Africa, he wants to diversify it as if they're not all just black, like he was saying earlier, because before they were all just black and they fell under the same umbrella, right? But now he's trying to diversify the different types of black and say that's diversity. I thought they were all just black. Like he's contradicting himself a little bit here.
The least diverse are the least violent, and the most diverse are the most violent and the most civil disorder.
But look at how. Wait. Just one quick question. Now, because earlier you were saying
you just finished. I didn't interrupt you, pal.
Okay, he's just gonna ramble for 20 minutes.
I'm not gonna ramble.
You rambled so
much. I'll put a timer on. Go ahead.
I got a quick point, which is, there are religious conflicts. There are ideological conflicts. That does not negate the existence of racial conflicts. And what does that say, though? People with different strongly held views, people with different identities, people with different cultures fight. Religious conflicts are a conflict of diverse religious thought. Ideological conflicts are a result of diverse ideological thought. Racial conflicts are the result of diverse races living in the same polity. That's all I'm saying. And to an extent, we have to live with that.
Okay, Destiny, go ahead. I counted just 30 seconds.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so I just want to be clear. Notice how slippery he is between how he defines positions. Earlier, we were talking about how you can't, his point earlier was that black people are black, brown people are brown, white people are white. Looking at difference between black and brown people is really dumb. But now when we're talking about Africa, all of a sudden that place where everybody's just black, well, now it's the most ethnically diverse nation on earth.
See, Destiny's hitting it right on point. I just said that. I don't know why me and Destiny agreeing so much today, but I just said that.
Yeah, how the fuck did we go from one day there? And then secondly, earlier he's talking about really diverse places, cause crime. The more diversity, the more crime. But what do you hear white nationalists always say over and over again? What's the number one killer of black men? Other black people. It's not like we've got race wars going on in the United States where there's a lot of ethnic diversity exists. It's usually people that are victimizing themselves. It's not black people running out killing white people running out killing black people. It's just crime within communities.
Okay.
No.
Don't
get to respond.
No. Let Don.
30 seconds.
Let Don.
I don't get to respond.
No. You got more than this. I'm timing everything. Don, go ahead, and then we'll go back to you.
No. I was just saying that Destiny spin bars. I ain't got nothing to add to that. That was all bars right there.
All right. Yeah. Go ahead, Nick.
That is, first of all, earlier Destiny was saying that we couldn't tell what.
That might be facts, Jesse.
Races the people on this call were. And it was in the context of that I said, are you fucking kidding me? Of course, we can identify the races of the people on this call. I said, though, earlier, if you remember, I said that it is complex. I said identity is complex and people have different levels of identity. and different identities have different levels of salience. You have an ethnic identity, you have a racial identity, a national identity, your religion is part of your identity. People are complex. A black person is not just black. A black person could live in a particular region and have a regional identity, and they come from a certain country in Africa and have a certain tribal thing. It's complex. And the point is, it's not to say we're talking about concepts here. The more diverse a society is, the more the potential for conflict there is. If you have a group of 10 people and they all look the same and they all are the same, the possibility for conflict will be reduced dramatically. If you
I'm from Iran, and our country groups are already united against each other, so they are more efficiently kill each other. So when you say groups, do you mean groups of different races, or is everybody the same race? Because I'm pretty sure the majority of Iran is the same race. I might be mistaken. I'm not from there, but you let me know. But I'm pretty sure the majority the same race, right? All races be racist, and money rules. I mean, to an extent, yeah. I mean, everybody's gonna fight for their own race, I guess. And yeah, I guess so. Diversity means potential for conflict and diversity. I don't think diversity necessarily means, yeah, okay, well, I think diversity in ideology, diversity in cultural beliefs, diversity in that way is what causes more conflict. But diversity in just skin color doesn't cause more conflict. Maybe you could say on a minuscule scale, but like, let's say, like I was saying earlier, if you're a Christian and I'm a Christian, we're probably going to get along better than me and an atheist. You know what I'm saying? Because we just don't have the same beliefs. It doesn't really, like, color does play a role. I'm not going to act like, it doesn't at all. But at the same time, it's the beliefs that really play the biggest role. It's the mindset. It's because if we're both Christians, then I can't put myself over you and you can't put yourself over me, right? I mean, that's how it goes in the Bible, right? So I don't think that's necessarily true. I don't think that the color means more conflict, because you see, like in places like Chicago, it's all black people killing black people. In America, majority of white people are killed by white people. Majority of black people are killed by black people. If it was with the way that Nick was saying it, it'd be a race war, and it's not necessarily. Maybe to an extent you could say it is, but right now it's not. Different language and ethnicities in Iran. Yeah, different language and ethnicities. Yes. Okay. Different ethnicities in Iran. Makes sense. Let us carry on.
You've got 10 people, and one of them believes in God, and one of them doesn't, and one of them's a Muslim, and one of them's an Indian, and they're all...
He's proving my point here, because like it's the diversity in mindset and ideology, not necessarily the diversity in skin color and race. That does play a role, because you might not see yourself in the other person, but once you see you have the same beliefs, it's easier to coincide with one another.
Different races, they're all different genders. The possibility for conflict is greater. Now, that's a hypothetical and that's abstract, but that's to demonstrate the principle, which is that diversity, as a rule, leads to conflict. Difference leads to conflict.
Yes, okay, I can agree with that. Difference does definitely lead to conflict, but it's not necessarily difference in race and difference in skin color. That's what I keep trying to emphasize. But difference does lead to conflict. Don't get me mistaken, of course. Illuminati wants to remain in power. They will lie to manipulate. Yeah, I mean, the untouchables, they're the ones that really want to manipulate us with this whole race war, because at the end of the day, there's so much that we're really missing out on focusing on things like this when it's so minuscule. Let us carry on.
Conflict. Now, if we understand that rule, then we can understand society, which is that not necessarily we should have no difference, because that would be boring and then you don't have progress and things like that. But it is to say, is it a good idea to import 30 million immigrants in 30 years?
No.
Probably not.
So 2 points on that. So number one, this is just a quick question. Do you know what race Sneako is?
I do, actually. Yeah, he's Haitian, Asian, and white. So
and would you have known that just looking at him without knowing his background?
Would I know that he's mixed race? Yes.
Would you know what his races are? Because you said you could tell everybody's race on the panel.
I like I said, I could tell he's a mix between...
Sure, I'll sub to y'all boy, man. All the new viewers out here, man.
In black and white.
We're doing content like this every day.
She is. Would I guess
Okay.
the Asian?
So
Maybe
that-
not.
yeah,
Again,
sure. Okay,
you're
so
just
you can't wait.
bullshitting.
Hold on,
You're
wait.
just
So you can't
bullshitting.
tell the race of people immediately in this very diverse sense you talk about when Africa is the most diverse
I just
place in the world.
did.
So number
He's
one,
mixed race.
you did. That's not an answer. Mixed race is not an answer. So number one.
Yes, it is.
Number
He's a
two,
mix between
you
black
said
and
something
white.
earlier
Hang
that was
on, that's
really
an
important.
answer.
You said that's not an answer. So something you
But
said
keep moving
earlier.
on. Keep moving on. Keep
Something that you said,
like
yeah.
do.
So well, it's not an answer because you said that Africa was the most diverse continent on Earth, which means they can't all be black. They're different types of races. So you've
because
defeated
we're
your own
talking
argument,
about
okay?
ethnic diversity.
So-
Diversity is diversity. We're not
so-
strictly talking
Hold
about.
on, hold
I
on.
know when I get
Nick,
to finish. Yeah, it's the
let us
ramble,
finish.
dude. It's unbeatable. Okay, so something you said earlier is very true and very astute. You said that diversity leads to conflict, and that's a really good point. However, fuck, I don't know.
Wait,
the
do you
names.
agree with
So
that, though?
Don over here brought up that there are all sorts of racially homogenous countries, and there are countries around the world right now in current genocides that are very homogenous when it comes to race. And you very correctly and very intelligently pointed out, well, hold on, people can have a diversity of religious thought, of cultural opinion, of different types of backgrounds, of different forms of government. These people can all fight. That is true. But what you fail to realize is that if you were to eliminate the diversity of race in some country, well, there would be other diverse aspects you'd have to fight on. So what is your goal at the end of the day? Are you going to try to eliminate the 1 million different ways that a country can be diverse, or are you only fixated on eliminating one of those diversities where other types of diversities can still lead to things like genocide? And if you are going to eliminate just one, why? If there are still
what are you
people that are
talking
genociding
about?
them,
What are
part
you
of that doesn't
talking
make
about?
sense?
Here's what doesn't make sense. Here's what doesn't make sense.
Hold on. I think Destiny's making perfect sense, but he's building it on a valid point that you made. That when people have different beliefs, I believe that is what is at the heart of the matter. It's different beliefs, different ideologies, different moral codes, right? I think that is what is at the heart of all of the conflict, No
more comments from me. Thank you for interacting with us. I pray for you, America, and you. God bless you, brother. And you can keep commenting, man. That's what we're here for. We're here to Discord, man. Let me know what y'all think in the comments, man. Rest of the chat. Let me get some more comments. Matter of fact, a lot of y'all just watching. But let us carry on, man.
Conjunction with what are those moral codes? What is your morality based upon? If it isn't based upon something solid, then even in a society where there might be a degree of homogeny in terms of ideologies and religions, you might still see a lot of violence happening in that area. You look at a place like Afghanistan, right, which has a lot of homogeny in both the ethnicity of the people and the religious beliefs, but still one of the most violent countries in the world, far more violent.
Okay, brother, you was definitely right earlier when you said that. Okay, brother, I like the intellect.
Then what we can say, far more violent than America, far less diverse than America. At least
That's
we can look at that.
It's
and
far less diverse.
We can still identify
that debunks the whole argument.
It's far more violent. Why is that? It's because the moral codes that their culture is built upon allows for that. Or at least the people in charge, what the people in charge believe. You know what I mean? So the people with all the guns.
Okay.
So
I want to move on from this race discussion because I think it's mostly wait. I want to move on because
what you mean you want to move on? This the beans, this the tea. Like, come on.
I think it's like Destiny and Nick going back and forth trying to
because I want to actually.
Sneako don't really got the facts and the statistics to add on to. He want to talk about some shit he could put his input in.
I want to say one thing on the matter because I know they've all had their chance. I want to say one thing on the matter.
Thing,
so you said oftentimes diversity leads to conflict, and as a result of so much tribal matters going on in Africa, that leads to a lot of the interpersonal conflict between.
Hollywood glorifies stuff, though. Yes, Hollywood definitely glorifies these things, and they make it seem way bigger than it actually is, so they can drive the race narrative. This is you see it mostly with the Democrats on the left side of the argument, because race is how they keep getting into office. They know minorities have a psychological connection to this race war and the word racism within itself. When they hear this shit, they instantly get triggered, and then we end up voting for someone like Biden. Even though Biden's okay, let me not even say too much. Get the stream taken out. Let us carry on.
In a lot of the communities, but I would say like the main differences that exist between different tribes within Ethiopia, for example, aren't that drastically different than the differences that exist in America between someone from Texas and New York, someone from Sicily and Milan, someone from Paris and Toulouse. Those people feel so drastically different about their identity and their community, and that is a difference it's pretty much the same thing as tribalism, just by based off where you live geographically. So my question is, if you feel like diversity leads to so much conflict, how come you're not seeing that replicate in a lot of these countries, which I would argue are just as diverse in regards to how they think about things and how they view things politically?
Well,
very good point.
I would say, I want to say something, I'll answer that, but about Destiny. And here's the issue always with the debate. Here's how it always goes. There's always this string where it goes, okay, there are races. races are real. If there's difference, then there's a possibility for conflict. All of that has sort of been conceded, but Destiny goes, okay, well, that's great. So why do you want to eliminate race? And it's like, I never said that, okay? And I came on the stream saying, this is my understanding. My understanding is that I don't like necessarily making a country more multicultural, more multiracial, because while you may bring in diversity, which is good in some regards, it also tends to create destabilization and chaos and problems. And so we need to understand the problem. I never came on here and said, we need to eliminate I never said that. I never said we need to eradicate diversity or eradicate difference. What I said, in fact, was that, like Sneako said, America is a multiracial country. We're going to have to figure out how to get along together. But to understand that, we need to understand difference. We need to understand how people are in their human nature. Tribalism is an unfortunate fact of human nature. People like people that are similar to them. That's just a fact of human nature. We unfortunately can't eradicate that. Wish we could, then we could create heaven on earth. We can't create heaven on earth. We need to understand each other to make a harmonious, prosperous society. Now, as far as what was your question again? It was about.
But I think the issue that everyone here is having is that you're trying to say there's this huge separation along racial lines. But what most of us here would argue is that somebody who's black and lives in Texas would have more in common with the white person living in Texas than they would with someone from New York. So
that's completely correct.
I don't understand why there's such a fixation on race when really it's a matter of geography and localized culture more than it is about race. I don't know why you and Sneako are like, yeah, I think things would be better if black stayed there or whatever stayed there. I think they would still have equal amount of conflict. But
I mean, that's a good question. But
all we have to do, and you go by Cozy?
Yes.
The problem is oppression levels in different countries don't mix. What do you mean by that? The problem is oppression levels in different countries don't mix. Elaborate.
Cozy TV.
Okay, Cozy.
Oh, no, that's not my name. My name's Nick. That's my website.
Okay. Yes, pleasure to meet. I'll meet you.
Nice to meet you.
All right. Yeah, my question is though, but does the race get in the way of your ability to, interact peacefully and happily with other people from other races and other ideologies?
Not for me, and it shouldn't for a person. But when we're talking about a country, we're talking about a country of 300 million people. And so when you're forcing a large
people, right?
What's that?
If there were 300 million individual, all right, let's put it like this. If there were 300 million people like you, then there would be at least no violence as a result of racial differences. Are we?
No, because I'm a nice guy. I'm a sweetie, and I'm a peaceful person.
So the point
probably
is
not
really.
See, so he just admitted that it really doesn't have anything to do with race, because the way he substantiated that statement was by saying I'm a nice guy. He didn't say it's because I'm white and I'd be around a whole bunch of whites. He said because I'm a nice guy. So that goes right back to ideologies, beliefs, and the content of the character. It has nothing to do with race necessarily.
It's not about you. It's not about the color of your skin or your race. It's about your morality. It's about your decision making. What's right? What's wrong? How do we treat other people? Isn't that what it all comes down to?
Different states, different countries and states have different freedoms. Well, that is very true. That does play a very big role. But I think, I don't know, for some reason, the crime is the violence seems to be lower in countries with more strict laws. The more freedom, it seems, the more violent that things seem to get. You see what America looks like compared to, like you could say Uganda, or you could say Kenya even. Not to say that they don't have crime and that crime isn't, frivolous there too. It's just not to the extent of the freer countries. Not to say that those countries aren't even free though. I'm just saying they have stricter laws than the U.S. or even like Russia, for instance. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if matter of fact, I can't even say Russia because I don't know the statistics on that, but I'd imagine they have less crime there in Russia.
Well,
Somebody correct me if I'm wrong though.
You could say that, but the thing is that, human beings have a tendency to fight with each other. And you can say that we could
crime, but conflict within the races, but they're all majority white. So you know what I'm saying? Maybe that's a null void argument.
Say that sitting down here, but what happens when what would happen if you and I were living in the same house? Mm-hmm. That's the kind of concept. When you and I are on a Discord call, we're sort of strangers, we're talking about ideas, that's great. But what if we're living in the same house and there's a fight over, who gets to shower?
Yes, indeed. Ideology does come from oppression schemes from the rulers. So it basically does depend on the type of leader that you have. But you could argue though in every government that there's a certain level of corruption that they have to drive the ideology as the leader of the nation. That's kind of part of the job.
when, and who gets this seat on the couch, and who. These are the kinds of things that happen in a dense.
Wait, do you
in
think
an
you'd fight
urban
with him because he's
population.
black over that?
I didn't mean to say less crime. I meant to say like less conflict between the races. Russia and China is ruthless. I mean, they're ruthless from what we see in mainstream media. Like you said, there's corruption in the media, there's corruption in the government. Or they're ruthless to what we see, but I mean, we don't know what's really going on behind those doors. The U.S. is going to make it always. It's like what they did with Iran. They're going to make it seem like it's not okay. That's a bad example because Iran is kind of ruthless. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know. The people in never mind. You're right. You're 100% right. They are a little more ruthless there. I take that back. My point is, if we were all raised like Americans, world wars probably wouldn't happen. I think if we were all raised like Americans, there'd be more conflict. Americans are too liberal, have too much freedom, and don't really coincide with one another. I think it'd be worse if everybody was raised like Americans. And America is one of the most, you could argue it's one of the most godless places. We have not too many ideologies. Nobody really follows religion and is strict to it nowadays. So I don't know. I don't know if I can agree with that statement.
Fight about stuff like that. And
hold. I want to hear the answer to Destiny's question.
Well, yeah. Would you fight more with a black person over who gets to use the shower?
Yes. And here's why. Because
what?
Let him.
He said you will fight more with a black person over who gets to use the shower. Let me see where Nick is going with this, because he might blow my mind with some crazy point or something before I even talk shit. Let me see where he's going with this.
Let him answer.
Hey, look, listen. Hey, here's the thing.
Let him answer. I want to hear it.
If you believe in the same ideology as Visa, MasterCard, and Disney and the Federal Reserve,
like, when you say, never mind, let me let him talk.
And everybody is exactly the same, and racial conflict isn't real, and race isn't real, then yeah, that's fucking hilarious. We could all laugh about it, and we can wonder why
what happens in
going
jail?
down the tubes right now.
But here's the thing. Side with in prison? White people stick with the white people, black people stick with black people, and they're obviously going to fight a white person. A black person going to fight with a white person, and a white person going to.
Prison is not a good example. Like prison, that's what you want to take it to.
Fight with the black person.
Like, well,
hold on. Why are we talking about prison?
Because prison is where people gang up. That's when we don't have like discord, and that's where people act in their natural state. People are very likely to.
Prison is literally the least natural place you can be. You're literally locked in there with more rules than any other part of society.
Fighting for your survival.
Prison is literally the least natural environment for a human being.
Why is that we gang up by race in jail?
The reason they do that.
Less freedom means more government corruption. Plus, we're both right. We need some kind of balance. Right. That's what it is, really. I mean, it's a give and take type of thing. Less freedom does definitely mean more government corruption, but more freedom could mean more public corruption. So it's a give and take kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? It's not really an end all be all. So yeah, we're both on the same side, basically.
That's just because of tribalism in a survival-like environment. If I threw people in the jungle and then they only had a few morsels to feed off, I'd imagine they find some ways, either men with the men or tall people and big strong people with the big strong people.
But they find ways. They pick race. So doesn't that apply to Nick's logic?
Well, here, let me explain what I was trying to say by the house example. The point is, proximity and competition over resources creates racial conflict. That's my point. And this is what goes on in a city. In a city, you've got large groups of different kinds of people living together, and then you get things like racial inequality. Then you get things like income inequality. And then guess what happens? The black people start to say, well, hang on. Why is it that our income is low compared to the white people? Why is it that our unemployment is high compared to the white people? This is where resentment and animus begins, because of the natural difference between people. Difference in cultures, behaviors, habits, customs.
Difference in genes.
Kinds of
That's
things.
what you mean. Difference in genetics.
Because they're different, Destiny. They're different on many levels.
Well, just say what you mean. You mean difference in genetics.
Destiny, you're such a rat the way you debate.
I just want you to be clear.
Sneaky.
You mean
we have sneaky.
I'm not being sneaky.
We have sneaky. You're sneaky. Because
I'm just trying to be. When you said, I just want to be clear. What we're talking about. We don't.
Hey, shout out, white on white violence. W in the chat. Let's go.
Just need to get out of here.
Hang on, because we could argue.
I'm just saying. Let's just be clear. When we say black people are different, we mean culturally. We mean biologically different. You mean biologically different.
That's a completely different conversation. We could argue if the difference.
Yeah, more freedom, more violence and degeneracy. Yeah, like he was saying earlier, it's a give and take type of thing. With the more freedom comes this problem, but more rules comes with their problems too. People don't want to feel oppressed, but people can't be too free because, like, yeah, us, we might fucking get along, and us with all the logical people might get along, but we have to account for all the idiots too. There's some motherfuckers in this world that are just not gonna get along. Motherfuckers are gonna abuse that freedom and take advantage of motherfuckers. Are gonna try to you guys know how that shit goes. So it's a give and take type of thing. I don't know what the real solution could be, but let us carry on.
Differences come from history or whether they come from genetics, that's a separate conversation.
You're a
The
race
point
realist,
is
so they
there's
come from
difference.
genetics.
The
Yeah.
point is there's difference, and you're derailing this because you don't like what I'm saying.
No, it's the
The
point.
point is people are different. People are different. People living in Chicago are different. Little Village is different than Inglewood. Inglewood is different than Lincoln Park. Now, we could debate about why they're different.
What
The
makes
point
them
is they're different.
What makes
And
them
over
different,
time,
though?
because they're forced to be in proximity, there will be conflict between them. And
Makes
that
it-
is borne out by the history of the United States of America, which is a history in some sense of racial.
Legalizing psychedelics helps end mental illness. Fighting over resources can end, but mean people can't get rich and milk us. Yeah, I mean, there's always gonna be those people that want to take advantage of that type of thing. There's never gonna be equal resources. When people know that they can profit off of the resources, they're gonna take advantage of that kind of thing. That's just always how the world works. There's always a dark side to humanity. So, and I kind of agree with you on the psychedelics. At the same time, some people might have used them, but I don't know. I'm not against psychedelics. I think that they could probably help a lot of people, and I think that they don't do too much damage based on, the psychedelics. So I don't know. I think it maybe could help people, but I don't know. I can't say that. I'm not too educated when it comes to psychedelics. Your boy done tried some shrooms in his day, you know what I'm saying? But maybe you're onto something with that, brother.
Conflict. And that started when the Europeans settled in the North American continent and fought with the Indians. That's true when they fought with the
Y'all gotta just watch it, man. Make sure y'all hit that sub, man.
Mexicans. That's true when they fought. It's a constant history of tribal fighting. And the question is not, do we eliminate difference? Do we eliminate, because you can't do that. The point is, do we eliminate diversity? Because we can't do that. The question is, what kinds of policies do we want in a country? Do we want policies in a country that are going to destabilize America with too much diversity? Or do we want a more sensible policy where we can try to get a grip on the kinds of conflicts that we already have?
Okay.
So that's
Deal
the
with
point
the
I'm
heart
trying
of
to
the
make.
matter. I think that's what it all comes down to. Because you're talking about proximity, right? And like I've lived with like two different white families just as a result of me. I'm an immigrant, wasn't living with my family, going to college, live with white people. We got along just fine. They're like family to me. And so the point I'm making is, what mattered though wasn't the color of their skin and the color of my skin. What mattered, and it wasn't even cultural because they're Californians, Jamaican, completely different lifestyle ideologies. What mattered at the end of the day was that their morals were founded on good values, good solid values, and so are mine. And I'm not a thief, I'm not a liar, I'm not a hateful person. Same goes for them. So it was easy to get along. So the difference is that all it really comes down are to the matters of the heart. And it's not as if like you just take anybody from Chicago, like what you're saying, and you take anybody from, I don't know, East Village or wherever you mentioned, and put them together, that automatically means they're going to have conflict. Not if their values, their morality is aligned, and those morals are based on good, solid morals. Mm-hmm. And so that's really what it is. So I agree with you. Yes, the solution is not to try and,
Don, I'm not sure how much you agreed. Did you know that Nick is a Catholic?
Yeah, I was just about to say that. He's literally Catholic.
Wow. Well, I mean, that's not surprising.
So we're supposed to fight now? See? So now I guess the problem with that.
No. I got to bring it back. Don, you want to hear something crazy? This
What?
man identifies with being Catholic more than he does white, but he wouldn't marry a black Catholic woman over a Russian Buddhist.
Yeah, well, that's.
But are psychedelics okay? You said addiction to opioids. It might be needed for a junkie problem, but would the junkies get addicted to the psychedelics though? Would that be another problem, or is that not how are psychedelics not as addictive? I mean, the shroomies damn sure is. I'll tell you that much. You know what I'm saying? Let's see, discouraged and empowerment, the fight of good and evil, of course.
That's because Catholicism is You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yo, tell him, Don. Tell him that. Yo, put him on that
Hang on,
soldier of
hang
God
on.
shit.
Uh-oh.
So, well, wait a second. You're telling me all this stuff about the heart and the heart, Don, the heart, and we're all supposed to hold hands and sing together. But but you don't care for Catholicism.
Yeah, there's obviously a problem going on in your heart if you feel those ways. That is not.
Okay, there you go. There it is. There it is.
So, yes, and that's that. I'm confirming what I said, and what you're saying right now. It's all about the heart. It's all
So,
about.
Nick, do you not think you're contradicting the Bible by everything you're saying?
Which part?
Love your enemy like your
Hey,
neighbor.
you got a good point, brother. I'm not even gonna argue with that. You would rather be addicted to the shroomies than Fetty. I'm not gonna argue with that. That is 100% facts. That's 100% facts. But at the same time, too, the only downside with psychedelics is it raises your dopamine levels and female serotonin levels so high that like when you come off of that shit, you feel depressed. Is that just me? I think that's everybody. It raises your, like, you're just so happy off of that shit. You're so enlightened that when you come back sober, you're almost depressed and like blunt and down for so long because you're not used to your dopamine levels being back to regulated levels because you were just used to being at this amplified, almost enlightened phase. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know if that's just me or how do you feel about that, brother? You ever tried them?
Love your neighbor.
He says he loves everybody.
There's multiple instances in the Bible where
He says he
because
loves
Jesus is literally Hebrew. He messes with Roman soldiers, all these different races. Israel was just a melting pot of so many different people and so many different cultures, and we're supposed to live like Jesus. Does it not say in Catholic? Isn't it Catholic people you have to live like Jesus? Yes or no?
Yeah.
I mean,
But you're talking about separating when Jesus lived with all these different races. So how you like?
Okay, but all I'm saying is that people are different. Okay, races are real. And people are different, and difference leads to conflict. And so as a country, we need to manage that. I'm not saying I treat like I've been kind to you
But
guys.
who needs to
I would
manage that?
treat people differently based on the race.
But he needs to manage that. Like who? Because you said there has to be a culture in power for everything to run. So there has to be more people. There have to be more people in higher positions of that culture or of that race. So
you said only because you're new, like getting in cold water. I mean, do you does it regulate? It's just I don't know. Every time I've done it, like it brings you to this amplified phase, and that next day the come down is terrible because you're just like, fuck, I'm so like blunt and everything's so bland, and you're not as like happy and excited, and it's just even though that's your regular state, it's just when you're elevated to such a high level, you want to just get back to that high level. You want to feel that true happiness and enlightenment all the time. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, maybe it's because I don't have any issues really to work out, and I just use it as like a little happy amplifier. So maybe you're right, brother. Maybe you are, and maybe there's different types too. Like I know this, there's definitely probably different strands of that shit. So maybe it's just whatever the type that I'm using or I have used in the past. I don't do it anymore.
what race do you think needs to be in power here in America?
I didn't say that. I said there needs to be.
You literally said that earlier.
I said there needs to be a cultural and a demographic core. I said
what should the cultural and demographic core of America be? What race?
It should be white. It should be white.
Okay.
The cultural and demographic. But hang on. But you're
let's
talking
go.
about something completely different.
You were doing so good.
Let's go. Hey, boys, we got. I'll just play that.
Your depression comes from your lack of ability to match your heightened senses and confidence. See, that's the funny thing. Me, naturally sober, I'm never depressed ever. Like that's the thing about me. I'm such an exhilarant person. I don't even smoke weed anymore. I'm very like, you know what I'm saying? I like to talk. I love people. I'm never depressed. It's just when I get off of like that stuff, it makes me almost feel like I am. And that's not even really me. Like on the come down, it almost makes you feel like you are. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know, man. I don't know if that's just me. Like, it's not even really like a depressed thing. It's just you feel bland. Like you're not as like exhilarated about life after you just fucking like travel to like 6 different dimensions. You know what I'm saying? The more you trip, you learn how to have the confidence and heightened senses sober. See, that's not what I'm saying. I have it sober. It's just I'm saying when I do that stuff, the come down makes me like that. You know what I'm saying? Like I have it sober. I'm like that sober. I don't need that stuff. I don't even do that stuff. I've only done it like maybe 2 times in my life. But I'm just saying the come down because when you compare it, like this is your regular state, right? Let me fucking amplify my screen. This is your regular state. When you off the shroomy, you get to here, and then you come back to regular state, and that creates the illusion of bland depression. You know what I'm saying? It creates the illusion because you're regularly here and this is confident. But when you get here and this is super duper happy or whatever the fuck, and then you come back here and within comparison, it seems like that even though you're not really. So I don't know. Because naturally, regularly, I'm fine. I don't really even do psychedelics or drugs or anything like that. But you get what I'm saying?
See, the thing is, what Destiny is doing is trying to derail it by lobbing bombs in here because it's actually.
Let me go after him real quick,
complex.
okay? Let me go after him.
And here's why. Because it's actually a complex conversation, but he's going to appeal to a lot of people's preconceived notions, which is based on liberal propaganda. So that people go for the ready-made. He said this. It's like, but it's complex.
Okay, so let me.
Can I just say one thing? Nick, would you admit now if this call's gone long that you actually identify more with your whiteness than you do your religious identity?
Not at all. Not even a little bit.
I mean, but it says right here in
how did that stop? Is it just like a tolerance thing or something? Because I don't know. It's not even, I don't know. The come down makes me kind of weird. I don't know. That's why I just stopped that stuff. I'd rather be happy all the time than super happy and then sad. You know what I'm saying? So I just like, fuck it, let me stop. But I wonder how you managed to do that, brother.
Matthew 22, right? Teacher, which is the greatest commandment in the law? And he said to them, you shall love the Lord.
What city everybody in, man? What state y'all city y'all in, man? Matter of fact, I'm acting like everybody from my city in Columbus.
God with all your heart and with all your soul and with all your mind. This is the great and foremost commandment. The second is like it, you shall love your neighbor as yourself.
Yeah, but he wants to make all of his neighbors. He wants to make all of his neighbors white. So that's
Nick.
I gotta use the bathroom. I'm about to let this plan be back in the flag.
How did you feel when Obama was in power and the first lady was Michelle? How did you feel when in 8 years of blackness, the White House was the Black House?
If you identify with your Christian faith, right, or with your Catholic faith, and in Catholicism, you identify Jesus Christ as God, right, as Lord and Savior.
Yes.
Right, and so if your God, he who created you and the entire world that you live in, commands you, right? It says, transgression of the law is sin. And he says, if you love me, you will obey my commandments. And so if God says he commands you to love your neighbor to the exact same extent that you love yourself, you don't believe that the way you're talking right now is contradicting that? You think Jesus would be in agreement with you?
In what way is what I'm saying contradicting that?
Do you think that the views you are...
No, please don't ask me. Don't answer a question with the question. What if I said that contradicts what you just read from the Bible?
You literally said that you don't agree with race mixing. You feel like everybody should be separate. You feel like one race should be in power.
Okay, you said all those things, and I've said that I don't believe all those things, but yet you keep saying them for some reason.
You literally just reiterated that. You said people should be literally said that.
Nick, I got it.
Well, I just want to be real clear, just because you come here for early, Brent mentioned, okay, just real quick, and then you guys go. It's not even a question. So this is something you should keep in mind, okay? Whenever I'm asking you questions, Nick, I'm just asking you to clarify your positions. I'm not accusing you of anything. Even the phone call, I'm just saying, did you say this? Did you do this? Do you believe this? That's all I'm asking.
You just misrepresented the question.
If it makes you
just misrepresented it on accident.
See how you won't let me finish talking? It's because it's making you uncomfortable.
Because you're lying. Because it's
making you uncomfortable.
You're always just asking questions, but what you do is you misrepresent it, and everybody.
Now you have to go on another ramble because you're uncomfortable. That's what you're doing right now. You're rambling because you're uncomfortable.
You tell lies, but you can finish your lies.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it's not. I haven't lied. I'm not even making a statement.
You did.
All I'm saying. See how you're uncomfortable? So all I'm doing is I'm asking you a question to clarify your position. If it makes you uncomfortable to clarify your positions, that's your problem, not mine. If you ever feel like for the rest of this call, whenever we talk, that I'm asking you an unfair question, feel free to turn around and ask me the exact same question, and I will give you a real answer, like a real person. And I won't sit here and go on a 17-minute tangent where I redefine 50 words and talk about, in 1776, blah, 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 blah. That's all I'm saying, because early.
Whenever about can't, then you ship out, man. Shout out to you for tuning in.
Nick is accusing me of obfuscating. I'm not obfuscating. I'm just asking for clarification. You're the one that has to obfuscate every time you start to dance around an uncomfortable topic, like trying to say that black people are intrinsically.
Hey, I find it like really funny that like it's Nick and Destiny that's mainly arguing, and they're really both white. Like I find that very like comical that Destiny's just like the liberal voice.
Biologically different than white people on a call with 4 other black people. So I'm just trying to make sure that you're being honest with what you believe.
I'm not dancing around that. I said that.
Nick, do you think that white people should control America?
How are we different? Well,
hang on.
Hold on.
What does that mean? White people should control.
I'm asking you. Should white people be in charge of America?
What does that mean? In what way?
Oh my God.
Should they be the cultural? Should they be the race that's in charge? Should they be the dominant race? Should they be the majority? Should every
Nick know damn well he know exactly what they asking him.
other race be the
He's trying to figure out how he's gonna answer it.
minority? Should they be the people in power? Should there be a white president? Should there be a white people in Congress? The majority? Should the police officers be white? Should judges be white? Should the people teaching be white? Is that your ideal America? Yes or no?
No. What
Okay.
I'm saying is, hang on, because here.
But wait,
And Destiny says I go on a 17-minute tangent. Here's why I have to go on a 17-minute tangent, because the question, should white people control America, doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. So what I've said is there should be a cultural and demographic white core, which means I don't think that we should have a country that's majority minority. Does that mean that there can be no black police officers? Like, how does that doesn't even make any sense.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
When I go through and explain that, I'm being accused of, well, you're just dancing around.
Okay, we can have a couple black cops. That's cool. But the people that can make laws, that can make changes,
yes,
what should they be?
They could be other people. They could be people. Honestly, I don't.
Who should the majority be? Look at how he's running from the question. Who should the majority be?
The majority of Americans. I think that we should have a white majority. I think that we should not transform our white majority country with immigration.
Okay, but we're talking about power now, the power structure.
Hold on. And there's a difference.
Let Don ask his question.
Just saying, we already have the system you're describing: a white majority, right? A white cultural core.
Yeah.
I don't get what.
Essentially, we already have that system in play.
We got a few black people in a few places, a few, diversity in a few places. That's exactly what you're describing. The way how is America different now than how you're describing it?
Well, we have a few problems. The problem is that America is rapidly being transformed by immigration. And what you need to understand is that historically, America.
I ain't gonna lie. I'm not. I always think I'm gonna be productive, but I'm not when I do that. You know what I'm saying? I always be just so lost in the sauce because it's some rare shit to me. It's new to me. I don't really do that shit. So I just always be so lost in the sauce and never really wholly productive, to be honest with you.
Was a white country. And in the past 30 years that America.
I haven't mastered that yet.
Is becoming less so because of mass immigration. And by the way, this is not just bad for white people. It's also bad for black people. It's bad for it's true. It's bad for every Native American that's living in America. And here's why.
I was just saying the reason why white people are getting replaced or getting
Wait, Don, let him finish what he was saying. That's Nick, what were you saying? Finish what you were saying.
I'm saying that what we could talk about things in the abstract, or we could talk about things as they are. And what's happening right now is that the country is being completely transformed with immigration. People that don't speak the language, people that have no roots here, people that don't share our religion, et cetera, et cetera. That's the gist of what I'm saying. We're talking about the diversity problem. The diversity problem is not that the country's 13% black. The diversity problem is that you've got millions and millions and millions of people coming here every year for 30 years with no sign of stopping. And we're going to have a country that's alien to us. We're Americans.
Can you give me one example in your life experience how some Mexican immigrant has changed your quality of life in any way?
I'll give you a perfect example. The city of Chicago used to be a city that was built by Italians and Irish and Polish and Czech and that kind of thing. And neighborhoods that my parents grew up in are now completely different because of immigration, completely transformed. And, in Little Italy, in an Italian suburb where my mom grew up.
A house to immigrants? Or
do you even live in Chicago?
I live in the suburbs of Chicago.
Okay, so you live in, okay.
I'm saying if white people aren't there anymore, it's because those white people sold those houses, right? They don't just take them from the good white people and give them to the.
But the same thing happened. What you were just talking about. Same things happened with gentrification.
He's saying that like immigrants or just black people just taking the houses or something. Like they're selling them and then somebody's buying them. Like, come on now, you're not getting pushed out. You're leaving.
There'll be black neighborhoods and they raise the tax, the property taxes.
I was just saying that the reason why those neighborhoods look different is because those white people have sold those houses. And people of color bought those houses.
Hold on.
Indeed, brother. The power structure is only efficient if we have the best people running the structure. It doesn't really matter necessarily your color, and you know what I'm saying? And it kind of helps to have diversity so we can know everybody's best interests. I'm not saying diversity is essential. I mean, it is kind of essential. Actually, it is essential because we do need to know everybody's. Where did the WASP all live? What the fuck does that even mean? Where did the WASPs all live? Who is the WASPS?
Nick's about to explain why they sold those houses. Go ahead, Nick.
Well, not even necessarily that, but it's to say, like, you know, how would you feel if, like, your childhood home was bought and your childhood neighbor was bought up and it just changed completely? I mean, you could say, like, well, it happened because those people sold those houses, but it's still something that would be disconcerting. And that's happening on the national level.
Why is it disconcerting?
Because there's a word for this. It's called oikophilia, which is your love of home. Your love of home is something that is intrinsic to all people. We love ourselves, we love our families, we love our God, and we love our home. And what's happening to America is our home. America is not just a place where you go to the mall and hang out. America is our home. And America is being fundamentally changed. And it's not even just quality of life. It's not just quantitative, it's qualitatively. America is being fundamentally transformed, and it's becoming unrecognizable to the people that made it, to us, the people that inhabit it now and grew up in it. And that's something is being lost there. And, you know, we could describe why that's happening or whatever in very mechanical terms, but I want to preserve the America, not necessarily because nations have to change. Things.
White Anglo-Saxon Protestants? I don't even know who the fuck they are. I'm not gonna lie to you. You might have to educate me on that. I'm not gonna speak on what I don't know. Matter of fact, let me look it up real quick on my phone. Let us carry on.
Things have to change. But we want to preserve the fundamentals of what our home is like. And
Yo, what is it?
Can I ask you one quick question?
Go ahead,
Jidion.
So you hate when other nations, like there's an established race, there's established culture. You hate when another race and culture change the establishment that was already made to something new, right?
I think something is lost. I think there's.
But you hate when that happens, right?
You don't like it. It's actually what we say.
We don't need to. I don't think it matters. We say hate or dislike. It's just something is being lost. Someone is losing.
So you said this is our home, right, America? Mm-hmm. So the same thing happened to the Native Americans here. They were here first. This was their home. This was their culture. Then Europeans came over. So by your same logic, Europeans are wrong for what they did.
Well, it's interesting that you bring that up because typically people wouldn't bring up the example of the Indians as somebody. I mean, you're essentially saying like, oh, America's being destroyed, but America destroyed the Indians. It's like, yeah. And you know, and that was a different time, you know, and conquest was still happening and the world was being settled.
Can't you say today's a different time?
Yeah, I think today we realize that that's wrong. I think that today
is it just change? Is just a natural change of the world?
Yeah, in some sense, these are.
Yeah, that'd be, man. Like, if we could, it's just hard to like that. We could. It'd be hard to really decipher that to find the least corrupt in every race or whatever it may be. It just really is hard to find non-corrupt people in the society that we live in today. It just is. But I'd love to see that. Let's see. Not knowing what the WASP is, mad. Nick in Chicago was run by Irish, Italians, Polish, and Jewish, but didn't mention the WASPS. Interesting. I have to do some more research on that. Maybe I shouldn't even be saying these words, or they're going to blackball my stream.
Are the forces of history, but as an American, I want to fight against that. America rewrote the history books and said, okay, we took over the continent and that's a great thing. But yeah, the Indians lost. Something was lost. Indian civilization, American Indian civilization was lost. It was wiped out. The people were wiped out. The culture was wiped out.
It's not making sense because that's just how it's going right now. Like it's just history repeats itself. It doesn't matter who it is or what race is overwhelming. History repeats itself.
I'm sure the Indians don't feel too good about that. As an American, I don't want America to be wiped out like the Indians were. Now you could say, oh, well, but that happened to the Indians. Okay, well, I don't want that to happen to me. And if you're comparing, that's not a very favorable comparison saying, well, immigrants erasing America is like Americans erasing the Indians.
But we should prevent it. You know, hold on. History repeats itself. It always happens.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. Destiny was waiting. So Destiny,
yeah, so just like as a real quick thing. So this is something that I push back historically against Nick. I never get a good answer to this, and there's never a good answer to this. There's two huge problems with this idea of preserving American character. Okay, one, even with a racial homogeneity, countries are still going to change, and they're even going to change because of other cultures. You've got media from other countries, you've got songs on YouTube from other countries, you got all sorts of stuff. So your culture.
If you look at every racist history, they were all cannibals, and now they're just royal cannibals. I don't know about that. Where are you getting that from, brother?
There's always going to.
I mean, there was definitely some cannibals, but everybody.
You can never freeze it. Number one. Number two, there is absolutely no consistent culture across the United States of America. Again, like you're going to find greater differences between like one person in America versus another person in America, as opposed to like America versus a whole other country, right? Like if you take a gay dude from San Francisco and compare him to like some, you know, white farmer dude in like Georgia, these are going to be people that are so, it's going to be more different than like a fucking Somalian and somebody living in LA sometimes. Like the difference is going to be huge. So I don't
emphasis on that fucking Somalian. Okay.
don't believe in this idea of preserving this consistent American culture. People can come from all over the world and find some place in the United States that you can fit in. And the culture is always going to be changing anyway. You're never going to freeze it. It's never happened in any country in the world. So I don't know why that would be the goal. It's unrealistic. I feel like you're always doing this thing where you have problems in the world, and people do this all the time. People on the left do this. Women will blame the patriarchy for every single problem in life. Progressives will blame racism for every single problem with black people. And then conservatives, on the other hand, will blame like the media or Jews for everything. Or in your case, it's racial mixing. But the reality is that if we fixed all of your racial problems right now, we either exported all the black people, we curbed immigration, we did everything we wanted, all the same problems would still exist. You'd still have violence in inner cities. You'd still have the animosity between city and rural people. Absolutely. Getting rid of the racial minorities, getting rid of that stuff, that's not going to fix any of the problems in the United States. You're still going to have problems with the media. You're still going to have problems trusting the electoral process. You're still going to have problems between city people, rural people. It's all going to exist. It's just a cheap excuse that
I have to agree with Destiny on that.
you use so that people can feel like they've got the one answer that solves everything.
So Destiny,
the
what's
same
your
way that
answer?
feminists blame men for everything.
Destiny,
What?
To add on to what Destiny just said about you're talking about how there needs to be a consistency of culture. Even with America, there was never a consistency of culture even after the Americans took over. I mean, the Europeans took over America. Because look at
the Federal Reserve was created by Jake Lee's Islands. You truly don't know much history. Maybe that's true, brother. Maybe that's true.
during the Civil War, there was a complete different culture from the South and the North. That's why they had a Civil War. So you're talking.
Yeah, the Mayans sacrificed people, but were they eating people? I don't think I ever read about the Mayans eating people.
About we need to preserve it when there was never nothing to preserve in the first place because no one was ever in one.
Every people sacrifice people, but I never heard about the Mayans eating their own people.
Mindset.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna go Nick and then Don.
Okay. Yeah. The thing is, I don't think anybody's. I said that. I said to Destiny's point. Destiny said, "Well, countries always change." Yeah, countries do change, but what we're talking about is tens of millions of immigrants in a generation. It's a big difference. And the change that would happen without tens of millions of immigrants is different than the change with all those people. So nobody's saying that societies don't change over time. I never said that societies don't change over time or vary in different places. Of course they do. But the problem is the erasure of the American national character. You could say that the national character.
So J Keel, is that how you say that? J Keel? J Keel's Island is where the cannibals, Native Americans lived. I'm gonna have to do some research on that after this stream. You guys are bringing me some things that weren't up to my knowledge. They ate their hearts, didn't they? Oh goddamn! They were definitely a dominant WASP culture at one time. I mean, who knows? Maybe they turned into, you know what I mean? But I'm gonna have to do some research on that. I don't like speaking on things I'm not too well versed on. But you guys are educating me.
Is diverse. True. You could say that the national character has changed over time. Also true. What's happening now is not the American character changing over time organically. We're talking about.
How are you so well versed on these ancient civilizations? I'm low-key impressed. I'm taking down some notes so I can do my research before I speak on it. They worshipped Hadad.
Like, for example, 2 million illegal border crossings, 5 million illegal border crossings since Biden became president. We're talking about people that don't speak English. We're talking about people by the millions coming in from Asia that aren't Christian. We're talking about people that didn't share any kind of common experience. At least the Europeans all had a common experience, relatively speaking, in Europe. And at least the Americans that inhabited the American continent had it. What do you mean, what? What do you
that
mean,
is hold on. You have no understanding.
Hang on. Wait, no, you hold on. Let me finish. This guy.
Only an American could say some retarded shit like Europeans all have the same history. It's one of the dumbest things you can. It's one of the most American things you can ever say.
But yeah, please jump in with your low IQ rebuttals because your ideology is built on.
Sorry, that's my inner Cuban part talking. My bad.
30 seconds. 30 seconds, and we go to Don. Go ahead, finish it.
So the point is, obviously, Europeans have more in common with each other than they have with people in India. That's the point I'm making. It's a question about proximity. And so the idea is America is a certain way, and now it is being fundamentally transformed by millions of diverse people speaking diverse languages, diverse ethnicities, diverse religions.
Nick seems to have like a mad prejudice against anybody that's not white. Like, God damn, like, what's wrong with diversity? Like, it's 2022. It's way too late to turn back. If the white people would have never colonized the fucking world, then we wouldn't have to be worried about this. So, Nick, you got to blame your own people for that. You're the ones that colonized the world. And shit, you don't see the natives complaining like we were speaking on earlier. This is really the natives' land, if you want to get technical, right? So, like, this is just funny to me. And even whites are immigrants to this land, if you want to get technical.
And America is going to be unrecognizable to everybody watching this right now within a century. And that's unacceptable.
Okay. All right. Yo, Jidion, tell that man to put on some pants. Go ahead, Don.
Yeah, I mean,
I will, Abba. I will.
Yeah, personally, what is destroying this country?
America is controlled by pagans. Even Christians are pagans. I wouldn't go. I could say that America is controlled by pagans, but I wouldn't go as far to say all Christians are pagans. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know about that. I wouldn't go as far to say all Christians are pagans. I don't know about all that one.
What is control? And I'm sure you already had some preconceived notions about me. I identify personally as a very conservative person. I live in Texas. I'm a proud Texan. You know what I'm saying? Like, I do not align with majority of the liberal nonsense that you hear on TV. I love Matt Walsh personally, one of my favorite YouTube creators. The point,
shout out to Matt Walsh, man. We need more guys, conservative guys in the world like him.
I'm making though
leadership positions.
But you're getting it wrong, Nick. You're looking at the people that are destroying this country. They look like you. They look. Who are these people? Are putting in these, the transgender, the LGBT agenda, the abortion agenda, all of these.
It's not coming from the minority groups because that's not within the minority groups' ethnic cultural beliefs. So it's definitely coming from the liberal white agenda. So let's not act like it's not.
All of these, abortion really glorifying murder. Those are white people that are creating these. And I'm not trying to villainize white people and say it's because they're white. It's because we lack God. It is because we have gotten away from God.
I agree with that.
It has nothing to do. It has nothing to do with race and all of that. If a God-fearing Christian, black, Asian, white, Hispanic person, they will all live together, and not one occurrence of murder will happen. Not one occurrence of theft. Why? Because they are faithful believers. And as God says in the Bible, you cannot be plucked from his hand. So yes, even though as Christians we sin and we're not perfect, but we don't consciously, we're not going to consciously go out of our way to commit heinous crimes against God. And so with that being the case, if we had a society that was built on the morality of the Bible, then everything would be good.
I know what Nick's about to say. He's about to say it's not people who look like him. He's going to say it's a different group of people.
Well, that's also
Don, it's not really.
Those are the people that look like
when
him.
You talk to very far right people, Jewish people and white people aren't the same thing. Just a heads up, they're two different groups.
Actually, the natives are actually a hybrid of whites and Mongolians. There are videos here showing that the natives have European DNA. Drop me a link. Drop a link in the chat to that, man. I might fuck around and play that video. Drop a link in the chat to that video. Easter is pagan and Catholic bones under the. I mean, yeah, Easter is a pagan holiday, but there's different. Hold on here. You brothers educated. So where y'all getting this information from? because I gotta do my fact checking before I can confirm anything. But you guys might be right. I'm not saying like you're wrong. I'm just ignorant to these things. But let us carry on.
It's true.
No, what did Nick say?
Aren't the same thing. Just
Not really white people if you look.
when you talk to very far right people, Jewish people and white people aren't the same thing. Just a heads up, they're two different groups.
It's true.
Jewish people and white people are not the same group? Is it not? Are Jewish people not a branch of white people? Where are they if they're not white? Elohim elect. About the native people, they don't sprout from territory and stay there. At one point, the South American natives were pushed southwards from North America. Interesting. Our language has an origin. What is the origin of our language? Likewise, the Europeans conquered the territory and found the USA and European creation. Yeah, indeed. Indeed, brother. We're not arguing the fact that they conquered the territory, though.
Wait. Well, okay. All right. First, we'll go to Nick, and then we'll go to Destiny.
Okay, I agree with you, Don. I agree with you. I'm a Christian. I call myself a Christian nationalist, and the thing that's true. I am. I'm a Christian nationalist, and I agree with you that 90% of the problems are going away from God. The people that run the country are not godly. The people that run the country are not Christian. I say even the Republican Party is run by atheists, Jews, homosexuals. It's not run. It's not run by Christians.
And look at their hero, right? In Donald Trump. Donald Trump does not exemplify Christian values. You know what I'm saying? But that is right now the Messiah of the right. See, I can be nuanced. It ain't.
Base.
You know what I'm saying? I can be nuanced. You feel me? So it's like, yeah, you look at a guy like Donald Trump, you can't as a Christian co-sign this dude, even though it's clear.
Yeah, many Jewish people don't see themselves as white. White is for many more or less Northern European Christian. It's an ambiguous term. Okay, so if they're not white, what are they? Because if you guys want to get technical, there's only three races there, and everything else stems down from those three races. There's the Negroid, the Mongoloid, and the Caucasoid. Those are the three races that every other race stems down from. And I'm pretty sure Jewish people are under the umbrella of Caucasoid, correct? And then that would mean we consider them white, correct? There's only three main races. I'm gonna say it again: the Negroid, the Mongoloid, and the Caucasoid. The only one that we don't have represented is the Mongoloid, but the Jewish people definitely fall under the umbrella of the Caucasoid, and that's where they stem from. Every other race is just an umbrella branch of those three races. Those are the only three races that actually are truly races. Latin. So you can't say that they're not white because they stem from that same branch, do they not? You assume science isn't lying to you. No, I'm not saying that science is lying. I'm not basing my stuff off of science. Well, actually, I am. But if you're not getting your information from science, where are you getting it from? Like, what is yours? To what more credible sources are there than science when it comes to biology?
He got way more sense than a guy like Joe Biden, and that's saying a lot. You know what I mean?
Destiny.
But my point is though.
Yeah, you took that back quick. I feel you, though, brother.
He's still not a good representative.
Just I'm not even gonna say that word, but the J people are definitely white because they stem from the Caucasoid, which every other white race, every other race that's lacking pigmentation comes from, is referred to as white because they're from the Caucasus Mountains. They stem from the Caucasoid. Black people, Latinas, every other, all those races stem from the Negroid. We don't have the Mongoloid represented today. Let us carry on.
Representative of this country, he's not going to lead the country in the direction that God wants it to go.
That's true. That's true. Hold on. I want to go to Destiny, then Nick again.
Oh, I had nothing to say. I think that Don is on some real shit.
Now for you, Nog Go-Go. What do you mean they're not white? What are they then? Because they definitely stem from that umbrella.
Here though, because I mean, God says, and we can do what?
You don't believe in God?
That's okay. If he believes in God, I can quote him at him. In Acts chapter 10, verse 35 to or 34, 35. So Peter opened his mouth. So Peter opened his mouth and he said, truly, I understand that God shows no partiality, but in every nation, anyone who fears him and does what is right is acceptable to him. Then Peter began to speak. I now realize how true it is that God does not show favoritism.
Wait, let me pull up the verse so I can read it with you. I don't.
Sure, but accepts from every nation the one who fears him and does what is right. I can link the verse for you, but
Yo, Nick, can I ask you a question real quick, man?
I pulled out my Quran and he's definitely telling the truth.
I got 2 questions, man. First thing first, do you have any black friends?
I do.
You do? How many black friends would you say you have?
More than I can count. I have a lot of black friends. I love black people.
Can't be that. That's
My hero is black. My hero is Kanye West, who is black.
And I have one more question. So, with you being banned off of every platform, would you not even be able to have a Bank of America account? Are you able to have a Wells Fargo or Chase account?
I banned from Chase. I haven't tried Wells Fargo.
All right, well, you can maybe try Wells Fargo. But
your dead ass Chase is trash anyways. They did you a favor.
Well, no, Chase is good, man. Let's calm down.
Yeah, I meant the many Jews separate themselves from whites. It's like a trope at this point. Look around, not my opinion either. Yeah, I mean, they can say that, but it doesn't change the biological fact that they stem under that umbrella. You know, that's like saying I don't necessarily clarify myself as African because I grew up in America. Like, you can say that, but you're still African. You're African American, but you're still African. It doesn't really matter what you want to self-identify as. You still stem under that umbrella. Reality doesn't go off of what you feel like you are. Just because they want to deassociate themselves from the rest of the whites, and maybe it's a superiority complex. I don't know, but that doesn't change the fact that they're white. Jays are snobs. They think God loves them more. Yeah, I think it says something. I think it says that they're chosen people in their holy book or whatnot. But let us carry on.
No, but
No, they're all bad.
with you being banned from all these different platforms.
I'm not anti-Semitic, by the way. I'm just reading the comments, y'all. You know what I'm saying? What about Arabs? Arabs stem from those, bro. They stem under that umbrella from the Negroid. The majority of Africa stems under the umbrella of the Negroid. In the beginning of time, there was only 3 races. The only one that we're missing now is the Mongoloid. So essentially, everything stems from the Caucasoid and the Negroid. And the Arabs stem from that umbrella under the Negroid. Anybody with color stems under them. Even Latinas, they stem under the umbrella from the Negroid. Anybody from the European states, from the Caucasus Mountains, they stem under the umbrella of the Caucasoid. It's not. There's no other races. There's only 3 races. Every other race that we speak on today stems under all of those 3. Only those 3 umbrellas. That's fact. Y'all don't got to take my word for it. Look it up.
Platforms and everything. How do you?
And like everything you see on the internet is real, because it's the reason why half of y'all haven't even heard these terms. It's not that it's just being spewed from the internet. Jays are like the Jayist and the J. I'm trying to avoid saying that word so they don't fucking flag my stream. And I like the Taliban. When you look at them radical, when you look at their radical ideology, yeah, you can make that argument. Actually, you could definitely make that argument. That's a valid point. Mongoloids are Asians, aren't they? I don't believe so, but I could be wrong about that. I don't believe so. I believe I believe Asians stem under the Caucasoid as well, but I could be wrong. Fact check that for me, but I'm pretty sure we don't. No, matter of fact, I'm pretty sure we don't have the Mongoloid represented today. We do not.
To support yourself, like I'm just curious
That
about
would mean
that.
they stem under the Caucasoid.
Like,
If I'm wrong, somebody please correct me, but I'm almost 1,000% sure that we do not have the Mongoloid represented today.
like me personally, I don't agree with anything you
We don't.
said today. I really don't. But I want to. You obviously there's people because I'm looking at this chat and it's sad. Like I'm seeing a bunch of W Nicks, but it's a lot of kids in the chat.
Why is that sad?
So like you
Why
know,
is that sad?
you can never judge off chat. Once the video's posted,
That's
we're gonna see the
Hey, all the new viewers, man, hit that sub button, man. You know what I'm saying? Let's build a community. Let's get to 10K. Let's get to 100K. Let's get to 100. Let's get to a mil, man. You know what I'm saying?
paragraphs of people's real opinions, and we're gonna see what people really think.
Are
But
you saying the YouTube comment section is more based than the live stream chat?
Oh yeah, man.
No, we don't have the Mongoloid represented today. Asians are not Mongoloids.
Like, bro, all these niggas say is
put an L
W
for
or L.
Jidion right now. Put an L for Jidion, man. That
I'm
man
not saying nothing. All they're saying is W or L.
Jidion,
Oh,
you've been liberal brainwash, bro.
Yeah, I'm brainwashed. But then, you know, you live off chat, Sneako. But back to you, Nick.
You live off the comment section. What's the difference?
I want to know, how do you support yourself? And, like, you know, how do you support yourself?
Well, I use I have my own live streaming platform, and I have my own super chat platform because I'm banned from all payment processors. So I get Bitcoin, and I have my own. I have a couple of platforms that I use because I'm censored from literally everything. Also, if you look up my name on TikTok, it will tell you that my name is a hate term. If you look up Nick Fuentes on TikTok, it will say that term is against our hate speech policy.
They're originally from.
So I'm like thoroughly
Asia,
banned.
but they're not.
And you can't use my links on Instagram. Like that's just how it is. But we have to create our own censorship-proof alternative.
Yeah,
so I had to. This is my site. This is cozy.tv. It's censorship-proof streaming.
Let me look this up so I make sure I'm not feeding y'all wrong information.
I use a custom thing for super chats. That's how.
Wait, Jidion, you're talking to Nick. Hold on, something. Jidion, you're talking to Nick like it's so different than you. You were banned on Twitch. Destiny was banned on Twitch. Don was banned on Twitch. I've been copyright struck and banned for nudity.
I'm still on Twitch. You already know how we do, baby.
Fuck you, Abba.
Yeah.
Fuck.
I was banned on Twitch.
Fuck you.
Listen,
I would also be banned on Twitch if I shook my ass naked.
I got my Bible. You know what I mean? We out here doing our thing.
Okay, Abba, you're gonna get banned eventually for reading the Bible. But can we find some?
No, he won't because it's a Quran. He's good.
Oh,
you already know. I want to tell you guys about
Like,
the one
like you heard what he said. Like, this is like I'm trying to say this right now. The same thing that's happening to Nick right now is eventually what's going to happen to Andrew Tate. Eventually, they're going to ban his hashtag because he doesn't have an account on anything. Bro, they got rid of Alex Jones. They got rid of him. Just because you don't have an account on something doesn't make you immoral from this
stuff. This is where I
stuff.
want to shift the conversation. We need to make our own platform. You're talking as if like you're not someone who's banned too. They ban you on Twitch. There's 5 people banned here. Freedom of speech is dead.
Defining races by common ancestry is a purely empirical, statistical way. There are large, broad top groups: Asian, Mongoloid, African, European, plus a few other smaller ones. There are subgroups. Are the Mongoloids the Asians? I'm about to look it up right now because I could have sworn we don't have the Mongoloids represented today. Various people, indigenous, large parts of Asia. I stand to be corrected. Nah, go. I believe maybe they are Asians. But that's Wikipedia. I'm on Wikipedia though, so I don't know if this is correct, but yeah. Okay, brother. You are indeed correct. You are indeed correct. The god of agriculture. That's why Epicene Island had a temple of Moloch. Learn ancient history, every race, and you will see what I mean. All right, brother, I'm gonna look that up. What the hell is a coincidence then, isn't it? That's a hell of a coincidence then, isn't it? What's a hell of a coincidence? I remember a paper from a few years ago. Anyways, culture, ethnicity is a lot more important, I think. Yeah, culture and ethnicity definitely is. Yo, what's up, brother? It's happening from Twitch. What's up? Let us carry on.
And creators need to start.
I stand to be corrected. Thank you for that. Nah, go.
Talking about this. Like Nick really, I listened to this whole call, I don't think he said anything that makes you want to cancel him. I think he's a good guy. He's saying, hey, I love everybody. Is he really being that exclusionary?
Yo, that's crazy.
That's
Sneako. I say Mongoloid is a various people indigenous to a large part of Asia. Indeed.
I'm not even gonna lie. If he had his way and he had, first off, you wouldn't even exist because you're the basis of our
just got Twitch. Thank you for tapping in, brother. Smack that follow button. We lit.
Interracial marriage.
We lit.
So whatever kind of prescriptive ideas that he's got for the world, you are literally an individual that wouldn't exist in it. One, two. Oh, yes, it is.
That's true.
Because no. Let's be honest, Mr. Fuentes. Okay, you came on here and you said yourself that you are not for interracial marriage, and that prescriptively you feel like
the word Mongolia has nothing to do with the word Mongoloid. I just joined. What are you talking about? We basically debating race, essentially, giving commentary on this video with the. You see the fellas in the chat. we hate bullshit because Malak was a bull. Who is Malak? Was he a deity of some sort or something? Who is Malak? We lit is a pagan term. Is it? That seems we lit. It seems like it's a relatively 21st century term. Like it seems relatively new. I don't think anybody said that back then in the day, but I could be wrong.
It shouldn't be a thing within the society because you think it's bad for it. So if your vision of the world existed, someone like Sneako,
he was a deity. Malak was a deity. Wait, I'm not even responding to the same person. I'm not even responding to the same person. What are you talking about? Just learned about Egyptian god. I believe he was a god. Oh, you talking about Malak? Okay. All right. That's good to know.
Yeah.
who you enjoy stream wouldn't exist in this world. That's one. Two, what he's talking about
That's what the term deity means.
fact that he wants like a white core. I find it interesting that there's a specific idea about a white core. Nick, would you not concede the fact that both white and black Americans that were imported here through slave trade are the genesis of this country and should have just as much hold? But I'm pretty confident that if black Americans had a majority core, you would not be okay with it, correct?
Well, because America's not historically a majority black nation.
But if it became,
they're just having their own conversation and shit. I'm like fucking giving commentary in the video anymore. I want to get back to the video though. Malak is who the ancients sacrificed babies to. Okay. I think he has another name though, or maybe that was a different deity. Sacrifice the babies too so they could grow the crops. I think maybe I'm thinking of a different deity, but I think he has a different name. But let us carry on. You know, we know they had multiple names back in the day. What did they just say?
Because that if black Americans had a majority core, you would not be okay with it, correct?
Well, because America's not historically a majority black nation.
See, he keeps referring back to that, but America's not even necessarily a historically white nation. I mean, if you depending on how far back you want to go, so you can make that same argument, Nick.
But if it became one, but they have just as much claim to the country as the white folks, do they not?
Well, I think as the people that are in America, yeah, sure.
Okay, so let's say tomorrow they started overpopulating like crazy, and then they became a majority.
Excuse me. The word global warming comes from lighting a metal ball on fire with babies inside of the same way the word Red Bull. Interesting. And that's why you gotta be careful with these words, man. Everything's damn near a fucking spell. If we go back to founding fathers, it was mainly white country though. Bro, we're out, like what the fuck? You're talking about founding fathers. When I said that, I was referring way to way before the founding fathers. Like that's way after colonization. Chicago Bulls mascot is a Red Bull. Chicago has a Star of David and the flag, but it wasn't always called the Star of David. What was it called prior to that, brother? I'm so freaking confused. Yeah, y'all keep giving different topics. I'm trying to keep up with everybody. Y'all all speaking on different shit. So maybe I'm confusing everybody. Let's just stay on topic here, okay?
Jordy, would you be fine with it?
He's out of here.
Probably not. No.
He's out of here.
Y'all typing in from Twitch though and YouTube. Make sure y'all follow me and subscribe and shit, man.
Are you cool with that though, Sneako? Like, I understand, bro, because Nick's a lost cause. It is what it is. But it's like, bro, Sneako, I think it's actually sad, bro. I feel like if your chat deadass wasn't saying W Nick this whole time, there's no way you will be writing his tip like you are this whole live stream.
Well, let's see. Even since I first started talking to him, I agreed with a lot of what he said, but I said that we disagreed because he's white. But I like the fact that he's sticking to what he believes. And you're saying,
well, you don't disagree because he's white. That's not true. Don't say that. That's not true.
No, I'm saying we can't agree on a lot of stuff. The stuff he's saying about race mixing, we just fundamentally won't agree. Because
but that isn't because he's white. It's because he's a white.
Okay, let me answer Jidion's.
It's a different thing.
Okay, let me answer Jidion's surface level, like tweet responsive dick riding. Like that's a stupid thing to say. Nick and he agrees a lot about the bigger problems that are going on. What was your question? Like, if chat wasn't saying this, that I wouldn't say that I wouldn't be saying that he's right.
Yeah, you wouldn't be writing for him because you've been literally. There has not been one single thing that he said this entire stream. Which he said some crazy stuff this entire stream. There has not been one thing you were like, "All right, Nick, you're wild in there. I can't agree with you."
I did just now. I said like, if based on his philosophy, I would evaporate.
You didn't even say philosophy. You just said it based on the fact that he's white.
No,
right. Sneako is just now trying to butt in and give that rebuttal. Like you should have did that 1,000 times ago, and then you can't lie. subsidize it by saying, substantiate it by saying because he's white. It's because of his ideology and the way he thinks.
His philosophy. That's what.
Okay, but look, Jidion, let's be
Yeah,
true.
but you didn't say his philosophy before. Lead with that.
Let's say he is talking about his philosophy. Okay. Listen, at the end of the day, I'm not saying nobody can be friends, nobody can rock nobody, but you don't find it kind of crazy that the ideal world that he envisions is one in which you wouldn't exist in?
Not the ideal world, but the ideal country. And I think a lot of other countries would agree on that. I think Japanese people would say the same thing. Japanese people like, let's keep this country Japanese. There are the people donating. Ethiopians are saying like, yeah, let's keep our country Ethiopian. Most other countries have the same sort of rhetoric, but you're saying it's sad Jidion because he's a white guy. And it sounds racist, but a lot of people and successful people who really are nationalists about their country say the same shit. So I can't hate it.
You don't think, I don't want to get like sentimental here, but you don't think there's something cool or unique about the idea that in any major American city, you can like walk around and you can find Hispanic people, you can find all sorts of Asian people, Middle Eastern people, African people, European people that are all like working together, living together on the bus, on the subway and Ubers. Like you don't think there's any unique success there that America can claim? That like, yeah, we probably should have been like, Japan and been culturally homogenous or racially homogenous. Like, you don't think there's any value in that whatsoever?
Ideally, but it's not working. We've become too liberal and you see the destruction of it. Like my city, New York City's it's got too liberal, too accepting of everything, doesn't have any core values and it's falling apart.
Yeah, a lot of liberal states and cities are just falling apart because they have no core beliefs to truly fall on. The whole thing with like liberalism is that there's a tolerance for literally everything. So anything and everything slides. There's nothing that we can stand on and there's no real belief. And liberalism is damn near godless, like Jesus.
And I can agree with you there, right? But that message that you just gave, you found common ground with a dude that's literally a white nationalist. So it seems like the problem isn't race. No, hold on. I'm not.
Star of Ishar. What deity is that? From where?
I'm making fun of you. I'm just saying that like you have an idea and you feel strong about it and you want to buck the system. And there are a lot of people that would agree with you.
Correction, Ishtar.
That would say these are the
exact Ishtar. And brother, why are you so fucking educated on this history? I'm gonna have to fucking chop it up with you personally.
Problems we have, but it has nothing to do with race.
So
right? It might have to do with how
you disagree with him completely. You want me to agree with you?
What?
What do you
no,
want?
Hold on. I'm not. I don't care who you.
I mean, if I may interject.
I'm just trying to say that like you can
you
find
could have at least gave him some rebuttal when he basically denied your whole existence by saying interracial intercourse shouldn't be a thing, and you're literally only here because of interracial intercourse. So I don't know how you agree with a man that wants a world that you wouldn't even exist in. But let us carry on.
With people that don't look like you. That's all I'm saying. I don't care if you
do.
I'm just saying that you can find. No, I don't care.
You said that you were going to flip him. You said that you were going to flip him.
That's what my chat says. That's not what I'm talking about. You can obfuscate as much as you want. I'm never flipping Sneako.
Destiny definitely said he was going to flip Sneako. I don't know why Sneako let him slide with that. I ain't trying to sound Islamophobic, you know what I'm saying? But we ain't with that shit. That's why I can't really agree with a lot of Destiny's ideas and beliefs. Because when I agree with Destiny, I gotta look at myself and self-reflect and change my damn mind. It's like, nah.
Sneako, okay, that's not my goal. Yeah, all I'm trying to say is that, like, you can find huge groups of people in the United States who agree and disagree.
Real quick, chat. Do you guys honestly believe that the world will be a better place if everybody just segregated, if everybody just separated, blacks went to go be with blacks and whites went to go be with whites and Latinas with Latinas, Asians with, the Asians stick with the Asians, you know what I'm saying? But do y'all honestly think the world would be a better place if that happened, if we were all just separate and mind our own business? What do you guys think? Do you think that would be constructive, or do you think that would be backtracking? Let me know what y'all think, man. Let me know where y'all head standing on this debate.
Things, but it doesn't have to be on racial lines. There's a lot of people that agree the system sucks, that COVID was fake, and blah 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 blah. And bro, you can find a lot of black people that think that. That's not an exclusively white opinion. I'm just saying, like, yeah, look past the racial shit. I think it's a smoke screen that people put up because it's a clever excuse.
I am trying to look past the racial stuff, and you're saying that I agree with.
The sixth star of the hexagram was also known as the Shield of David and Solomon's seal. The hexagram is so named because it is something that the hexes or a cast or curse. Interesting.
A white nationalist. So you seem like you just contradict yourself in the same statement. What do you want me to look past it, or what?
Boom. What was your point? The point I was saying was that even for a guy that is a white nationalist, you both have a ton of agreement. So it undermines his point that the racial part is that important. That's what I'm saying.
I'm not saying the racial part is that important. I'm saying ultimately.
I know you're not. He is. I'm not
so
saying you are. I'm saying he was.
Jidion
Yeah.
or Nick?
No,
Nick.
I don't think I ever said that black and white people can't agree. Like, what about what I said?
You notice? Okay, fuck. I don't want to keep going because the other two. But like, notice how every time I make a point, he wants to run it as far as possible. I never said that you said they can never agree. But what you said was that white people and black people have fundamentally different core characters that are biologically determined, and that is so essential to you that you want to split them up into different countries. So if you want to act like a dipshit every time, hold on. Do you think that? Well, if you just want to lie about what you said, that's fine.
Split. Okay, see, I mean, this is what you do.
Hold on. Okay.
Yeah,
I don't know. If you want to,
to be fair, he didn't say that, but I get what you're
he
saying.
said that he wants to maintain a racial majority of white people in the United States because the character and core of the United States should be whiteness.
Yes.
And he said that he would prefer in an ideal world if every country in the world was mono-ethnic and monocultural to maintain that core character because there are biological.
You guys think that will be beneficial to society? I'm genuinely asking.
Essentially differences between the races. Yes.
Okay, but there's something between excluding other races and maintaining a majority.
Yeah, and I also said that we live in the world and that countries are complex. And I said that every country has diversity and every country is multi-ethnic to an extent. I said, and we need to understand ourselves. We need to know ourselves to manage them. I never said I don't love other groups.
You literally said if you had a black roommate, you'd fight with him over the shower.
Nick isn't for segregation in the U.S. Yeah, Nick isn't for segregation in the U.S. I mean, but he basically saying that he would prefer that everybody be with their own, not necessarily in the U.S. but worldwide. He thinks I think if you Nick's ideal vision of the world is everybody just being with their own kind. So what I'm asking y'all is, what do you guys think about that? Do you think it would be beneficial if everybody was just with their own kind and there wasn't mixing? Do you think there would be less violence, less crime? Is essentially what he's saying, because diversity brings crime and degeneracy, correct? That's basically his standpoint on the whole situation, right?
I didn't say that. I said that proximity creates conflict. I said, see, but there you go.
Changing it to proximity, but first it was diversity creates conflict. Now it's proximity creates conflict. Come on.
Totally dishonest. I said that proximity and difference creates conflict.
Okay.
And that was an analogy to say that when you get lots of different people together in a close living quarters, they're more likely to fight than me and Don on this debate panel. That's what I said, and that happens to be true. And it's not about not liking other people. It's not about not loving your neighbor, not loving God. It's about, is America—
Make sure I hit that sub, man. Everybody that's watching ain't saying nothing, man.
—going to retain its character? And by the way,
fuck with your boy.
Are both black and white people going to retain their claim to America as a home? Are we going to turn America into your experiment destiny, where it's like, wouldn't it be interesting if we had all kinds of people walking around? Like, that's our home. Maybe in the cities, but—
Hold up, before I pass on Don, I love it that—
I think us mixing is how we rose to power and survived. It's debatable, but I agree. I think us mixing created a whole bunch of new innovations. Some of our greatest black leaders are mixed race. Some of our greatest leaders, period, are mixed race. So would we have still had those leaders? Who knows? You know, the Malcolm X and so forth. I don't know. So yeah, I definitely agree with that. Mixing definitely was beneficial, but me personally, I can't have children with nobody that don't look like me. So basically, that's one point I do agree with Nick on. Like, I think we should all be able to live next to each other and in America and this, that, and the third. But I think black people should have children with black people. I don't really care what the other races do. Like, they can do what they want. And I have no problem with the black people that decide to I think black people should have children with black people. I'm not gonna lie, but I have no problem with the people that decide to go elsewhere because there's a lot of valid reasons to do so, I guess. But me personally, I don't see the benefit in me going outside of my race to find somebody, because it's easier to raise a child when you have and to build an identity within a child when you have the same cultural beliefs, when you have the same ideology. Like, let's say we're both two Catholic black people from Africa. Our child is gonna have no problem with finding his identity. It's not gonna be hard to raise him. We're not gonna argue about what holidays to celebrate. We're not gonna argue about what beliefs to instill into the child. It's gonna be a smoother process. Now, am I saying that it won't work if there's the diversity within it? No, of course it'll work. We've seen it work 1,000 times. We've seen it work numerous times. I'm just saying it's more simplistic if it was to be done that way. So basically, I kind of sound like Nick right now, but I'm black, so they won't call me racist for it. I already read that. Worldwide is a good thing that there are predominant cultures in each country that newcomers can adopt and adapt into something. Yeah, I think that's actually very, very, very true. Plus, like for instance, I'm not gonna lie, I'm not for the whole liberal alphabet gang LGBT stuff. So I like that there's countries in Africa that are conservative because America doesn't stand for shit. There's no beliefs and anything goes. You know what I'm saying? The whole liberal agenda means anything goes. Whatever you want to be, you could be a woman, you could be a man. I don't like that. That's not how God intended things to be. God made man and God made woman. So I like that there's cultural found countries like for instance Qatar, where they're holding the World Cup this year. They standing on they shit. They standing on business, and I can't do nothing but respect it. You know what I'm saying? So I think there's, you know what I'm saying? I think it's good that there is different places that have different beliefs and are willing to stand on that shit. You know what I'm saying? It's just up to you to decide where you want to reside. The Underground Railroad. What about the Underground? Oh, right. Wait, what about the Underground Railroad? But what do y'all think? I mean, I don't necessarily, I don't like, it's almost like America's getting somewhat kind of godless just because we're allowing anything to slide. So I like a more conservative country that's going to stand on their shit. Now, does that mean it has to be, actually, yeah, does that mean it has to be just black people? No, I mean, I'm a big fan of, Matt Walsh, even Ben Shapiro, even though he's a J. He's conservative though. You know what I'm saying? And so I can side with conservatives on that because I don't think we should be going outside of the traditional roles of humanity.
You say that black and white people got to make a claim to their home, but then you're also at the same time saying how much of a claim black people can make depending on how much they overpopulate. You're fine with them making a claim to their home provided that white people stay the majority. To me, it sounds like, oh yeah, black people are included, kind of, but not to the extreme as they would like. I don't know, to me, it just sounds kind of backwards. But
it's
okay, I'll let you quickly rebuttal and then we'll go to Don.
Yeah, I mean, there are other countries like this, like for example, Russia. Russia has an ethnically Russian population core, but they also have Muslims. They also have all kinds of people. And those people are, they're not.
Nobody said Nick Fuentes was racist. Nick Fuentes is not racist. That's a lie. Who said that Nick was racist? Nobody said Nick was racist. Did I say Nick was racist? He might have said some racist shit. But I don't think Nick is racist. I think he's just a diehard conservative Catholic. Christian man. Like, I don't think he's necessarily racist. He might have some prejudice towards black people, though. I mean, or other races and minorities. Maybe he was, getting that ass beat growing up. Who knows? I mean, he did say he's from Chicago, and y'all know how the rat get, even though he lives in the suburbs. Who knows, right? Love between races came from people you can trust. Yes, essentially, because I know a lot of good white people. I'm not going to sit here and act like all white people are inherently evil. Like, I know a lot of great white people that have helped change my life. So I'm not against, racial diversity within a community. I just think that black people should procreate with black people because it makes it simpler. But if they don't, they don't. Hey, who am I to tell somebody what to do with their own lives? You know what I'm saying? It's just me personally. I need me a thick. But then again, damn, if it wasn't for mixed race, we wouldn't have them light-skinned Johns that be so bad. So damn, do I gotta take that back? Cause them light-skinned Johns be bad. Maybe I gotta eat my own words on that one. Let's carry on.
Not going to outnumber the Russians anytime soon, but it's equally their country. They have a history there. And the same is true of America. Man. We talk about what if America was half black?
How many of y'all are Nick Fuentes fans? I got a lot of Nick Fuentes fans on here. The majority I'm believing, huh? And, I'm just critiquing here. I don't know too much about Nick, so you guys can feel free to educate me on some things. If Nick is racist, he is bad at it. I don't think Nick is racist. I think I don't think Nick is necessarily racist because I mean his idol is Kanye, whatever it may be, and like I said, the thing that it just sounds racist because he's a white guy. That's all it is. Like I said, I just said the same thing Nick said when it came to like race mixing. I don't necessarily believe that people should do that. I'm okay with it. I have no problem with it. I don't necessarily like. I want my kids all to look like me, 100%, all of them. That's just me. So when I said it ain't racist because I'm black. It's like, nah. So yeah, when I said that, it was a joke.
I mean, I don't know, but that's not happening. What is happening is that we're all being pushed out by massive amounts of immigrants who don't even live here. So I think it's just misdirection.
Okay. Well, listen, personally, I don't aspire to be Russia, but we all do feel differently. So, Don, go ahead.
Yeah, you know what? When he said segregation was good, he simply meant it in many respects. Black, in many respects, Black had stronger communities, faith, and fathers were in the home and weren't killing each other at the rates they were. I cannot argue with that, brother. I cannot argue with that. I think the home foundation was a little more found. You know what I'm saying? But I don't think segregation necessarily. I don't think segregation in the whole isn't a good thing. I don't think segregation should be a thing. I think people should be allowed to do what they want to do, but I would favor, of course, to do it with Blacks. You know what I'm saying? But I don't necessarily think segregation, because segregation doesn't just speak on relationships. Segregation speaks on communities altogether. You can't even be, you know what I'm saying, water fountain, this, that. I don't think that's any call for. I don't think that's necessary. I just think that I don't think the law should be involved in any of these things. I think that, it should just be between people. I don't think that the government should have a say on that type of thing. Just showing love, get that money, my guy. Fuck with you, my dog. Is this Rennie? Is this the Rennie I know? Is this Rennie from the city, or is this the different Rennie? But that's love, mad love, my brother. Kanye is mad corrupt. Jews did him dirty in Hollywood. IDK, why people shocked. See, the whole thing about brother Kanye. Let's talk about brother Kanye for a second. I can't tell if he's with us or he's against us. I can't tell if he's trying to get the vote, or I can't tell if he's lost it. I can't tell if it's not Kanye no more. I don't know what's going on with Kanye necessarily. I'm confused with Kanye. He's trying to push this whole black narrative, but at the same time he contradicts himself because you chose a white woman, and then you speak on all this God this, God that, but you married the devil. Like, who is Kim Kardashian? You married the devil. She has more plastic parts than a I ain't even gonna say the word, but than a transitioner. You know what I'm saying? We ain't gonna say the word, but that's not holy. He kind of contradicts himself with his beliefs. And then she's a porn star. So how are you conservative Christian but you married a porn star? And then he just recently said he caught Chris Paul with his wife. Why is this not coming out now if that happened so long ago? It's not making sense to me. Why would you subject yourself to this culture and it's not with the things that doesn't coincide necessarily with God? I don't know, Kanye. I'm a Kanye fan. It's just he's confusing me. He's confusing me a lot, Kanye. Like, if you're gonna be a righteous man, be a righteous man. If you're gonna be a righteous man, you have to be with a righteous woman, not a fucking Kardashian. She knowing damn well the Kardashians are devils. Nobody survived the Kardashians, Kanye. Why did you think you were gonna survive the Kardashians? Who knows? Let's see. Given the choice, most people will self-segregate. Yeah, I can't say most people. Yeah, but not to the fullest extent of like completely segregating. I think that they're gonna favor that their own, but I think they're still gonna be able to indulge with other people. Like, the term segregate isn't really the right term to use, because segregation would imply that there's just no contact with any others. You know what I'm saying? And I don't think that's necessarily what needs to be done, but more so we just need to favor our own kinds. We just need to reproduce with our own kinds and so forth. Also, he doesn't believe race mixing is immoral. He just thinks it's better for people to stick with their own kind because it builds stronger communities and keeps inherent wealth in the community. Yes, I completely agree with that. Yeah, that's definitely, I completely 1000% agree with that. 1000%. I can't disagree with Nick on that. Nick Fuentes is based. What does that mean, based? Elaborate. You're being fair and empirical. Respect. Yeah, man, love, brother. I'm objective about these type of things. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to judge anybody based off of, preconceptions. I'm going to hear a man out for what he got to say. And me and Nick, we believe some of the same things. It's just Nick says it in a provocative way, kind of like the Kanye method. You know what I'm saying? And Nick, I don't know. But we kind of believe some of the same things. We're up to par with some of the same things. Not all of them, but some things we can agree on. Kanye sold his soul and wants out like Michael Jackson. I can't tell if brother Kanye is going through a crisis or he's being smart, because he cut all the deals with Balenciaga and all of them, and he cut all those bad deals, right? Not bad deals money-wise, but spiritually. But then he goes on Alex Jones and then he tries to defend Balenciaga, which doesn't make sense to me. If we're going to condemn them, brother, let's condemn them. But if you want to go back and defend them, then what side are you really on? Kanye, he's weird because he keeps trying to go back and forth between sides. Poopy Cat, Good, Nif, Among Us, Chat, Rip, Jeff. Bro, you got dummy typos. I ain't gonna lie to you. Oh, you saying R.I.P. Who is JEJ Afternoon? I don't know what the fuck you're saying, brother. I ain't gonna lie. Base, hey. Base means fearless truth teller. Yeah, Kanye's definitely fearless. He's definitely a truth teller. I don't know where he's going though. I don't know in what direction he's trying to lead, and I don't know if I can necessarily follow him as a leader because he's not doing it in a competent way. He's brilliant, he's smart, but he's not being competent about the things that he's doing in terms of not because of what he said, but how he's acting. He's definitely acts like a child sometimes, and I'm a fan of Kanye, but I want you to act like a strong grown man, somebody that we can look up to and follow behind. A Malcolm X type figure. You wouldn't see Malcolm X playing with puppets and making sounds and shit. Just say the message. Don't try to do all this and that. Just say the message and use your strong black voice. Don't do the extra shit. You lose respect and credibility when you do that. I don't care if we segregate or not. I think nature decides that. Indeed, brother. Indeed. Bro, his name is Ye. You got his meat in your mouth. Let us carry on. But yeah, I don't know what's going on with Brother Ye. Matter of fact, let me respect the brother and call him by his name. His name is Ye. Let me respect Brother Kanye. Let me respect the brother. Let us carry on.
I was just saying that really, what Destiny was saying and what Nick was saying, even what Sneako was saying, it's all true to a degree, but ultimately I think it all misses the point. You know what I'm saying? I do believe that, as Nick is saying, that when you mix a bunch of different cultures together and people with different values, you're going to get conflict. But I do agree with what Destiny is saying that, yes, there is something incredibly beautiful about the multicultural nature of America. And when it does work, it's really cool. But ultimately, and Sneako is not wrong for identifying that, yeah, there are countries like Japan that benefit from the fact of its homogeny. And Jidion is right for saying, some of the stuff Nick's saying it sounds pretty racist. I'm not gonna lie. But the point is, Jesus is the answer. That's really what it all going to come down to. Okay. Jesus is the answer. If we can have the multicultural world and the lack of violence, if everybody can agree on 9 core moral laws, you know what I'm saying? Like, if we could all get with that, then everything's cool. Everyone can eat.
All right, Jidion, go for it.
I want to add on to that. So, Nick, you consider yourself Christian, right?
Yeah, I'm Catholic. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No, it's kind of the same thing. We'll just say for this argument, it's the same thing. So, I consider myself Christian too. So, I just want to ask you this: do you believe everything in the Bible to be true?
Yeah, absolutely.
So you believe everything from front to back, every page is holy, and it should be practiced, right?
Yes, yeah.
So
you see, junkies raised Kanye, and is what he said in Donda. I'm weak as fuck. Let's see where Brother Kanye is going, though. He might have some strategic ass plan that none of us are aware of.
Let's say, this isn't even hypothetical. The people in the area that Jesus was born are of darker complexion. It even says in the Bible that Jesus was a darker skinned man.
But damn, everybody leaving. All right, I'm gonna play the video. Y'all ain't gotta leave. I'm gonna play the video. Goddamn.
You know about that, right?
Where does it say in the Bible he has a dark
Revelations chapter 1, verse 9. Revelations chapter 1, verse 9 says his skin was as bronze.
I don't say his dark complexion. I think he was like Lebanese. I think he looks like modern day Lebanese people. So he looks like Mediterranean.
He has a complexion of, I believe it's called burnished bronze, which if you look that up, that's about my skin complexion, if we're going to be honest. But it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant.
But for me personally, I think this argument is relevant because, his ideal world is, ran by white people and his savior is dark. But that's besides the point. Let's say we get to heaven and it's a majority other races and your king, your Messiah, is a darker skinned man, and there's more darker skin or other races more than white people, is that going to affect you being in the kingdom of heaven?
So you're saying if Jesus was black,
Not if.
Jesus was black. I think, I'm not gonna lie, it says it in the Bible and stuff. Y'all heard him. Jesus was black.
He was black.
Full of black people. I disagree with that. I don't think he was black, but
Jesus is king.
But Jesus belongs to all of us. Jesus,
he does.
Yeah, so I think it's irrelevant what the color of the Son of God is.
Ooh.
So you don't care. So you don't. But it does say in the Bible that he's of darker skin.
Well, I don't think he was black.
He's probably
I said
tan.
he looks Mediterranean.
He got that Sicilian tan. That's what he's.
I never
Sneako. He's probably tanned.
Black. I'm not saying
you got the one drop rule, man. You got one drop and you black.
saying black. I'm just saying he's of darker skin complexion. So he's the furthest thing from white. He's the furthest thing from white. It even says he has hair like wool. So he didn't have, your type of hair. He had, if anything, he had.
Who's hung up on race here now?
I'm not. But what I'm saying,
they want us to hate white people, but most white people are slaves in the system like them. That is indeed facts. I mean, it's just really the elites who's running the world. It's not really a race thing.
It's not me being hung up on race. I'm not saying he's black. I'm just saying
they want us to focus on race because if we're distracted enough with race, and they can really pull off whatever agenda that they're trying to get off. Hey, you know what I'm saying? You see what the left is getting with.
He's darker skin. I don't know he's Hebrew. That's his race. He's Hebrew. So we know his race right there. He's Hebrew.
What is how can you substantiate that he was Italian? Where did you get that from?
And he's darker skin complexion. So what I'm asking you is, does that make you feel uncomfortable since you said darker skinned people and other, basically minorities are not as smart as white people? Like you said on average.
How do you feel about discovering that Jesus is black?
Well, he's not black. That's first of all.
Darker complexion.
Jesus was Italian, I think. Actually, I think he had white skin and green eyes.
How did you know he was gonna say that? How are you just joking? He just said it too. He just said he's Italian. So how did you know he was gonna say that? You seen this video or something? That's too much of a coincidence. That's too weird. But you funny though.
He looked like he owned a diner.
Yeah. Well, no, it doesn't make me uncomfortable, and I don't think that you have anything to do with each other because we can measure IQ.
So it doesn't make you uncomfortable. So why does it make you uncomfortable now? So you just answered my question. It doesn't make you uncomfortable. So why is this? You literally just said that you don't. It's pride. It's pride in your home, and you feel
because Nick is a proud Italian. Oh, okay, makes sense. I'm weak. Okay.
Like you were being kicked out of your home, being in America with so many immigrants coming in. So you literally just said if it so happened that he was of darker skin complexion, there was more. Minorities, in your opinion, minorities in the kingdom of heaven, it wouldn't bother you. So why does it bother you in this world, America?
Because why would I be okay with diversity in heaven versus on earth? Because all the bad people are in hell. All the bad people. If we could create heaven.
My God, Nick got a great point. That is, oh my God, that was such a great point. That was such a great point. I give Nick that. That was funny. Agreed. It's the elites wanting to dominate, which explains forced multiculturalism, a divide. Diverse people has a much harder time defending itself. Yeah, I mean, that's really what it is. We're focused on race, so we can't focus on the shit that's really going on. You're stuck in the matrix. You can't really wake up because you're too busy fighting the baby. You're fighting a very minuscule battle when there's a war at hand, a psychological and spiritual war. They care too much about winning the argument. Yeah, I mean, I think they're just trying to find an even ground here because I think they're both on two different. I mean, I don't know. They're both on two different radicals. I think they're trying to find even ground.
I'm with you.
Wait, hold on. Wait, just checking. Wait, so you think Jesus was white?
I think that he was Mediterranean.
Wait, I thought so. Can some?
So he was part of the Arab master.
I thought wasn't Jesus supposed to be Jewish?
I think that we're talking about what he looks like.
Well, no, but hold on. I'm curious. I thought you said Jewish people weren't white.
Oh yeah, don't you hate Jewish people?
Now I'm kind of wondering. Slippery on those ethnicities again.
We could get into that. Are you ready?
Shabbat Shalom. Let's go.
Yeah, no, Jesus, you're right. Jesus was a Hebrew, and like other people at that time, he has that Eastern Mediterranean complexion, right? I mean, that's what they look like.
Yeah.
But as far as modern day Jews, Jesus is not a Jew like modern day Jews are.
Oh,
And it's true because, you know, if you remember, Jesus came and it was the Pharisees that said, "Oh, you're not really the Messiah. You're not really fulfilling the prophecies." But of course, he was.
So much time wasted trying to get a ooh moment. Oh shit! But they got it though. Finally, they finally got it.
And so all the people that were the Jews of the Old Testament became Christians because Christ fulfilled the prophecies of the Old Testament. All the people that remain
There's so much rambling.
See, is it making you uncomfortable, Destiny? Because you can't name them, you can't talk about Jews. Is it because are they paying you off or something? That's why you have MasterCard still, right? So the Jews of today are very different than the Jews of the Old Testament.
Ethnically?
Destiny is an admitted bisexual and admits he has sex with other men. Destiny doesn't even believe in God, and it shows. But so I can't. That's why this whole stream I've been saying, if I'd agree with Destiny, I'm changing my mind because I can't agree with him. It's like, nah, but that's why I was making it such a big point that, like, wow, I was surprised I was even agreeing with him at some points because usually I don't agree with shit Destiny says just because of his position in his viewpoint. You know what I'm saying? I can't agree with, I don't know. He's just so far astray from righteousness. Not in terms of his ideology, but in terms of his actions. Like, you can't be doing that with other men. You especially if we're sitting here talking about God and this, that, and the third. And I don't even know how these guys, I don't know how they even, I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, Destiny, he's weird. I don't know how you can be, it's funny though, like, it coincides. You can be, I don't even want to use the wrong words. They're going to flag my black ass, but you can be homo. You could be an atheist. And I don't know, somewhat, I don't know. I don't understand that. I don't understand. Let us carry on.
That's what we're talking about.
If you want
I thought we were talking about
If
religion.
you have a MasterCard or Visa, you're being paid off.
Oh, wait, we're talking about religion? You think Jewish is just religion? So there are no ethnically Jewish people.
What are you talking about?
And this is love speech, though.
I'm sorry. What is your low IQ interjection?
You're so slippery with the race thing. I just think it's very funny to me. It's just very funny to me how you like slide around on the race thing so much. It's like it's whatever you want it to be.
And Jews went from Jesus to Hollywood programming. IDK, what to think? Yeah, like I gotta start saying J's, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's up with that, man. Like, it's just you don't know what to believe nowadays.
Around, I'm just trying to figure out what your
I think the one of the truest observations of modern century like race realists or whatever is they're actually like the most diverse group of people in the world because you will like any race to do whatever you want at any point in time depending on the argument you're having.
There are a lot of black and Hispanic race realists. You're right.
It's very interesting.
Right about that. We can agree on that. But as far as but Jews of today, they're very different from what Jesus was.
Yeah.
So what are the Jews of today? What's the difference?
Oh, here we go.
Here we go. They follow the Talmud. That's the main difference.
In Minecraft, Nick, be careful, bro, please.
Oh yeah, right. In Minecraft.
No. We need the truth to be spoken, right, Sneako?
Yeah.
Do we not want the truth to be spoken?
Why you saying the truth in Minecraft? We could speak.
Israel did 9/11, and they were my first big red pill. What do you mean they were your first big red pill?
All the truth we want in a video game.
Yeah.
We talk about it.
I'm waiting. I'm tired of getting canceled. He's not even trying to get kicked off the Twitch. Like, at this point, bro, just like, it's too late.
You kind of got scared
just speak the truth, man. It's too late to backtrack.
A little bit, Sneako.
Yeah.
I haven't heard you interject once this whole time. But now that we're getting into the thing that got him banned from every airline, every credit card, I thought it's down with the system.
No, it's down with the system.
Sneako wants to fly Delta.
I want to fly Delta, Lydia, and I want to still be a bot like you to some extent. Nick's over here in Incel.
Okay, you know what? We got it.
Sneako willing to give it up for the righteousness. He ain't willing to lose it all in the name of God.
Hey, we got it on tape. He said he wanted to be a bit of a bot.
Yep.
Hey, man, I'm a bot here.
Hey, you heard Nick. Nick don't get no pussy, bro. Nick is an incel. You need to be a little bit of a bot to get some coochie. I want to fly bitches on Delta. I still want to go to the bank. You need to be a bot a little bit, bro. Fuck that shit.
Hey, you're welcome in the bot community.
Come on, Sneak. Come on, Sneak.
Welcome. You're turning into a bit more of an adult. I'm proud of you, brother.
Being an adult, that's the bot shit, is being fucking boosted up and being calm and taking your pills and going to therapy. That's the idea of maturity. I hate that shit. God damn.
Yeah, indeed. I think that was one of the first things that woke me up too, made me start realizing the real issues going on in this world. They should have a chat of history while they talk. A chart of history while they talk. What do you mean they should have a chart of history while they talk? Sneako still has one foot into the world still. Nick and Ye have both transcended this world. Yeah, Nick and Kanye just don't give a fuck, but I don't think Sneako's reached his financial goal yet to just not give a fuck like Kanye. And Nick, I don't know about Nick's financial situation, but Nick, he found other ways around the system. I guess he just doesn't give a fuck. Sneako still want to fly the 304s out. Sneako still want to fly the Delta plane. Sneako still want to, you feel me? He don't want his bank taken away and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? You know how the Matrix get, man. Come on, you know what I'm saying? I can't be too mad at him, though. You got to reach a certain point before you get to speaking out like that. When you're Kanye and you can drop all your deals and still have 400 million in the bank, then, hey, they can't do shit with you. But until then, you know what I'm saying? You do got to walk a trail. It's a thin line.
So true. So
if
true.
you listen to Abba and Destiny,
let me just appreciate.
You double mask and boost up Abba and Destiny.
Sneako took one look at his AdSense last month and said, "Yo, 6 figures? I can't lose this bag. Where's that bot life at? Let me dip my toes in the bot waters, just so I can."
He wants to be woke, but not too woke. Not too woke.
Not too woke.
At least we know there's levels.
I want to say, actually, that's a really,
Minecraft.
but that's a really good observation too, because a lot of people will ask, people like Sneako, people will say things like, look at how corporatized everything has come. Look at how like safe YouTube has become everything. But the byproduct of that is that creators are able to make a fuck ton of money because it's an ad safe, it's a corporate safe environment. So YouTubers on one hand will be collecting 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80,000 a month off of ad revenue on YouTube. And then they'll turn around and be like, look at how disgusting a corporate safe this world is. If you don't want to be here, you can go to other platforms where you don't make any fucking money. But like part of that corporate safe thing is enable people to make a ton of money working over here.
When I get banned, I'm hopping over to Cozy TV or another platform. For right now, I'm going to rake in all the money. And did you know I have a fucking employee?
Oh yeah, indeed. Yeah, indeed. Especially Sneako. Sneako really has no true knowledge on geopolitics or history. Even though Destiny is a weird guy, he is very educated on some of these things. Jidion, shout out to Jidion, but he doesn't really have too much of the facts. Abba seems like a good mediator. I don't know about his true intellect. I'm just not getting into Abba. And I can't lie, Nick has a lot of the history. Nick has a lot of the facts. Nick has a lot of the knowledge, but at the same time, he can sometimes manipulate it and say what he wants to say, and not all of the stuff that would contradict the stuff that he believes. So, but Nick does have the knowledge nonetheless. So Nick, commend him for at least doing his research. Nick and Destiny, that's why they're the ones talking the most, because they're the ones with all the fucking knowledge. And who is this guy? I forgot his name. Young Don. He seems really well versed in the Bible, so I commend that brother too. Let me see. Sneako still likes girls too much and material things. Yi and Nick are both ready to die for the truth. I mean, when you're Kanye, that's a different story. That's a different type of wealth. I mean, he got banned from everything and took his bank account, and he still had 400 million in the bank, more than any nigga we know. So that's different. When you got that type of wealth, you can really say that's fuck you money. That's like, yeah, fuck the world money. So Nick, I commend him too, because he's not that rich, but he still somehow is getting off and getting around by saying whatever the fuck he wants. And I think he created his own platforms and shit. So shout out to Nick for that. Sneako is going to end up a sacrifice goat. Oh, Sneako definitely needs to pick a line. He needs to find something and stand on that. Like, he needs to pick where he wants to stand. It's where he wants to stay. Sneako admits he doesn't know anything about politics. He's learning though. Okay, I commend a brother that's learning and shit though. You know what I'm saying? You know, I can't be mad at him for that. You know what I'm saying? As long as he's not out here faking, that's real nigga shit.
I'm paying an employee to monetize my videos, bro. It's not easy to do this shit. They try to take down my shit on a regular basis. You think I can just go here and operate how
all the money and power couldn't help you when the world order wants you dead? Yi and Nick are both putting their life on the line. Yep, that is definitely true, but let's not act like money and power couldn't help you. If they didn't have money and power, Kanye he'd be dead right now. He wouldn't be alive anymore after the shit he said. He'd be dead right now after the shit that he exposed. He'd be dead if he didn't have the money and the power and the status. Because if they kill Yi now, with him being who he is, then the Matrix crumbles because we're all gonna be like, he's right. And even the blind motherfuckers, even the bots, even the motherfuckers still plugged into the Matrix are gonna be like, wow, he was right. How the fuck is Kanye gonna come up missing? So yeah, I think the money and power definitely does play a role because Ye's still able to travel the world. He has 400 million in cash. Fuck a bank account. He can still do whatever the fuck he wants. He's still fueling private jets to fly wherever to have interviews and speak his voice. So the money and the power definitely helps you. You can't say it doesn't help you. But if they want you dead bad enough, yeah, they're gonna come after you regardless. I think Kanye wants Jesus, but he also wants Johnny Depp coke parties. Oh, brother, you are hilarious. Yep, I agree 100%, bro. They still might kill him. They still might kill them though. They still might kill them anyways though. Look at what they did to JFK. Just straight up doomed him. Yeah, I mean, it's a tight scenario to be in. Like, but they're not gonna take an attempt on his life right away. I think they're already trying to overprescribe him with that lithamine. That's why he's getting so bloated in his face. And he even spoke on that, I think, on the Alex Jones podcast and even the Lex Fetterman podcast. So who knows exactly what they got going on? But Kanye, I don't know why he's letting them medicate him, knowing that he has these type of risks. When you know you're a certain guy, you can't be letting your doctor over medicate you. You see what they did to Michael Jackson. Like, you can't be, I don't know why he's letting them medicate him. He's not crazy. If you know you're not crazy, why are you taking medicine? For stress? Like, come on, it's not worth all that. Especially when you're trying to be a certain status of leader. They're going to try to get you in any way, shape, or form. Them doctors don't give a fuck about you when they got that bag in their face or when they got that doctor's kid's necktie with a noose on it. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, the doctor's not gonna put his life on the line for yours. So Kanye needs to be, Ye needs to be very, very careful. Let us carry on.
How I want. I'm here for the AdSense, bro. But as long as we're going to talk about this stuff, we could talk about it in FIFA.
Okay.
All right, let's play some football.
Okay, hold on. I want to talk about.
They had him in a temporary conservative. Where'd the messages go? Oh, I'm fried. They had him in a temporary whatever the fuck. Because they said he was saying crazy stuff. He sold his soul. They tried to tell him 51. They tried him to 5150 him. What does that mean? Conservatorship. What does 5150 him mean? Let us carry on.
So a little more positive. You know, we got Young Don, we got Jidion, right? We got Sneako out here on these platforms growing really large.
You made me look like I couldn't read. I'm like, what the fuck? You made me look like I couldn't read. I'm like, what the fuck is he talking about? But nah, I feel you on that.
As young, minority men, what do you guys envision yourselves doing with the wealth that you guys are accruing? What are some of the endeavors that you want to engage in? I know Sneako wants to fly bitches out on Delta and smash 20 spiritual women. What do you guys want to do?
Man, you know what? First thing I want to do is, I love everybody in the world. I love everybody, but I do feel.
All right, I gotta go, but respect, bro. I subbed. I roll with Yi and Nick. And to the end, they are my dudes. Yep, shout out to you, Mr. LSD. Shout out to you, brother, for tapping in and giving us that intellect, that knowledge, and spreading your free game, man. I hope to see you in the future, man. Hope to see you on some more streams. Like Britney Spears, they take away your rights and dope you up in loony bin. Yep, that's pretty much what it is. That's why Kanye, Ye, I keep saying Kanye, but Ye can't allow them to take him out like that. But I think he's moving smarter because now he knows that he has a fat ass target on his back after creating a fat ass target on his back. But I think now he knows. So let's pray that this brother moves right, because we don't need another brother silence. Respect, bro. See you around. Yeah, mad respect. Yep. Thank you for tuning in, man. A J Doctor did it. I mean, shit, I'm not surprised.
Feel one of the biggest plights in the Black community is that we don't look out for each other. I do feel like there is a kind of sense of, when we make it, it's, come on, guys, I did it. You guys got to do it too. And, I feel like, as Black people, we have been dealt a bad card, but how long can we use that excuse? So what I want to do with my money, what I want to do with my influence
He don't know a
is,
law.
I'm trying to work with my city right now to get programs.
He don't know LA law. They forced him. What do you mean they forced him? What's the law?
Going where kids can meet their favorite influencers for free, where they can have fun in a safe environment. I have something. I'm coming to your hood soon, Nick. Yeah, I'm coming to your hood soon. I'm coming to Chicago. I'm gonna be doing something great out there in Chicago, and I really want to look out for the Black community, and I really want to give back. And
you guys should sit down and do a face to face.
Why just the Black community?
I'm good.
Yeah,
I'm good.
So let's ask the young Black men on the stream about how they want to give back to the young Black kids.
Why just the Black
people normally do? Yeah, but we're all
Imagine if Nick said
we're all the same.
Jidion, imagine if Nick said, "I just want to give back to the white community to make white people more powerful and stronger."
There's no you have to reach out to your own community first before you can reach out to the world. I mean, it would be kind of backwards if he was to reach out to the white community and not do shit for Blacks and then do shit for Blacks. So you gotta go. You can't. That's you help your immediate family first, then you help your community, then you help the world. You spread that type of way. But I get what they're saying too. He could just say children. He could just say the lesser. But he's saying Black children because they're in more they're more need for the help. That's why he's doing that. It's not because he's neglecting whites or any other race. I don't think Jidion's a racist. Jidion seems like a pretty cool guy to me, but it's because they're in more need for the help. So you tend to help out who needs the help more. You don't go to a school and tutor all the kids. You tutor the kids that need the fucking help the most. You tutor the ones that have the lowest grades, and you work your way up and to have everybody in a good standing.
I don't think there's a problem with looking out for your community. Every single race does it. White people look out for white people. Jewish people look out for Jewish people. Asian people look out for Asian people.
That's not true. Destiny's very open. He'll look out for any community, bisexual people. He doesn't care.
Destiny's a white liberal. Destiny's confused. Okay. So we can't use Destiny as an example, but I get what he's saying though for sure. Because I done definitely had some white people help me with some things that Black people wasn't willing to help me with. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Well,
but I don't think there's a problem with that. But I do think there's a problem when you won't help another race because of there being another race. I'll help another race any other day of the week.
Hold on, Abba's trolling the fuck out of you right now because he just screamed at me. Yep.
Let me see. If they declare you unstable, they can look at you anyway in loony bin forever. Oh, okay. But okay. I wasn't aware of that. Oh, you said lock you away. When they put a conservatorship on you, then you have to fight your way out of it. Okay, makes sense.
Yesterday, this motherfucker comes on and gives me a 2-hour fucking debate on why Black men shouldn't marry white women because as soon as they get rich, they dump all their money out of their community. Okay, so fuck off with that shit, Abba. You think that's true.
Hey, listen, you know what? I wanted to do my best, Dr. Umar John. That did a good job. So yeah, Don, what about you? What would you like to do with the wealth that you are now accruing?
I mean, God says a wise man leaves an inheritance for his children, and so that's mostly where I'm planning to put my money into things that will help to take care of my offspring. On top of that, I try to give back a good portion of my money to doing those things that God has commanded you to do, such as giving money to the poor and giving, providing resources to those who are less fortunate than you, regardless of race. Part to me, what I'm saying, wherever I am, wherever homeless people are, the nearest homeless people, where I'm going. So
okay, yeah. All right. And lastly, I know Sneako is getting sleepy because
you didn't even ask me a question.
I did. You were last, so you're the last person. Go ahead.
Did you ask Nick? Did Nick answer?
No, I'm asking you, and then I'm going to go up afterwards.
Well, I want to buy my mom a house. I want to provide for my family more. I want to start. Actually, I want to start helping out Haiti and the Philippines specifically, two third world countries where my families are from. I think I can give some money there. I don't know exactly what for, and I know that a lot of at the same time, it's good to say hey, I want to give back to the community, give money, donate to all these charities, but I know they steal a lot of that money. Like the Red Cross, the Clinton Foundation. It's it feels good, and you get to
you gotta be careful when you donate to charity. Sometimes it doesn't go to the direct cause or the direct people that you're trying to help. That's the weird thing about charities and no profits.
your name on a list and like, look at how good of a person this is. But like, are you really doing anything? I want to provide for my family and the people around me. But I still have a lot of work to do before I start thinking about giving away money to like charities and stuff like that. Bro, like I'm about to pay off my student loan. Like I'm. Yes. You know what I'm saying? Like you're calling me a rich dude flying bitches out on Delta. And actually, I was just talking to Tristan, and I actually talking to people like you and Destiny. Destiny was all about chemistry and like I love a queen. And I've been thinking a little more about the quality of women that I've been spending time with. And I think there's a good point to that. Even Tristan was on. He was saying like he wanted to keep playing the violin so that he can get some Russian ballerinas on his rotation. I've never even like considered that as part of a woman that's in my capacity to deal with. And you're right. A lot of the bitches like I'm fresh and fit. Like, you know, Destiny talked to them. They're dumb as hell, bro. Yo, Destiny was
hey, let's go, Destiny. You know,
shit,
you brought Sneako. We made him see a bit of the light. Sneako's still he's seeing more of the truth.
I just called women dumb. What are you yelling about?
Miami women dumb though. That's an improvement. Okay, we don't.
I'm calling the majority of Western women are dumb and are brainwashed.
Oh, okay, all right. Never mind. Forget everything I said, Chad. We fucked up.
It's W 5%. There's a very select few, but I want to spend more time. Maybe I actually don't. I'd rather have like 2 or 3 girlfriends. I don't want 20 spiritual crystal bitches on my squad. I just want 2 or 3. Maybe a wife and a couple girlfriends. That's all I need. That's all.
Okay,
I need.
I respect that. I respect that. Hold on. I want to go to Nick. Nick, with the wealth that you're accruing, what's in your future plans?
Well, I just like to grow my business and continue doing what I do. I'd like to invest, because I do invest, and so I'll probably go to move to Florida, build myself a studio, and then eventually start a family, and then do something in politics.
Yo! You trying to start a family? Let me ask you something, Sneako. You can help me with this. What if we did an online e-date stream with like conservative Christian women and Nick Fuentes?
Beautiful.
That might be fun.
Beautiful.
I kind of like that, actually.
But make sure you actually follow up with the e-date, because we got people in here who say they're going to do e-dates and then just...
Nigga, you want to do this shit. You kept on adding people. First it was just you.
Fire stream, brother. You know I sub. Thank you for including us. Of course, man. I let it chat, man. Let it chat.
With me.
On Twitch and YouTube.
Right,
then you added Abba.
Rumble.
Then you added Nick. Then you added Destiny. Then you added Dawn.
No accountability, just like a liberal.
I'm just saying, ain't that what we all want to see? We want to see Nick Fuentes find love. You know what I'm saying? We get him with some good Christian, conservative women, right? Preferably white. Absolutely needs to be white. Okay, and then we just line them up, and we see what it looks like.
Throw a
it's
black
kind of interesting. It'd be good content.
Bro, Nick,
Black Catholic, yeah, that would be.
Nick, I have a lot of super chats of people saying like who are supporting you. I got a lot of black people donating and super chatting saying like I'm happy my boy Nick on here. Like
I might just come back like that. I think my stream was getting blocked because of certain words I was saying. YouTube oftentimes does that because now it's letting everybody hop back into my stream. That's weird, but okay.
You know Bryson Gray, this dude's verified too. And
these are 4chan people. They're not real.
No. That Bryson Gray guy is a real human being, believe it or not.
You know, see that, brothers, when we were speaking on those certain topics, though, I got a positive, but when we were saying those certain topics and speaking on those certain words, and you know what I'm saying, my views dropped. That was weird, right? They dropped a lot, but now they all the way back up since we back to the video. That's weird. What if you streamed on Cozy? What's Cozy? I'm not aware of that. What is that? Another streaming platform? Let me know, brother. I'll look it up. But what is that? Is everybody be on there or something?
Oh yeah, he be donating my streams. Shout out Bryson.
See what I'm saying? Jidion, you can't call him racist. I know a lot of black people, even personally, people.
Bro, Nick, I don't think you're racist. I'm just low-key disappointed in the fact, because I'm not gonna lie, I think Nick is a straight up racist. I really do.
I don't think so.
I think he's
black people.
Shout out to Jidion for his honesty. I love a nigga that's just straight blatantly honest.
Like,
I just want to say, I'm glad that
for me to stay at his house, I would not trust Nick. I would think
it's Nick's streaming platform. So wait, hold on. Nick has his own like whole platform. That's kind of actually cool. That's dumb cool, but I don't know. It'd probably be hard to grow on there because maybe nobody's aware of it. But I'll check it out. I'll actually go ahead and check that out. Maybe it's a reason why you on the stream to tell me that, you know, God works in crazy ways. So I don't know. Maybe I'll have to do that. Maybe I get in contact with Nick and me and him could chop it up.
Try to kill me, poison me. Like, I would not trust Nick with my life any day of the week. But Sneako, like, I know.
Thank you for that, brother. I'm definitely gonna hop up on there and see what's up. If I can link that up with my other shit. Much love.
I like
much
you,
love.
Sneako. That's why, you know, I like to talk to you, because I agree with you to a certain extent. I just think, you know, you're on a war path right now, and I feel like we have good discussions whenever we do talk. So I'm just kind of like in awe that like this is like, bro, like, you know, I'm sorry that a lot of people are saying this, but like old Sneako, if you heard the shit that Nick was saying, you would drop a fucking 15-hour documentary series on this dude.
Don't talk about old Sneako.
Nah. Go, yo, Sneako, tell him.
You didn't even watch old Sneako. I was talking about this shit. I was in 4chan when I was 14. I was reading Poll. I was reading all this shit. I've been to Alex Jones since I was 16. Jidion, you didn't even know what the old Sneako is. You saw a couple TikToks by some white kids who don't get any bitches from 20.
Yeah, Nick has a power platform. I say that.
Like they have not grown at all. Dudes play Fortnite all day, and then you believe the old Sneako nonsense. I used to be even more alt-right. I used to be more alt-right when I was a teenager. I was reading all this shit. I just couldn't talk about it, and now I can.
Yo, Sneako, if you think Sneako's like Red Pill now, back in the day, he used to smack up women. This Marvel Ball.
You know what I'm saying? I was beating the shit out of women, bro. And Bryson just donated more 20. Said I'm a rapper too, and I like Nick. A rapper. Damn.
You gotta be careful joking like that. He know he gonna get snippeted.
Yeah, he invited me to the cookout.
Oh my god!
Sneako. Mm-hmm.
I want to say, back when I was growing up, it wasn't enough to have a black fan. What did this change?
Nick, I'm having a cookout in Compton soon. I want you to fly out with that cozy TV money, and I want you to come out to Compton, and I'm gonna give you a huge stage. And after we do the cha-cha slide, I'm gonna let you hop on and like talk to the people in Compton.
Hold on. Jidion, are you gonna provide any security for him?
Oh, nah, man, bro. He's good in every hood. Remember, he's the majority. He's the majority. He's in power.
Why would I need it? Well, black people wouldn't like attack me, right? Black people wouldn't like attack me for saying things like that.
Nick is hilarious. I gotta give him that. He got Jidion on that one.
And them, I wouldn't need security.
That's right. The same way, like white people wouldn't attack us if we went into like some rural parts and started screaming Black Lives Matter, right? Like nobody does that.
You got a point. Well, I don't think they would actually, but you got a point. Fair enough. I'll come to it. We'll hang out. We'll talk about things other than race.
Do you detest your Mexican side of you? Like, do you like actually hate it?
No. Why would you even see that?
Do you wish you could be Do you wish you could be 100% Italian or 100% whatever?
No, because then I wouldn't be 100% Nick Fuentes.
How do we get Nick Fuentes though? Like, how do we get you?
Well,
are you arguing for diversity there, that you wouldn't exist if it weren't for like some level of race mixing and shit?
Yeah, so we should bring in 30 million immigrants to America.
Well, how many did we have to bring in before you were born? You said it was over the past 30 years. You're what, 23 years old?
My ancestors are like 4 generations in America. But you're trying to obfuscate the point by making.
Why do you keep saying
Nick Fuentes is my king? Jesus is king, brother.
Wait, can you explain specifically how am I obfuscating?
We're trying to have a nice moment. You got to.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, run away from it. Okay. Obfuscate everything.
Is you backing up a lot.
All right. Don, is there anything you want to add or chime in on?
I mean, yeah, no, I think I've said my piece. I think you all know where I stand.
Yes.
What the solution is, the God pill, you know.
I agree, Don.
Okay, I got a big question. Don, as you are now somebody who's become a soldier of God, you out here, fighting the good fight. How do you feel now that you are looking at the red pill from this new perspective? Is there some weirdness that you associate with it now?
Yeah, it's flawed. It's incomplete. It's a bastardization of the God pill, because what it does is there are truths that you do hear in the red pill. Let's say, and let's isolate it, because I know when Sneako hears red pill, he thinks about just like truth versus untruth. When I think of red pill, I think of dating, right? I think of the relationship,
surface level stuff.
Not surface level. It's where the term became popular. The term red pill became popular in the.
Hold on. Sneako, let him go, and then you
Matrix, go. The Matrix, it's not really about dating, but okay. Yeah.
Are you going to save the stream? I want to watch the entire stream. I want to watch it later. Yep, definitely going to have the stream on YouTube, Rumble, and Twitch. Just go ahead and hit that sub, brother. It was definitely a fire stream.
But either way, even the other things that you speak of, like in terms of truth versus untruth, it is also derivative from the only truth that matters. And so, yeah, when I look at the dating community's red pill, you look at how, okay,
tapping in, brothers.
A woman should be submissive, right? They will say things like that. The Bible will say the same thing. Well, here's the difference. Someone like Andrew Tate will endorse adultery, right? He will endorse treating women a certain type of way. Whereas in the Bible, it tells you to love your wife the way Jesus loved the church, and Jesus gave his life for the church. You know what I mean? So when you look at that, it tells you to be merciful, forgiving, loving, kind to your wife. You know what I mean? So patient above all things. Well, not above all things, well, a part of that. You look at how guys are told to treat women to acquire that submissive nature. It's oftentimes very, unloving. It's very cold. It's very mean, and it's done in a way to make them feel less than. Whereas, what a
society is different now. Like you don't get the same. Like I get what he's saying and all, but I don't know. It's like females then they want to be treated a certain type of way. I'm not saying they want to be treated bad, but if you're Mr. Goody Goody, if you're the good guy, you're gonna lose. So I don't know. It's just a societal thing now where girls don't even want the good guy anymore, and it's weird. It's kind of backwards, but it is what it is.
A woman should see in you to want to submit to you is a godly nature. Like, man, this is such a good man. How could I disrespect him? You know what I mean? That's the kind of energy that you get when you take the God pill, as opposed to the red pill, where it's so contingent.
I like that, the God pill.
And all these other factors that they talk about. And red pill community, you're well aware, you lose all your money and all your status, yet relationship could now be in jeopardy. Versus when you look at it from the perspective of a Christian, a woman is obedient to her husband when the two are Christian, not because she thinks she's supposed to be obedient to him, but because she's obeying God, and God commands her to be obedient to her husband. But her husband is commanded.
Yeah, I get what he's saying, but that's not how women work nowadays, man. They're not about to stay with. That's just not. It's not how women think. Like I'd love for that to be how women think, but it's just not. It's just not. I'm sorry. It's just not.
To treat her a particular type of way,
Okay, so Sneako, I know you feel like he doesn't have the right definition of the red pill, but what do you say to what he's just said right now in regards to the approach to women? How different it is between the red
takes. No, I'm not saying it like he's wrong or anything. He's 100% right. I agree with him. I'm just saying that women don't look at it from that lens. Like women don't look at it from a righteous lens anymore. Half of the women are, what I'm saying, like, I don't know. I don't know where y'all growing up, but yeah, what state and city is y'all at? Because I don't know. I don't think half of these women are thinking about God when they get in relationships nowadays. That's just how it is. I'm not saying it's right. It's a terrible thing. It should be the way that God intended it to be. It's just not, and that's just the reality of things. But it should be. He's right.
Red pill and the God pill. What is your reply to that?
I think they go hand in hand. If you look in the Bible, all the men with status had multiple wives.
I think the red pill gets bashed. Sneako's a red pill nigga. I don't know what the fuck, but I think the red pill gets a bad take. There's a lot of bad guys in the red pill community that are misogynist because they have some type of contempt for women, but there's a lot of guys that are actually good for the red pill. Like Rollo Tomasi, he wrote a book on marriage. He wrote a book on how to love your woman. Like there's a lot of guys that get overshadowed by all the wholehearted misogynists. So the red pill isn't completely bad. There's a lot of guys that preach marriage and preach relationships and preach children. You know what I'm saying? Preach family. It's just they get overshadowed by all the misogynists.
All the most powerful men had multiple women.
And look what happened to them.
Hold up, Jidion, let him finish.
What happened to them?
Look at King Solomon. Look at King David.
What happened to him?
You not know the story? Don, I feel like you're a little bit. Can you tell him about King Solomon?
Yeah, no.
When he had multiple wives, 500 concubines.
He had harems. He had multiple, hundreds, maybe thousands of concubines. Multiple wives, and he wrote the book of Proverbs, and in it he lamented. He talked for an entire book. He wrote the book of Proverbs is mostly.
You are right though, brother. If you find the right woman, if you do find the right righteous woman that's willing to be on that type of time, and then definitely treat her like the queen that she deserves to be treated like, and do not play with that, because it's a lot of 304s out here. You're only gonna find one of them maybe once or twice in your whole life. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, definitely if you find the right woman that's worth it and that's treating you like that and is showing that she's a righteous woman and follows God, then of course. I'm just saying it's a lot of 304s out this motherfucker with the OnlyFans and the, you know what I'm saying?
About warning young men against pursuing sex, promiscuity, adultery. He was like, yeah, because King Solomon, this is what he asked God for, right? He was very, very wise, right? He asked God for wisdom, and so God made him the wisest man to ever live and whoever shall will live. In doing so, he had enough knowledge to gain a lot of wealth. And so as a result of that, as he got older, he decided that he wanted to test out all the various ways in life that people try to is there a feedback coming from
No, you don't. You're good. You're good.
All right, test all the ways to experience joy, and in doing so, he went down the road of promiscuity and concubines and multiple wives. And after he wrote a book on it, saying this is not it, this is horrible. And so there's
being with a lot of women will tear you up emotionally, spiritually. It's the society we live in today is weird, but I can't act like. Let me carry on.
But then it's not true that every powerful man in the Bible did that, right? You look at Abraham, you look at Isaac, you look at Joseph, you look at Jacob. These are men with one wives, you know.
Okay.
Adam.
Okay. I want to let Sneako respond. How do you feel when you hear all this stuff?
All right, man. You kind of meat watching, but I mean, do you? I mean, I think we can follow God. I can still fuck who I want to fuck.
No, Sneako, you did not just quote the Bible saying all these motherfuckers have multiple wives, and then people were like, actually, that's not how it is. Like, yo, stop meat watching.
Yeah, it's just like, but I'm not a Christian, bro. I believe in God, but I'm not a Christian. I like aspects of different religions. So you're quoting the Bible and stuff like that, but that's not what I follow. I like a lot of stuff in Islam.
Why'd you bring it up?
Why'd you bring it up? That's what people are going to ask.
Because Christianity is an aesthetic for red pillars. They don't actually believe in any of the shit. They just say that, like, oh, like I like God, but I'm spiritual, but I don't have a denomination, and I don't go to church, and I don't follow any of the tough rules.
Not
They
even
just pick and choose
Christianity.
the things
It's
that
the
they
girls
do.
that talk about astrology.
I'd say red pillars, bro, because a lot of the red pillars believe in God. Oh yeah, Sneako lost me on that one. He just come on, Sneak. You could have had a better response. Finagle the different. Come on.
That's the girls that talk about astrology all day.
Destiny, hold on. Destiny, you just said a bunch of nonsense. First of all, if Myron was a former Muslim, I think he's still a practicing Muslim. Tate, a lot of the times he aligns with like Muslim practices. Me too. But the religion I wanted to convert to when I was a kid was Islam. So you're saying that we use Christianity? I didn't even bring up Christianity. I bring up God, but that doesn't automatically mean Christianity.
When you say so. God is somebody that exists. And I think in order to have a relationship with him, you need to have some form of denomination or structured thing that you exist within in order to have that relationship with God. If God is just somebody that
if that's what you think, okay, but I disagree with you. You can't make
that's
me
fine that you
your
disagree,
faith.
but any truly God-fearing person has a structure. And
how is Destiny gonna speak on anything to do with God and he doesn't believe in God as a whole? Like Destiny's so weird. Sometimes he just argues just to have like an argument. You don't even believe in God, so why are you even speaking in this segment? Let the men that believe in God speak on the subject. Speak on, like, come on, that makes no sense, Destiny. You can't condemn anybody for their way of looking at God. I'm not saying that Sneako's right or anything because he's not, but at the same time, he's not wrong. And Destiny's the last person that could tell him that he's wrong because Destiny, you're an atheist and a homo-bapial. Like, come on now, like. Don't talk about God. Like, what do you know? Like, yeah, you read the scripture and this, that, and the third, but what connection do you have if you're an atheist? I'm not hating. I'm just saying.
Life that
I'm not a
God
God-fearing person.
Then you don't believe in God.
Why do you quote that? Why do you quote God if you're not a God-fearing person? Why would you quote someone you don't fear? Fear is respect.
Hold on. Sneako. Earlier, you said in the Bible, and then you went on to list the fact that people have multiple wives. They corrected you.
Because Don is Christian, and he's saying this stuff.
Okay, but you recognize that what you're saying is wrong about the Bible and how they view having multiple wives. No?
I thought that most of the most powerful men in the Bible always had multiple wives.
They did, and then bad shit would happen.
No, but it's not true that most of them did. And also, at the end of the day, God constantly spoke against it. God constantly spoke against adultery. You know, at least from the time of Moses, it was undeniable. But even prior to that, there were instances where, you know, men would have children with other women, and there was always repercussions for that, you know, or adultery would be committed and there were always repercussions from that, you know. It doesn't take long. It's by the second book of the Bible that thou shalt not commit adultery was established. So you don't have too much to look at in terms of text before you get a very clear opinion from God on how he views men sleeping with women who aren't their wives. So yeah.
Well, I'm not married, so
no, but
go ahead.
Also, I mean, I'm not. If you wanted to look at it from the Christian perspective, you don't have to be married to commit adultery. Any man who lusts after a woman has already committed adultery in her heart. So in his heart, and so yeah, that's already breaking that commandment. You know what I mean? You don't have to be married to commit adultery. Is the point I'm making. Yeah.
Cool.
All right. How do you feel about the God
adultery? Isn't the literal definition of adultery cheating on a spouse, and the spouse means you're married. Spouse isn't just a relationship, a girlfriend, boyfriend. Spouse literally means a marital partner.
pill. Sneako, are you with it? Or are you more? You still
I think it
feel
goes
like
hand
red
in
pill's
hand. I think what I find, I don't even think that it's worth identifying ourselves with pills. Like that's what mostly I talk about in my videos, but I wouldn't say I wouldn't say that's the core thing I follow is the red pill. I just like seeking truth through funny. I like to go find the truth, and usually it comes from the funniest people. That's like I believe in. Ultimately, I think my philosophy is comedy is funny. I think if you follow that, you can never really be derailed because it's just spreading joy. It's just people laughing. You can't really go wrong in that. That's what I believe.
Okay, but do you agree that like your way of spreading joy is also spreading misery to many?
Yeah, bots, pussies. But eventually, like they'll wake up. They'll feel better.
Okay, so it's not joy for the majority; it's joy for the people who are.
No,
like,
it is
bots.
joy for the majority, but it's people actually. If you're saying that it spreads misery, they like it. They're entertained by it. People like having an emotional reaction to jokes. That's wrong. It's not really spreading misery. That's entertainment to bots.
Okay, all right.
Misery, whatever.
I think the God pill is the ultimate red pill. Frankly, I think Christianity is because I did the same thing. I was a truth seeker. I sought truth through funny in the same way, and it led me to God, and it specifically led me to Catholicism. That's where I wound up. So, I mean, I know we got involved in all the race stuff, but I think that it's funny that I don't want to get back into that, but I agree with Don that if we're going to have any semblance of coherence and cohesion in society, it's going to come from the only thing it's going to come from is Christianity. And that is the source of everything that's wrong in the country. That's the source of the spiritual crisis is the general amorality or immorality of people. It's a fact that we're not being led by Christians. We don't have moral Christian law. We don't have Christian education. That's at the heart of almost all the problems. That's the problem with conduct is it's not governed by religious law for people. So
I'm not gonna lie, that's the first thing I agree with Nick on.
I don't want to get in the race
because I mean I feel like because Destiny, you don't believe in the Bible.
It's a fact that we're not being led. We got involved in all the race stuff, but I think that it's funny that I don't want to get back into that. But I agree with Don that if we're going to have any semblance of coherence and cohesion in society, it's going to come from the only thing it's going to come from is Christianity. And that is the source of everything that's wrong in the country. That's the source of the spiritual crisis is the general amorality or immorality of people. It's a fact that we're not being led by Christians. We don't have moral Christian law. We don't have Christian education. That's at the heart of almost all the problems. That's the problem with conduct is it's not governed by religious law for people. So,
that's actually 1000% fact. Yeah, Nick is 100% right on that.
so,
I'm not gonna lie, that's the first thing I agree with Nick on.
I don't want to get in the race
because I mean I feel like because Destiny, you don't believe in the Bible, right?
No.
Not directly, no.
But I feel like if any logical
shots.
person does read the Bible and doesn't add their 2 cents into it and doesn't try to change things, if you look at it point blank for what it is, if you were to follow it, it would be a cohesive, peaceful world. Okay. But the problem is, there's so many other religions, and then not only the fact that there's so many other religions, there's so many other different, there's basically a bunch of different religions in the Bible itself because so many people want to make their own opinions and pull their own things out of it. Like when I went to the most racist town in America, they literally believe that the beasts that were made on the 6th day are people that aren't white. So, that's a whole different religion in and of itself.
I feel like of all the major religions in the world, at the very least, your 3 big ones, Judaism, Islam, and Christianity, like all of these religions, as much as people like to fight amongst them, they're like 95% similar in terms of the moral teachings that they have.
They have the same, it's the God of Abraham, but it's pretty much after the Old
arguably
Testament.
All 3 worship the same God, right? Yeah. So, but I mean, like you have like the same core moral teachings, and even if you venture outside of those and you go to like Buddhism and Hinduism, like the moral teachings are all going to be roughly similar. I think as long as you have some religion that's like a major religion, if it survived this long, the moral teachings are probably mapping on to something good or real that leads to like human happiness. As long as you're doing your best to like adhere to whatever religious principles you say you have, probably going to be doing okay. I think that's generally true.
Okay,
and I'm going to bring for a better world.
Sneako, this is from one of your live streams. I know recently D'Angelo, the creator, came back, and you'd reached his video where he talked about mental health issues, and you had a lot to say about that video.
Yeah.
Do you mind if I bring up some stuff just as a starting point for us? Okay. So D'Angelo talked about the fact that after taking a hiatus from YouTube, he was pretty sad. He was depressed. He was dealing with a lot of mental health issues.
Yeah.
And you, in watching him, talk about this stuff, cry about it.
What did Destiny
Okay.
say?
And
I'm gonna
probably
bring
for a
up.
better world. You know? So like human teachings are all going to be roughly similar. I think teachings, and even arguably
Testament.
all three worships they have, as much as people like to fight amongst them, they're like 95% similar in terms of religions in the world. At the very least, your three big ones: Judaism, Islam, and Christianity. Like all of these religions, as much as people like to fight amongst them, they're like 95% similar in terms of the moral teachings that they have.
They have the same. It's the God of Abraham, but you know, it's pretty much after the Old
arguably
Testament.
all three worship the same God, right? Yeah. So, but I mean, like you have like the same core moral teachings, and even if you venture outside of those and you go to like Buddhism and Hinduism, like the moral teachings are all going to be roughly similar. I think as long as you have some religion that's like a major religion, if it survived this long, the moral teachings are probably mapping on to something good or real that leads to like human happiness. As long as you're doing your best to like adhere to whatever religious principles you say you have, probably going to be doing okay. I think that's generally true.
Okay,
And
I'm going to
probably
bring
for
up
a better world.
Yeah, you're definitely right. Judaism isn't the same as Christianity or Islam, but at the same time, yeah, you're right. But they have similar. I think he's talking about the morality of it, though. The not necessarily the specific teaching, but the morality behind it that it instills, which is actually kind of similar in every religion universally because.
Sneako, this is from one of your live streams. I know recently D'Angelo, the creator, came back, and you'd reached his video where he talked about mental health issues, and you had a lot to say about that video.
Yeah.
Do you mind if I bring up some stuff just as a starting?
He actually spoke on that earlier in the stream. Jews of the Bible are very different than Jews today. Destiny just doesn't know that. Yeah, Destiny, like you can't take his credibility when it comes to too much when it comes to religion. He's not even a religious man, so I just render his opinion on certain things null void. Not that they're not might not have some type of value, but I don't really take it too serious just because based off the fact that he's not a religious person.
Yeah, go.
Okay. So D'Angelo talked about the fact that after taking a hiatus from YouTube, he was pretty sad. He was depressed. He was dealing with a lot of mental health issues.
Yeah.
And watching him, talk about this stuff, cry about it, you felt a lot of different ways. One of the things that you kind of start off with is we shouldn't encourage people crying or saying this kind of stuff online. If you're sad, get over it. This is just some quotes I took together. Do you still feel that way? And if you do, why?
I think you get too much validation for talking about your mental health and crying and getting depressed. I think you can cry on a video and say I have mental health problems. Twitter made me sad. I needed to take a mental health break.
I think there's very small minority of people that have mental health problems, and a lot of people are just crying because they have insignificant lives and they don't measure up in any metrics of being a human being. They haven't accomplished things. That's why you're upset. You're depressed because you haven't done anything with your lives, not because you have some chemical imbalance within your brain. The people that have chemical imbalance within their brain are actually a small percentage of the people that claim to be depressed and whatnot.
I was on Twitter too much, and they do that because liberals will all go in the comments and be like, "Oh my God, feel better."
Especially the liberals, and that's why the world looks like it does today with all this accept everything bullshit, and people's feelings matter more than the truth and reality, and it's not true. The facts don't give a fuck about your feelings.
I'm so glad you're opening up. I'm also sad. My therapist told me this.
I kind of agree with Sneako on this. I kind of do.
And all it does, you think that it's getting over your mental health, but all it does is encourage it more and more.
Right.
It gives you a sense, it gives you dopamine that other people are like validating your mental health problems. When reality is your life hard, you're a successful YouTuber, you stream all day, your life is fucking easy. You have the easiest job ever, you have the best job ever.
Actual facts.
And Twitter made you sad, get over it, pussy.
So what would you say about people like Etika?
I think he actually did have some mental health problems.
So what's the difference between Etika and?
Man, just say he did it because he was a pussy. Be honest, be consistent.
No, you can't switch up like that, bro. That was bad.
Now, who is Etika and what did he do? What happened with Etika? Who is he?
That was bad.
That guy seemed like he was actually deranged. You're laughing right now at the sky, but fucking D'Angelo Wallace was just on Twitter too much. He was doing cancel culture shit all day. He was researching celebrities and trying to cancel people consistently. That shit made him sad. If you're the voice of cancel culture, you spew that much negativity, obviously it's going to come back to you. If you're on a moral high ground constantly, eventually you're going to be like, oh shit. If you're constantly you can't say this, deplatform this, cancel that. You're gonna be sad. Atticus seemed like he was going down the wrong path, and I think he was actually going insane. D'Angelo Wallace, bro, you're just on Twitter too much. Get over it.
Okay, let me try to bridge this, okay? Because for a lot of my life, I agree with you. I rail against these people. I shit on these people constantly. I used to fight with these people all the time. And when I say used to, I mean like a month and a half ago. I used to do this all the time. And there's something that I know in my head to be true, and it took somebody else pointing this out to me. When people engage in this hardcore cancel shit, when they
look them up,
do this stuff, more often than not, these are fucking miserable people. I don't know if you guys have ever
That's your people, Destiny.
Have you ever? No. If you don't think any of your audience is miserable, you are more delusional.
No, I'm saying the cancel people.
Here is the reality. It's not just cancel people. Okay, if you ever have the opportunity to dig through a hater's profile on the internet, every single time their lives fucking suck so bad that I have always wanted to go in and I feel bad. I'll get some dude, he'll call me a virgin, he'll be fucking homophobic, whatever phobic, all sorts of shit on me. And then I'll start digging through his profile. And this dude's got like a YouTube channel with 250 videos with 7 views each. And half the views are his family, like trying to support him, right? Like more often than not, these people are sad as fuck. When you come at it from that perspective, and then you start seeing how people act online, I think that you can have a little bit of compassion, as hard as it is. And trust me, it's fucking hard. That when you see people acting out, they're doing their cancel culture shit, they're doing whatever, because more often than not, these people are fucking losers in life. And the only validation that they get is going online and crying about their problems or bullying other people. And it's not good.
I have to agree with Destiny on that. It's factual.
Good. They shouldn't do it. But like, it's like the bully that you find at school who...
Yeah, a lot of the time when people are so upset, it's because they're living insignificant lives. Like, it's almost like you look at somebody's life and you're not surprised they're upset. It's like, I'd be depressed if I was you. You're not getting no money. You're not getting no females. You don't have a true purpose in life. You're not chasing anything, but you're just hating on people. I understand that.
Go to his house, you see he's getting like molested by his fucking dad or whatever, right? You can have some level of understanding where it's like, yeah, the behavior's fucked, but maybe the solution...
Situations like that is different though.
Isn't to just constantly shit on these people, because every now and then you might hit on somebody that's not a cancel culture nerd, but it's an etika, and then they kill themselves. It's like, well, fuck. Like maybe I didn't need to go that hard on every single hater that I found.
I disagree with you. I don't think it's my responsibility if somebody deletes themselves. Like I just... You know, if I said something that hurts their feelings, like, bro, what do you want? You want me to feel bad about that?
You don't have to do.
Hold on. That's it. Let him finish.
Okay.
Yeah, you want me to have compassion for people who want to take away my platform? Basically,
I mean, you're talking to somebody that's been deplatformed, right? I just got banned off.
I have compassion. You know how many times I've been almost canceled?
Exactly.
I don't think there's anybody in this room that has caught more shit from other people. At one point, I literally had every single blue check mark on fucking Twitter on my ass.
Fuck them all.
So, but if anything, I feel like if anything, I could talk to most about compassion. You know, fucking even today, H3, I felt like he was exhibiting liberal racism to the fullest. And then, you know, my editor made a joke title, and then he made a whole video, you know, talking about me, and I still hopped on his stream and I had a civil discussion. You know, I didn't go in there shitting on him, I didn't go in there bringing him down and stuff. And you know, like, you know, I'm not trying to diss on Ethan or nothing, but it's known that he's on antidepressants. It's known that he's depressed, and you know, I hope he gets rid of that spirit on him. But you know, when I hopped into the call with you earlier,
you should watch Nick react to a piece about him some YouTuber made. Drop the link or drop the title of the video. I want to actually see what they had to say about him, because I just now getting to know who Nick Fuentes even is. I'm just now, like, the last video I made about him was the first time I ever heard about him. So I don't know too much about Nick. I'm still learning him. I'm just trying not to judge him on, you know, prerequisites and whatnot. So go ahead and drop that video or the title, whatever it may be, whoever made it, and I'll go ahead and give it a fucking reaction. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate you. There's mad love.
Sneako, you wanted to hop on his show and shit on him even more.
He deserves it.
And you literally joke about him being on antidepressants.
Yeah.
And it's like,
he's not
if
depressed.
anything,
he's just
H3's done more harm to me than he's ever done to you. I don't even know if he's talked about you.
And the H3 guy, like, is that the big guy that like had that scruffy beard and took that like that butt picture in the mirror? Like, he just, come on, look at him. You can look at certain people and understand exactly why they're depressed. If you went out and hit the gym and got a six-pack, I guarantee you he probably wouldn't be depressed anymore. If the females don't want to be around a guy that's overweight, looks like he smells, speaks with the incompetence, and like, come on, it's just, you can understand why certain people are depressed. You've been blackballed in life because you're not him. If you're not him, you're not your best. If you're not the best version of yourself, then of course you're going to be depressed. depressed because the inner you, your higher self, knows that you could be the best version of yourself, but you're giving yourself an excuse on why you don't measure up to these metrics by just saying you're depressed and, oh, this is why I'm a failure, this is why females don't want me, this is why you're just awarding it to depression, when in reality you're not your best self. So become your best self before you say you're depressed. And then if you're still depressed, then maybe there's a conversation to be had. But until then, it's like, come on
his platform yet.
No, never.
But so he's not even talked about you, and you still want to go shit on. Isn't that hater behavior?
Yeah, I want to make fun of him. I want to shit on him. He used to be a comedian. Maybe that's going to ignite the funny back instead of like, bro, he's going brain dead from these antidepressants and cancel culture. He talks so slow.
People kill me. Like, them antidepressants are not going to make you happy. Like, I don't know anybody that has a success story that said, I was depressed, but the antidepressant saved me. Nobody's ever said that shit. So I don't know why people keep doing that shit. Just create a better life for yourself. Get healthy. Get in shape. God damn it. Get in shape. Number one, healthy body, healthy mind. That's the one thing that'll save you.
It sucks.
A lot of these people that are depressed are overweight and unattractive, objectively unattractive to the opposite gender. So they wonder why that they're depressed. Enough is enough to like look at yourself in lower value, because your higher self knows that you're not doing and living your best life.
Want to go on, roast him, get him triggered, and maybe the old Ethan will wake back up again. Roasting is good. We need bullying. Bullying makes people better.
We were me and Sneako.
I'm about to let this finish, and I'm gonna hop on different videos of Nick.
Be talking on the
phone. Hit that sub, man. Turn them post notifications on, because right after I get off of this stream, I'm gonna hop right on another one.
Like when we're not streaming and we were talking, I'm gonna tell. Is it cool if I tell you what we talk about on the phone?
Go, I don't give a fuck.
Okay, so we were talking about it, and he was showing me how people on his Reddit, all it is just straight hate, literally paragraphs. Like they write full page essays, and I saw that and I felt empathy for him, and I was like, Sneako, bro, like, are you okay, man? Like, having nothing but something where it should be nothing but positivity. I was like, bro, is this like getting? And he was like, yeah, it does a little bit, you know. Like, I don't want to always get shit on.
Did I say that?
But that's literally what you said, bro.
I said fuck them. I don't care about essays.
Okay.
I don't remember saying that.
Okay.
Seriously. Okay. Finish.
But that's literally that's what he told me. He was like, yeah, it gets to me a little bit, you know. And that's when we were talking about you being the villain. I was like, bro, you don't always need to be the villain. And you were like, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't want to be the villain, but I feel like someone has to be.
No, what I said was people like to hate watch. I don't want to be the villain, but I understand there's a lot of people online, they treat it like murder documentaries. They want to find somebody that they disagree with or that disagrees with their ideas, and they want to write essays. They like to watch it, analyze and psychoanalyze and try to get in my head, tell me to go to therapy, type an essay about why I changed, try to figure out. They treat it like I'm a character on a show. It's not that I want to be the villain. I just understand that that's entertainment for a lot of people. So I don't want to give them compassion and empathy, because it's fuck it. At the end of the day, it's just entertainment. And
in that moment, you said it got to you a little bit.
You killing it with this, bro. Happy you took people's advice and did more reactions, especially Nick. He got a lot of interest right now. Happy to see your numbers popping up. Appreciate you, brother on God. Like, I swear to God, that means a lot, man. I love you tapping back in. I'm not going to forget about you when I get to the top. Keep seeing your name, man. It's mad love, man. It's mad love. Yo, real talk. Nick Fuentes is a racist pros, and you shouldn't waste your time listening to him. Okay. Is this actually live? No.
I don't remember saying that.
I'm live. Like, yes, I'm live. Like, yeah, this is actually live. Yes. Yeah. I'm fried. Let me see.
I don't remember saying that.
Sneako, finish with your point.
I got into this because I wanted to be a comedian. I really wanted to be a stand-up comedian. That's why I started doing YouTube. So at the end of the day, if I'm entertaining people, my job is being done. If they could type what I told you, what I remember, if they could write a whole fucking essay about a stream, which they're probably doing right now in the comment section, if they could type a whole paragraph longer than their homework and not make any money out of it, they were entertained. They had fun.
Hold up. I got to push back on something. You constantly come up.
Mad love to y'all tuning in, man. Everybody hit that sub button. We got more reactions coming for sure.
You're talking about you're spreading the truth, that you're changing people's lives. You want to make them hustle. You want to make all this stuff. I get that you also want to crack jokes, but we need to stop doing this whole thing where you come in on the comedian angle to kind of like obfuscate any kind of responsibility that you have.
I'm not trying to take away responsibility.
No, because it does sound, okay, when you hear you talk like, I'm just here to entertain. I'm just here to entertain. That's not true. You're not just here to entertain. If you're being honest, you're here to spread the truth, to open people's minds, to push men to do better. That's not what a comedian does.
Abba, who's your favorite comedian? Patrice, right?
Hey, Poopy Cat, shout out to you, man, for hitting my DMs up and sending me that link. I'm gonna react to that video after this, man. Shout out to you. Mad fucking love. It's actually live, yeah. Oh, all right, I got you. Yep, yes, sir. Yes,
Sure.
sir. Let's run them views up.
So Neil, Dave Chappelle. You got Dave Chappelle, give me that $100 bill over there on that wall. The best way to get to truth is through comedy.
Okay, I don't disagree, but you need to stop doing this whole thing where you're pretending like you're just here to do comedy. That's not what it is. You're actually
That's
here to
the
change
end goal.
people's lives and open their eyes to the truth.
But like you saying all this shit, bullying and stuff, and then you're like, hey, at the end of the day, it's just a joke, guys. I'm just joking. I'm here to entertainment. It's all entertainment purposes. It's like you can say the most fuck shit in the world, but then when people are getting onto you, it's like nobody in this world can take a joke. Like, what's up, guys? Like, I'm just here joking.
Sneako's right, because you have to be offensive in order to be funny, in order to be interesting. Like, the way that people want.
You can be saying those soft ass jokes, but I kind of get where Jidion's coming from. But at the same time, Sneako, like, he likes being the villain, so just let him be the villain.
To have it in society now is where nothing is offensive and nobody's feelings get hurt.
Sneako was just trying to preach masculinity. People need to have tougher skin. Like, Jesus, everything, like, God, this generation is just so soft and everything gets to everybody so easily nowadays. And people think their emotions and shit matter so much. And if you let your emotions crush you, you're not a man, bro. You're just not. Unless you're going through some real devastating shit, then obviously I'm not speaking on those. Obviously those things are exempt. People that are really going through real devastating shit, losing people, whatever, having real chemical imbalances in their brain, yeah. But most of these people out here are just soft, bro, and need to man up. Like, God damn it.
And you know what you get when you do all of that? You wind up with like what we have with SNL. You wind up with Joe Biden. You wind up with what we have on TV. Everything sucks because of that. So I think that in order to be a great person, in order to be a great man and a great thinker, you have to be reckless sometimes and offensive and provocative and hurt people's feelings. I think that's part and parcel of it. And I think that if you're we all have some responsibility, but thinking too much about your responsibility to other people, it prevents greatness. It prevents progress. It prevents people from doing anything and saying anything.
Nick is 1000% right on this. When you're trying to make innovation and real change in the world, who cares about, like, you can't be considering everybody else in your fucking head. You can't, there's no possible way to calculate everybody's fucking feelings when you say something. Everybody in the whole world's feelings, regardless of what the fuck you say, somebody's gonna have a problem with it. And that's just how that's just how the world is. That's just how things are. People need to toughen up and stop letting little things crush them.
So I totally support it, even though I don't even agree with everything Nico says. When he says, like, I want to have a harem, it's like, I think it's funny. I think it's provocative. Same with the
Stream is banger. Love the positive vibes in the chat. Real king in here. Let's grow together. Yes, sir, man. I love y'all. I swear to God, I really appreciate y'all, man, for tuning in with me. Y'all gonna ride this journey with me, man. Everybody hit that sub. I ain't gonna forget y'all names. First, yeah, everybody that's showing me love, I'm not gonna forget y'all names, bro. I promise to God, I'm not gonna forget y'all.
Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate promotes porn. I think porn is one of the most evil things in society. But Tate also says other things that are provocative and get people thinking, and it's different. It's better than Hassan. It's better than all this other garbage we have to swallow every day.
Facts.
So
I think that the problem,
you gotta go off.
I think the issue that we run into, and this is funny because earlier people were talking about like level one takes, right? To say that comedy is just like telling jokes is not true. Right? One of the like underlining and maybe the defining aspect of some of the best comedians is that their jokes contain huge nuggets of truth in them. Oftentimes that's why they're funny. So I think the issue is that when you start making observations in a funny way, which is what comedy is sometimes, and then when somebody's like, man, they're not saying your comedy is offensive. They're not saying that your jokes are bad. What they're really saying is, I disagree with your observations. That's what they're really saying when they have a problem with the comedy. So when you back up from that point, you're just like, oh, well, it's just jokes. It's like, okay. Like if I were to hang out with any of the other people in this call besides Nick, and I were to constantly tell like black jokes all day long, just racist black jokes. And then you guys were like, hey, that's kind of like, it feels kind of shitty after a while. I'm like, bro, it's just jokes. Why are you upset? It's just a joke. It's just a joke. The problem isn't the joke, and it's not the offensiveness. It's that at some point you're going to get this underlying thought that it's like, damn, bro, it kind of seems like you just hate black people, right? Or we might not talk about racial jokes. It might be any type of humor where after a while it's like, man, it kind of seems like you're just an asshole. It seems like you're a shitty person. It's like you're
here goes Destiny with this liberal bullshit. Like, we're not putting people's feelings ahead of the truth and what needs to be done. Oftentimes people need to get rocked. People need something that actually sticks with them. And if you're just comforting people's feelings all the time, shit's not gonna stick with them. You know what I'm saying? Some people need to be told that they're a fat piece of shit that needs to get up and go to the gym, and that's what's gonna motivate them to go to the fucking gym. Like, you can't just be, oh, honey, I think I don't know if you want to go to the gym today, you can, but I don't know, I don't know. You have to be blunt with these things. You know what I'm saying? Because when it hurts, it sticks. And that's just how you it has to be sometimes, especially with men. I don't think men should be babied and sugar coated or any of that. I think they need to be told it raw. Women, that's a different story. You feel me? Women are a different story. Obviously, you can send a message to women in a different way because they can't handle the same type. They handle their emotions are out of whack. We all know women. You know what I'm saying? They got all this shit going on, a lot going on. It's different for them. But mainly for men, I feel like you got to just give it to a man straight. If you trying to save a man's feelings is not really essential to getting to the goal.
You're kind of a piece of shit, but you can't just hide behind it. Like, well, it's just jokes all day. I think is the point.
What do you want me to do? Apologize?
No. My point, Sneako, is
I think the point.
I'm pretty sure you can get on Cozy TV if you hit Nick up. Nick built his own platform from scratch. You got to respect his hustle, even if you don't agree 100%. No, I said that earlier in the chat when somebody else told me to hop on Nick's platform. I definitely respect the hustle, especially because it's not easy to have your own platform. Like, that's something crazy to do, and to have traffic coming into your platform. I'm definitely going to try to get on Cozy TV. I'm going to try to, talk to Nick and see where we can align our thoughts, see where we can meet in the middle. I don't disagree completely with Nick on a lot of things. We agree on a lot of things. We actually do. I'm just now getting hip to who Nick Fuentes even is. So this is just a start for me. So I appreciate that, brother. Appreciate the support. And I'm definitely going to try to give that a shot.
Their points is, at least mine. You know me, I do stand-up. I've been doing stand-up for a very long time, okay? And I love what comedians are doing online in terms of telling their jokes fine. That's great. But I think there's a giant difference between the portions where you're clearly telling jokes and just being humor, and then other times where you're just straight up talking to your audience. Like, there is no joke in the middle there. There is no ha-ha, there's a punchline. I'll defend anybody to their death if that's what they're doing. But oftentimes I see comedians just literally having 1 hour political rants, and then when they get critiqued on it, they're like, oh, no, I'm just here to entertain. I'm like, no, bro, you didn't do a single setup. You didn't do a single punchline.
Okay, are they
I don't mind if you want to.
But they're not critiquing. They're trying to deplatform you. It's not critiquing. They're saying that I'm a loser. I'm an incel. They're saying throwing these words. I'm homophobic. I'm transphobic. I can't be on these platforms. I'm harmful. I'm the enemy. Yo, someone tweeted the other day, Sneako's a loser, LMFAO. It got 20,000 likes. It was like the highest like tweet on this guy's. That's not a critique.
One thing about Sneako, like, I fuck with Sneako heavy. Like, I really do fuck with Sneako, but I don't know. Sometimes, sometimes he. Actually, I don't really have a critique on Sneako. What I was about to say is kind of contradictory what I said before. So actually, I fuck with Sneako. But sometimes sometimes he gives his message in the wrong way. And I'm not that it's too harsh. The harshness doesn't matter. But sometimes he's just too he needs to become more articulate, is what I'm saying. He needs to be able to he needs to upgrade his dialect and become way more articulate and more of a captive speaker when he speaks. You know what I'm saying?
It was funny. That's why 20,000 people liked it. It was funny.
I don't even mind if they want to come out and say.
But what do you mean? It was funny. 20,000 people liked it, so obviously it was funny.
Hold on.
The joke is that you're a loser. That was the joke.
Okay,
it was comedy.
Hold on.
They know I'm not a loser.
But hey, I guess 20,000 people do that.
No, okay. They can like a tweet.
It's like 20,000 people in here hearing you say that H3 is on depressant. Like, I don't see the joke in that, but to you, that's the joke. So 20,000 people like it.
I don't know why he's trying to defend H3 so much. H3 is a grown man, a grown-ass man. We're sitting here talking about grown-ass men and protecting their feelings. Like, God damn it. H3 should have his life together, and he shouldn't be sad. He should have a wife and kids, and he should be in shape. He probably wouldn't be as sad as he is. I don't know if he has a wife and kids. I'm just saying, though, but I'm guessing he doesn't. I'm probably right about that. Let us carry on.
So 20,000 people on Twitter think that you're a loser. So that obviously.
The thing about H3, I can't respect him because all he does is hate on people that are living their best life. You know what I'm saying? So I can't really respect H3 because he's sad and on the antidepressants and shit, but he thinks he can give life advice. Nobody wants to live the life that you're living. So why the fuck would they take your life advice? It doesn't make sense to me. Why would you critique anybody else's life advice that they're giving if they're living the life that people want to live and you're not? Nobody wants to be H3. Nobody wants to be you. So that's something I just don't understand. But let us carry on.
Call me. Hey, all he has to do is back up and say, "Hey, Sneako, man, I was making a joke."
That's a dumb argument. The truth is, H3's on antidepressants and he doesn't need to be. The truth is, I'm not a loser, and people say that, but they want to bring me down. The point is, when I got fake jumped when I was doing a movie and I posted a picture with makeup, the amount of people who were celebrating it and like really wanted me to die was alarming. And I got screenshots of everybody. All the tweets went viral. These replies got thousands of likes. People saying it should have been a bullet. People posting celebration gifts for the fact that they thought I got hurt in the subway. They thought somebody jumped me. Even in my fucking subreddit, somebody took a picture of me like walking outside of a mall and posted on the subreddit. And in the comment section was saying, yeah, it'd be funny if he got jumped because he defended Myron on Fresh and Fit. So fuck those people. I'm here talking and they literally want me to die. Fuck that. That's not critiquing. That's hate.
You're not just.
The thing you gotta admire about Sneako is he's a tough guy. You know, he's a skinny nigga, but he's a tough guy. He doesn't let shit get to him, even though he can get emotional, but at the same time, like, he's not sitting at home crying about this shit and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? He's a fairly tough guy.
Talking. What are you saying?
He's free thinking. Let his man free
thinking. They want me to die. They want me to die. But the difference is.
Okay, I think they're wrong. I think everybody on your Twitter, on those sub. I think.
What's going on? Why did my stream just stop? What's going on?
Taken away because you should not act like that. But when you really look at it, you do the same thing.
Okay, I'm not. The difference is I'm trying to entertain and I'm trying to further thought. I'm trying to make people think. And these people just want me to get hurt. They're not critiquing. They're not providing valuable criticism. They're just saying you're a loser. They're just saying get hurt. They're saying you're a misogynist. That's not criticism. That's just nonsense words to try to get me canceled.
So, Sneako, real quick. When they see you online laughing at somebody who's saying they're having mental breakdowns, that they're depressed, that they've had suicidal thoughts for quite some time, okay, and basically minimizing what they're doing, they're seeing you try to commit harm to somebody else. You're pretty much invalidating what they're saying and saying it's not real.
That's not me committing harm. That's not laughing at somebody who shouldn't be depressed, who thinks they're depressed. That's not committing harm. That's like, it's like, lighten up.
Who are you to say who should or shouldn't be depressed? Isn't that like a pretty high bar?
Nobody should be depressed. Nobody should be depressed. Why would you want to be depressed? You shouldn't be depressed.
Okay, so then
I'm gonna say this because I get where they're coming from, at the same time. But like, if there's no chemical imbalance in your brain to where your brain doesn't produce enough dopamine or serotonin, if you're a woman, whatever it may be, you have the excuse to be depressed. If you're missing a chromosome, if you have a biological whatever, you have the excuse to be. It's not an excuse, but you can be depressed from these things. If you're depressed because you're living a sad life, you're fat, you're out of shape, you have no women in your life, nobody aspires to be you, men don't look up to you, boys don't look up to you, men don't want to be around you, you're not happy with who you are, that's your own fault. If you're upset and depressed about things that are under your control, you have absolutely no excuse, absolutely no right to be depressed if you're upset and depressed about the things under your control. I guarantee you, if H3 you hit the gym, got a six-pack, just that. I'm not even gonna go any deeper. Just got a six-pack. He'd feel way better about himself. Way better about himself. And I'm not saying that like working out is going to fix all problems, but that's a start. Healthy body, healthy mind. Everything is linked. When you have all this saturated fat in your body and your body can't even react to the things that you want it to, he said he speaks on how his meat doesn't even work. He has erectile dysfunction because you have all this saturated fat down there. When to have an erection, you need blood flow. When you're big as fuck, you're not going to be able to. You know what I'm saying? So some of these things are under his control. His sexual performance is he spoke on it. I've seen him speak on it. This isn't me saying it. He spoke on it, but his sexual performance is terrible because he can't keep it up. You know what I'm saying? He probably hasn't slept with a woman in a while. That's because it's too much saturated fat down there. You have to get rid of that so the blood can flow. That's what keeps it up. Stuff, there's basic little stuff like that. You hit the gym, looking at yourself in the mirror, you're gonna love what you see. You don't love what you see when all you see is a scruffy beard and a gigantic person. Like, come on, we're not gonna sit here and fake like some of these things are not controllable. If you're depressed because of things that you can control, you have no excuse to be depressed. Get to work. I done seen some of the biggest motherfuckers lose the weight and feel way better about themselves. I done seen some of the biggest motherfuckers put themselves out there and actually start talking to females instead of hating on the niggas that's getting the females. And that helps. Let's carry on.
Wait, so then why was Etika depressed?
He had stuff going on in his head, but he shouldn't have been depressed. It's a better life.
Etika, I don't know who that is, so I'm not going to speak on him. I don't know who that is.
If you're not depressed,
do you think depressed people don't know that?
A lot of depressed people, a lot of the libs that are on your side watching your stream will adamantly defend depression until they die. They want to be depressed because they don't want to improve. Etika was lost, bro.
I don't know if there are people that want to be depressed.
Yeah, they
People
do.
that truly
No,
are.
there
I'm sure
are.
there are some
Oh
people.
my God, that's bullshit.
I'm sure there are some people that
love
like
depression.
to.
If it's not a biological deficiency, depression is a choice. I don't like God damn it. I read a story about this woman that like I gotta tell y'all real quick. I read a story about this fucking woman that she was in a plane crash. She watched her whole family die. All of them. Her whole family die in front of her. She woke up and she was the only person alive. They asked her, like, what did you do after that? She said, well, I went back and my dad told me to get a job. So I got a job and I moved on with life. If somebody can lose their whole family, look around and see devastation and still find the courage in their heart, the power in their heart to move on and carry on and still go back to life and regular world and work and be happy and find a husband and be happy. What the fuck is your excuse? You didn't lose your whole family in the fucking plane crash. Like that's just like it doesn't make sense to me. So I get it. Some people are mentally stronger than others, but mental strength is a skill that you acquire. You're not born with mental strength. You have to teach yourself resilience. You have to teach yourself strength. And when you ask God for strength, He's not going to just give it to you. He's going to give you trials and tribulations to make you stronger. If you say, God, I want strength, He's going to put you through hell so you can get stronger. He's not just going to award you with something like, he's not going to wave a wand and you're stronger. No, he's going to give you trials and tribulations to overcome to become stronger. That's how it works. So come on, man. Some of this stuff is illogical. Some of the stuff that it can be explained, but I do have utter compassion for some of those people. Like, for instance, the girl in the plane, if she was depressed after that, I would have understood. Like, you lose your whole family. God damn it. You know what I'm saying? It's a miracle that she could just be strong after that. I commend her for that. But like, come on, man. A lot of these people do not have problems that dramatic. It's nowhere near that dramatic. And if she can recover, I'm convinced anybody can recover. Because losing your whole family in a crash and you being the only survivor, god damn it.
People love depression because they don't want to take accountability. They don't want to work. That's liberals. That's why they get fat. That's why they take antidepressants. They don't, and that's why
he just stays on the podcast and making hate videos about people. Like I can't respect that, man. Like just. Come on, man. You hating on all the men that's getting the females, and because really you're not getting the females.
You can't even fucking debate. They're pussy. They don't want to have any confrontation in their life. They just want to take pills and have someone tell them all their problems are not your fault when they really are.
So do you feel like for people depression is a choice?
Like your life, the life that you live is a direct correlation and effect of the choices that you made prior. Like, is that not fact?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
That happened to me
and
too.
How you look, how you act, how intelligent you are. Not intellect, but how much knowledge you have. That's all under control. Intellect is capacity, so that's not under control. But knowledge is under control.
I thought I was depressed, and I was in college. I'm like, wait a second. I'm in a first world. I come from a middle-class background. I could go on the internet and make money right now. I'm just not uploading videos.
Right, he just said that. We live in a first world country where you have clean water and food to drink, food to eat every single day. You have good water and food to drink every single day. There's people out in this world that don't have that, and they're not complaining about depression. So you have no excuse to complain. Like, Jesus.
I shouldn't be depressed. Why would I want to be depressed? I'm laying in bed. Bro, the decision is get out of bed. And people don't even want to take that accountability anymore. I'm in bed. Get up, pussy. I'm tired of that shit.
Okay. All right. Yo, Don, you there?
Yep, I'm here.
All right, Don, I know you wanted to speak. I didn't want to leave you out. You want to go?
No, I was just wondering at first what we were even getting on Sneako about in regards to what he said. Like, you were saying something along the lines of, oh, he has something that, like, an idea, a concept he was standing on, and then when he gets pressed about it, he says, oh, it's just entertainment. I was just trying to ask what that was.
W Sneako, man. W Sneako in the chat, man.
I personally haven't seen that happen.
Seen him.
So you were saying that there are people out there who will say something that's risque, right? And then when they get pressed online, then they go guys, I'm a comedian.
Oh yeah. This happens all the time. There's a guy right now. His name is there's a creator named Def Noodles, who's just out here calling people pedophiles and say whatever they look like, and then they'll obfuscate by saying, "Oh, I'm a comedian." Yeah. In Sneako's case, sometimes I'll watch the stream and man, she's like out here, he's going in, he's spreading the truth, red pill, not always in a joking manner. I don't think there's anything wrong with it, but when he's getting critiqued on some of his takes, he falls back oftentimes on the like, "I'm an entertainer, I'm just here to spread joy or humor."
What have I done?
I'm like, that's a bit. You've not said numerous times that you're just here to entertain.
When have I done that when somebody criticized me fairly? I don't remember ever doing that.
When we were talking about Tommy and you were talking about bullying needs to be reinstated. Yeah. And I was like, bro, what are you over here talking about?
Yeah,
like, and
bullying is good.
Then you said, hey man, I'm just joking. Like you still agree with what you're saying.
The right word isn't bullying. I think criticism is essential for people. People need constructive criticism and heavy criticism, straightforward criticism. That's what Sneako really means. He shouldn't use the terminology bullying because that carries a negative connotation. And bullying is completely different from constructive criticism. I think people need constructive criticism. I don't think it needs to be sugar-coated. It could be straightforward constructive criticism, but bullying is not the right terminology to use. And and Sneako knows that. That's why he's backing up on that. But he should just correct himself and say, because criticism is what's essential, not bullying. Bullying is a different thing.
We're not saying that you're backing off of it, saying that it's not valid. Like you still agree with what you're saying, but you're saying it in a joking manner.
That guy that you're talking about, the pedophile, he's trying to discredit everything he's saying. What I'm saying is true, but I'm still joking too. I'm still trying to entertain. But yes, bullying is good. It makes you a better person.
Okay. So can we not just focus on your take? Like we don't really care if you said it in a joking manner or not. You truly believe that bullying is good. So that's all we want to talk about. But then if you just shield yourself and say, well, I'm just joking. It's like, we don't really care about the fact that you're joking.
I'm not shielding myself from that.
Okay. All right. Well, listen, Don, does that answer your question?
Yeah. Talking about, I guess the only thing, the only thing I would guess if I were to ask Sneako, I don't feel like, I agree 100% that, that's what Sneako is doing, but relevant to this particular conversation, wouldn't you say that the people who were wishing all of those like ill things against you, that was a form of bullying? Wouldn't you say that wasn't
What's a form of bullying? What's a form of bullying? Telling me to die?
Yeah.
No,
that's a form of bullying for sure.
Okay, that's too far. Bullying is like...
He has a good point. That's definitely a form of bullying. Sneako's about to get around it, but he has a good point. I have to agree there. Young Don has a good point.
Is banter. That's wishing death about somebody. I don't think that's bullying. I think that's just pure hatred. Me saying that HVAC should get off antidepressants, that's bullying, but I don't want him to die. I want him to be better. But a lot of the people on the left, if I die, they'd start celebrating. There's a difference between bullying and then just hating on somebody. Those are two different things. You can't equate those. Okay, all right, and that's fair. I've never heard you call for the death of somebody, nor have I ever heard you. You've never. I would be surprised to ever see you like celebrating someone's death. I would never do that. I would never do that. Yeah, I was just curious. I was just curious to see if you felt like that. But I hear what you're saying. But you don't mind people, coming at you, calling you all the things they're calling you. Like you feel like that's good too. Yeah, name calling is fine. Name calling is fine. Sure.
Cool. I want to just bring it back to something he said earlier, and I want to kind of just centralize the conversation on that. Do you guys, does the rest of the panel here believe that depression is a choice?
Well, I think that you have to separate out what you mean, because there are people that are experiencing grief, and that's due to circumstance. That's due to, that somebody dies or something bad happened to them, and it's like largely circumstantial and sort of understandable. You have people that are mentally ill, and you have to admit that there is this entire vocabulary now and this movement about mental wellness and mental health. And you have a lot of young people that, and this is, I think, to Sneako's point, there's really no reason to be depressed, but this has become a cudgel. You have this whole generation of histrionic people that everything is depression, everything is mental illness. A lot of people are just toxic, and then they say, oh, I'm like bipolar. Oh, I'm like something else. Oh, like I'm a lazy piece of shit, but that's because I'm like depressed. And so, unfortunately, for the people that actually are experiencing grief or are experiencing something that requires like a clinical intervention, they're hijacking that vocabulary to describe being lazy, being some other kind of thing. Sometimes people are just careless and don't want to take accountability for their actions. So
Nick is 1000% right. And this is why I say Sneako needs to learn to be more articulate, because he's saying the exact same thing that Sneako was saying. It's just he articulates himself so much better to where these people can actually understand him. Sneako more so just like yells and da-da-da-da, but Sneako's not wrong. He's 100% right. It's just if he articulated himself better, people would understand himself more. The way Nick Fuentes has just put it is completely understandable, and who's going to disagree with that? And he started off by acknowledging the few situations where, you know, of course, it's acceptable.
Oh, and it is largely driven. It's largely like a female thing. Even when I was in high school, this kind of started where I put out a tweet when I was like 17. I was like, mental health days for pussies or something like that. And everybody flipped out. How would you feel if someone killed themselves? Blah, blah, blah. It's like, obviously, everybody is histrionic. Everybody's on pills. Everybody's got some mental disorder. So we either have to believe that everybody legitimately has like something went wrong in the past 20 years, and now everybody has some kind of real disease, or this is something that is sort of like a mass hysteria. This is something that everybody's buying into. It's the trendy thing, which I think it's the latter. So that's my take on it.
Okay. Anybody else want to chime in?
You see how when Nick says it, he has absolutely no rebuttal because he articulated himself just perfect, like perfect for everybody. Everybody completely understood that, and nobody could argue with that. But the way Sneako says it, he doesn't use the right terminology often, but he's not wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I would say depression is obviously like a real thing for whatever the causes are. Obviously, it's something that we have to address.
And then here goes like Destiny's liberal ass. Like he's just about to try to vouch for whatever the liberals be pushing. Like I don't know.
Or figure out, but the thing is that like just like bullying people doesn't seem to fix anything, right? If that was true, there'd be no fat people in society if bullying fixed things.
No, we say stop fat shaming and they get fatter.
Do you think that like health at every size started in what, like the 2000s? Do you think that's when fat people were first invented?
Yeah, but there's more fat people now than ever were, and now we say it's fat.
There were already people becoming fat. They were becoming fatter and fatter and fatter and fatter.
Now there's more, and we say don't body shame. Don't you see the correlation? Now
so
we put Destiny. We put fat people up on billboards in Times Square now. They're underwear models.
This is the entire problem encapsulated in one issue with your worldview. You have a trendy way of viewing the world that feels good. Your audience like sucks you off. You feel like you got the answer for everything.
No, they don't.
The answer is just libs and conservatives. And it's a very simplistic way that you can view the world and view all the problems and have an answer to everything. The reality is that we have highly processed food and that we have incredibly lazy lifestyles, and they're getting worse and worse in terms of exercise, right? That's the issue. But combating those problems is hard, right? How do we deal with like the amount of fucking calories we get in our diet every day? How do we deal with the fact that we have like more carbs and sugars than ever before? How do we deal with the fact that we don't get exercise?
Bro, shut up. Destiny is called self-control. What the fuck? We're not all fat. So obviously some of us have self-control. We're all living in the same society that's giving the same food. It's just some of us aren't eating the same shit. When Nick came up to the scene, he was called Nick the Knife because of the way he silenced everyone in debates. He's extremely eloquent. That's part of his appeal. Yes, he has a very elegant way of speaking. He's very articulate, and he uses great diction. That's one thing I can commend about Nick.
Those are hard problems, and those answers aren't always fun. But you know what is fun? You know what is fun? Is going on Twitter and being like, wow, look at this fucking advertisement in Times Square. There's a fat person. That must be where they're coming from. Well, but what a complete and total misunderstanding of where these people come from in society.
Destiny, you're like conveniently ignoring the fact that
he's ignoring everything. Like, of course, if fat people see fat people on billboards, they're gonna think it's okay to be overweight, and it's if you think it's okay, but on average they live a shorter lifespan, so they're killing themselves. They're more prone to heart attack. They're more prone to cardiovascular disease. Like, it's just like, come on, bro. And when you see it being promoted, it's acceptable. But in other states where they don't promote that and they actually shame it, like in Romania, for instance, you're not going to see a fat girl on the street because they don't promote that. Matter of fact, they actively shame that. So their obesity rate is nothing compared to the United States. So of course, social proof has something to do with it. Of course, and he's acting like it doesn't.
Body acceptance movement and also a rise in obesity. How are you ignoring that?
First of all, you're delusional if you think anybody wants to be fat. And secondly, we had fat people before body acceptance.
That's not true at all. It's not delusional. People accept it.
It's not about being fat. It's about having no self-control, no discipline, and no motivation to get in shape. Being fat is something that's fixable. He's saying that, like, you act like people want to be dyslexic. Like, the dyslexia is something you can't fix. That's just something, it's a brain thing. Being fat is something you put upon yourself.
You're fat now.
You just don't. Why do they even have to do that? It's because of how fucking miserable fat people are. You don't need a skinny acceptance movement, and you don't need an athletic acceptance movement. The whole reason why fat acceptance exists is because fat people hate fucking being fat, and they still do.
So
If you don't believe that, you're insane.
So those people are delusional. How are you calling me delusional if they obviously don't want to be fat?
Because you think fat people come from billboards in Times Square when nobody would choose to be fat if they have the opportunity.
I said that was one reason because of the body.
It's not even a reason.
Hold on.
That was created.
Nobody would choose to be fat if they have the opportunity. Do they or do they not have the opportunity and the ability to not be that? Is it not a choice to continue to overeat? Is it not a choice to not work out? Is it not a choice to allow yourself to get obese? I mean, I chose to be the way I am, right? Like, it's not. Destiny's weird. Like, he's weird. He's weird. Because he has some agenda. Like, his whole liberalism is just intoxicating.
That was created because there were a lot of fat people. It didn't create fat people.
All right.
Okay. Go ahead, Don.
Yeah, I was saying first to the first point about depression, I would say depression is just a symptom of an underlying problem. You know, I would, of course, depression is real, but the cause of it is very much, you know, what they propagate in mass media is very much incorrect. You know what I'm saying? Depression is like hunger. It's not, there's nothing wrong with you because you got depressed. You got depressed because you are missing something very necessary in your life, you know, whether it be lifestyle, whether it be God, whether
preach, young Don, preach.
Whether it be, you know, interpersonal relationships, you're missing something that is very necessary. Depression is a natural reaction to the absence of something that you need, just like how hunger is a natural reaction to the absence of nutrients. That's where I stand on depression. I think everybody who has depression can be cured of depression, they can make their depression go away. Just like how everyone who's hungry just needs to eat a sandwich. Also, in regards to the fat shaming, no, I don't believe that billboards are the origin cause of fat. Fat people are fat because they can't stop eating. Fat people are fat is because they have a problem with food addiction. And
it means it's a choice. They can't stop eating. They choose not to stop eating.
I agree with Destiny. Nobody wants to be fat, which is why I agree with Sneako that it's ridiculous that we have this fat acceptance culture, because nobody really wants to be fat. And anybody who is talking, you know, the people who are pushing, you know, healthy at all sizes or attractive at all sizes, you know, it's all baloney. It's all nonsense. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, no, that if they had the option, if you came up to them with the option to click a button and then all of a sudden they have a six-pack and they wouldn't take it so that they could stay being morbidly obese.
Only fat asses, right? Of course, brother, of course. You know, if you're dragging that wagon, you're dragging that wagon. You know what I'm saying? I bet I am.
Yeah, that person is
Lizzo wouldn't do it. She's beautiful the way she is.
Because she's her brand on this lie. She's built her brand on this false.
She's beautiful. She's just beautiful.
She would say that because she knows.
Jidion is so funny with his like dry sarcasm. Like, oh my gosh, he's just so funny.
That such a button doesn't exist.
Like, he won't even crack a smile. Like, he's funny.
And she also knows that, I don't know her. Anybody can change. Anybody can be inspired to change their life at any point in time. But more than likely, if she's looking at her history, she's probably given up completely on the idea of ever becoming a healthy weight.
She took a DNA test and she figured out that she's that bitch, man. Come on. We all know this.
Don, you don't believe that labor is one of the greatest joys?
Labor?
Yeah.
What do you mean labor?
Like having to work for something?
It's one of the greatest what?
Joys in life.
No.
Really?
Okay.
No.
I think having to work for something is what makes something better.
Yeah.
And partially, if I had to fuck a bitch, I would prefer to have to lift a fat slab and then get to the box than just get in directly. A little bit of extra work makes it more worth it.
Oh, I thought he was going somewhere with this. He is funny. Alba is ridiculous.
Okay, all right. I get what you're saying, but no, I was saying no, like working hard. I believe
everybody's in such a good mood. Look at Destiny's face. He's just absolutely furious. Look, good move. Destiny's just absolutely furious because, like, oh my God, they don't believe in depression. They don't believe in fat acceptance. Like, come on, Des. Like, get over it, man.
That the desire.
Toughen the fuck up, man. That's the little face of a man that take another man in the butt. Like, come on, man. And I don't mean that jokingly. He actually does that.
To work hard, that all men have intrinsically was put there by God as a part of our punishment for sin. That's what I believe. It's why you feel worthless if you don't work for 2 days straight, is because
he's playing a game. I forgot he was a gamer. Okay, but still though, my statement still stands. That's why because he's listening to everything that's going on.
He commanded you. He said, by the sweat of your brow you will eat bread, because from dust you came and from dust you shall return. You know what I mean? That was your
Is he really playing a game during this?
Punishment. Women, their punishment, pain during labor. You know what I'm saying? And they should be ruled by their husbands, right?
Yeah, Nick, I want to ask you a question because you met a lot of these people for the first time today. Can you guess how many booster shots everybody got here based on their ideologies?
Oh no. Well, yeah, probably.
Based on their opinions, guess how many shots everybody here got?
I would say Don. I don't know if he said he likes Matt Walsh, so I'm going to say 0. I'm going to say Jidion and Abba. Oh, these guys are boosted up. I'm going to say they got at least 1 booster. I know Destiny got a booster.
Destiny got 5.
Sneako, I bet you're at 0, right? Or no, you got the initial shot, I think, right? No? Okay.
I got the initial shot.
No booster, though?
No, same here. I went to Los Angeles. I was at the airport, and they gave me that John and Johnson goody good with just 1 shot. And then I got the fuck up.
Chad, what do you think about the fact that Nick just nailed that?
No, he didn't. He said we had boosters, bro.
Close enough.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Then he's got a 50-50 chance to be right. That's bullshit.
They got the shot. I didn't expect that from Jidion. Like, at least not Jidion. Sheesh. We know Destiny's like 5 boosters in. But damn, Jidion.
Oh, how many shots did you got? 2 shots?
There's actually 3 shots, so he had 3 tries.
One. He was off by quite a lot.
But he was right about who got injected. He was right about who got it, though, and who didn't get it.
If you're looking at
makes sense. Destiny always is playing a game, so I believe it.
what would you?
God, as a soldier of God, you're not with the sciences and not willing to inject.
Here's what it is. I believe that a lot of people. Now, I decided not to get the shot prior to even becoming a born again Christian. So, but I will say that the reason why we were able to scare everyone into a frenzy is because they don't know what is going to happen when they die, and so they're incredibly scared of death. And so they were able. They ignored all the information about let's say pertaining to young people. I don't think there's an argument that yes, very old people, elderly people, were at serious risk of dying, especially because the old community has more comorbidities and they just have a weaker immune system in general. That the older people just die more.
Right, the older people they're liable to die from literally anything because of the weaker immune system, the flu, whatever. So they shouldn't have made it seem like it was more than what it was.
Easily, that's what I'm saying. But the science was very clear that little children, young people, weren't at serious risk. Some sources say less than the seasonal flu. Some say more, maybe slightly more than the seasonal flu. But the point is, when the seasonal flu comes around every year, everyone doesn't lose their mind, and we don't shut down the country.
Okay.
So, but what happened is CNN, MSNBC, and all these networks put up a counter. I've never seen that before. Just a constant 24-hour death counter. That was just constantly. What is that? That was so morbid and weird. It's because they're trying to take advantage of the fact that the average person is not safe.
Right. You've never seen a death counter that was counting tolls and inflating numbers.
If the average person has no idea where they're going to go when they die, no confidence where they're going to go when they die, and so they do not want to die. And so they're like, yeah, I'll take a shot. I mean, I'll drink, I'll smoke, I'll take drugs, whatever. I'm doing a million other things that's going to kill me. I'm eating McDonald's every day. You know what I'm saying? What's a little shot?
My bad, Don, for interrupting you. But Sneako, why are all your super chats on my dick? Like, why are they paying money just to talk about me?
Bro, that's on you. There's 20,000 people watching.
You're literally clicking it to put it on the screen because I'm the one that taught you how to do that. I know you're literally picking these out to put it on the screen.
Chats. If it had WGD on, I'd put it up too, bro. Why are you mad at me that the chats against you? And also, why are you reading the chat?
I'm not mad. I know your chats always. Bro, I know it's tough love with your chats. So I'm not tripping. I'm just trying to figure out why your chat's paying to just say El Jidion. That's all I want to know.
Wait, Jidion, You're saying I was reading W Nick all the time, and now you're reading the chat, and it's against you.
No, I'm not. I don't care about the chat. I'm talking about the super. I said super
The
chat.
super chats is what you care about, but not the regular chats.
Yeah, because they're paying them money just to say El Jidion.
Okay,
Oh,
okay.
no.
It's because you call me racist. It's 'cause
Yo,
you're
did you
defending
see-
You
me.
are fucking racist, though.
I love black people.
Hell no.
I love you as a black man.
Yo, I swear to God, it would make my fucking year.
Let me see. I suggested a documentary on Nick, but YouTube won't. You see it. I'm being shadow banned, censorship and real. Shake my. So, wait. You sent it in the chat just now. I'm about to drop my Instagram in the chat. You send it to me on Instagram if you did, and we could check it out. But dang, they're shadow banning like that. That is crazy. But I'm about to drop it in the chat right now on Twitch and YouTube, so you can send that to me. We can check it out. We've always had websites that kept track of numbers of what. Yeah, but he's not talking about a website. They had like this whole like big screen up. Like it was this whole thing about it. It wasn't just a website. But there's always been metrics kept on these types of things. Make sure y'all go. Send it to me on Instagram. Rest of y'all follow me on Instagram, man. I'll be lit on there.
If a scandal came out and it was found that Nick Fuentes has like crazy sex orgies with just black women, that shit would be the most goated piece of news possible.
I got my audience attacked me this week because I said black women are bad sometimes. So
Wait, what do you mean by
What kind
bad?
of audience do you have if they didn't take you for saying that?
well, my audience is racist.
Wow.
No, I'm kidding.
They are though. They are.
But
It's
I'm
okay.
not. No, I'm
They
kidding.
are. No, they are. Come on.
Hold on, when you say
They're
hold on,
racist to me.
hold on. When you say black women are bad, you mean like they really?
I'm like they're
Sexy.
bad. I'm like they're bad. Yeah. And people in my live chat, they're like, you mean like like black girls that have little white in them? I'm like, no. I'm like midnight. I'm like no. I'm like
Hey,
Yo,
I have white
W Nick in the chat. He like him some chocolate.
son, so can't do that.
I mean, what about a concubine? Would you be open to that, provided
No,
if
well,
someone?
I'm Christian, so I can't do that. But if
Okay.
if we lived in Destiny's world where we're all just on a floating rock in the middle of nowhere, then yeah, I guess I would have at it. Yeah.
Destiny, do you have anything to say to that comment?
Take a picture of it.
I don't want to do a religion debate right now. I'm good on that one, Chief.
All right.
The
I feel
debate-
like we went from like
All right, but I just took a picture of it. I'm gonna see if they're gonna. Yeah, I'm gonna check it out for sure. Weekday. I'm surprised they just caught that. Maybe I'm saying too many triggering words or something.
super heated in the beginning to now it's somewhat cordial. We're all goofing and laughing.
I mean, we can laugh with people
Smile.
we vehemently disagree with. Like Jidion, you feel like Nick Fuentes is a racist?
Appreciate you though, brother. Make sure I check it out.
Nick Fuentes says he loves black women secretly. You know, we all find ways to connect each other. It's good.
And that's the point that you know what's crazy? It's so bizarre that we, especially with a racist like Nick, we can have
He doesn't know we're on a rock in space yet. Who? What are you talking about?
something at least to like laugh about and talk about. But H3H3, I'm over here trying to promote the KKK. That's just crazy, but it is what it is.
Did he ever say that?
He said I was parading around promoting the KKK. It's something like that. I'll have to
If it
watch
makes
the
you feel
video.
any better, he probably copy pasted his opinion from
Lasan.
So, yeah, guaranteed.
Okay, well, listen, guys, I think this is good. Anyone else want to bring up anything for?
But we should do this more. We should do this once a week. This is a good panel. I like having good disagreements on the stream. It makes for a much more interesting conversation.
The Christian guy, top middle, Nick Fuentes. Are you saying that he's the flat Earth? He thinks the Earth is flat. Is that what you're saying?
I liked, bro, look at the fucking panel I was able to bring together. We got a bunch of different people. We got a
Yeah,
lib,
the fire
we got a
panel.
racist, we got Jidion, Abba, Don, the Bible in here, bro. We got a bunch of everybody, man. We got to do this more regularly.
All right.
Agreed. Yeah, that was fun. Yeah, all you blacks are all right.
No, Nick, no. You know you about to get chopped up.
Kidding, but it's true. You guys are cool. And I like Don. Don. At first, I wasn't, but
That was actually a pretty wholesome joke, though. Like you can't take stuff like that too serious. That was actually pretty funny, just because they were all. Yeah, that was pretty funny. I agree.
Don's based. But you gotta be Catholic. Right? Other than that. Other than that, bro.
All right, man. Listen, it was a pleasure, man. Y'all have a good night.
All right, I'm out of here too.
All right, man. That's the end of the stream, man. Make sure y'all like the video, man. Make sure y'all subscribe so we get in the algorithm, man. If y'all new to the fucking channel, make sure y'all hit that sub button, man. For real, get it busting through the algorithm, man. I'm gonna do another reaction here in a little bit, so make sure y'all leave a subscription, turn the post notifications on, cause your boy is going live every day, and I got some fire ass bangers coming for y'all, man. Like, we gonna make it to the top. You know what I'm saying? Y'all gonna ride on this journey with me. You know what I'm saying, man? I appreciate y'all that's been in the chat this whole fucking 4 hours. That's some ride or die shit. That's love. We done had over 100 motherfuckers in the chat this whole 4 hours. I appreciate y'all in the comments, chopping it up with me, keeping me company, man, and showing me new streams, showing me support. It's nothing but love, man. I got nothing but love today from y'all, man. I appreciate the fuck out of y'all, man. So go ahead and hit that like, man. Follow me on Instagram. I leave a link in my on my channel. Make sure y'all hit that sub. Once again, leave a like on the video so the algorithm get this bitch buzzing. And we out. Matter of fact, we got any last words? Y'all got anything to say before I close the chat? We're going to count down from 10. You know what I'm saying? If y'all got anything to say, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. All right, man. We out.